When you do it like that, Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder?
Hello and welcome to LCS Championship Weekend here at the United Center in Chicago. Teams making their way in as they get ready to do battle in a best-of-5 to earn their opportunity to challenge Cloud9 tomorrow in our championship bout. 100 Thieves in EG, the reigning champions, stepping onto the stage today. But it hasn't just been some fun inside the arena. Outside Fan Fest has been popping all day long. Mark was out there in Hotline League Live, myself, Jack, Kobe as well, doing this or that live. Crowd was hyped. They were loud out there. I'm hoping they bring that into the arena with us today. Now, Raz and Emily will be joining us a bit later on, but in their stead for now, we've got Hai and Xmithy, two absolute legends of the LCS here with us to help celebrate a decade of our league. That's right, 10 years of the LCS, gents. Thank you so much for joining us. How does it feel to be back in an arena with fans about to watch teams do battle here for a shot at the trophy?
You know, people keep bringing up the 10 years. It makes me think how old I am because I played 10 years ago, you know?
Yeah.
And then these guys are coming on stage like 18 years old, 17 years old. I'm like, dang.
That was you.
We're old, bro.
Yeah. 10 years ago. Not that long.
Here's my question. Could the two of you plus three other from the same era win the trophy this weekend?
Of course.
Is he my jungler?
I love that. Xmithy, the silent killer, coming out. All right, let's talk about the top 10 list when it came to LCS all time. It was released recently. You two happen to be on it as well, and very deservedly so. A reminder of those rankings. Bjergsen taking the top slot, followed by Double. A very contentious vote there at the top of the table. Before we get to Impact, Xmithy grabbing spot number 4, Jensen, Core JJ, Sneaky, Alphamoo, Hai, and Blabber to close things out. Xmithy, what was your initial reaction? I know you also had an opportunity to be a part of the voting as well. So how do you align with this list?
Yeah, I was actually pretty surprised because I actually put myself, I think, around like 6th or 7th.
Humble.
Oh, all right.
Too humble.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of like impactful players like for like the whole decade of LCS, and yeah, I think everyone here is like pretty deserved.
Hi, what about you, man?
You know, I was one of the people that put the Bjergsen at #1 over Doublelift #1, but I personally think it's pretty arguable either way, you know? Whether you have Doublelift #1 or Bjergsen, I think your list would be fine. I personally put him there because I just felt like when Bjergsen was playing, he was almost always the best mid laner every single split he played, whereas Doublelift, sometimes he wasn't the best AD carry, usually top 3 at the very minimum.
Right.
But I think there's a few splits where he was like 2nd or 3rd, whereas Bjergsen was always #1.
Especially the way he came onto the scene. It was funny in the early days. The Doublelift trophy case was a big meme. There's a whole subreddit dedicated to the fact that he hadn't won anything. Bjergsen just exploded and dominated for those first years. It was like shell shock seeing someone come in and just crush you.
Yeah, I think specifically the 4 titles Doublelift won with Team Liquid, and then that like last capper title with TSM where he made the losers bracket run are ringing so recently in people's memories. But I do agree it's very close because from like the 2014 to 2016 was like Bjergsen's almost similarly impressive run. So I think it's very close.
Yeah, I mean, and it was contentious by the voting as well, right? Very, very clear in the points. And it does seem to be kind of those two arguments. There is the side of, well, Doublelift's trophy case is now technically bigger, but if you're trying to isolate like the period of dominance and how much higher above it seemed they were to their counterparts, Bjergsen, I think, takes the cake for the couple years that he was first introduced to the LCS. What about if we move below those top 2, though? What are your opinions of the rest of the list? Hi, I mean, you're on the list yourself. How do you reflect on your legacy in the LCS, your impact, and maybe why you are deserving of being on this list?
You know, I'm actually surprised I made this list because when my top 10 votes went in, I don't think I put myself on there.
Okay.
Because I felt like I had a very good start of my career, but then as I entered the later teams like FlyQuest and Golden Gardens, didn't do so well. So I was surprised that people put me on there, and I'm thankful for that. I think that's really cool. It's really hard to make like a good 10 list, right? Like anytime you see a list of 10 players, someone's gonna be like, why do you have this person? Like, why do you have Vulcan? Why do you have Core JJ or whatever? But I think there's so many good players throughout the history of LCS that as long as like you have like Bjergsen and Doublelift #1 and 2, your list is probably fine, you know?
Yeah, there were a couple other like must-haves in there. We were talking about like how the top of the list with Impact dominates all of their top laners statistically. You yourself as well for junglers. There's just a couple people where it's like you need them, and then like 6 through 10 is where there's a little bit more wiggle room.
Yeah, for me, Xmithy would be number 3, just above Impact. In fact, again, I think an underappreciated jungler throughout pretty much the entirety of your career, and the number of championships that you're able to pick up, finals you're able to carry teams to. I'm curious, as we get through the rest of the list, Xmithy, when you think of players that are just on the outside, who maybe weren't included, either that you had voted for or you think are on the cusp, you know, in their careers of making a case to break in, or any names pop to mind in particular?
I think it's usually the most recent one players. I think Vulcan has been doing pretty well, like on not even just on EG but on C9 also. I actually forgot what all of my other picks were, but I think there's just like a lot of like players who are in the scene for a long time. I think Turtle also deserves a lot.
Yeah, Turtle was the.
There you go. That's
Jason
a big
Tran,
one.
shout out whoever
Yeah,
he
right.
is.
I know. This or that live. One of our slides was biggest snub. Turtle was one option. Meteos was the other. A lot of crowd cheers for Meteos as well as one of the snubs. But Turtle, of course, again. I mean, only just recently eclipsed in total wins by Bjergsen.
It was funny. There was always these trivia we would do, and the answer was almost always Turtle if it was an all-time stat.
Right.
All-time games played, all-time wins, all-time kills, all-time assists. It was like, just guess Turtle and you're probably right.
Man got a pentakill in his first LCS match. I mean, come
Yeah,
on.
that helps.
It definitely helps. So someday would be another name that I would throw out there as we talk about impact.
Okay.
His longevity. I wouldn't make the case that someday should be in the top 10 now, but I think in a year or
Yeah.
two, you'd be making that case maybe, again, for his longevity and dominance as a player.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that I didn't see many people put Bauerfrost on their list. If I'm not mistaken, he has the most wins of any support by like double for splits. I think he's at 4.
For titles.
Yeah, for
Alpha Moon
titles.
definitely has more
Yeah, he's
wins.
got
but
that.
Right.
Chris has
So
titles.
I personally had him on my list. I thought he was a really good support player. Like when he played on TSM back then. Obviously, he came back recently with Dignitas, and they did really well as well. So I had him on my list, and I don't really hear many people talk about him. I think he's
Yeah.
kind of like underrated.
I like
for
that
support.
call out.
So
And he got those 4 in a short period of time
Yeah.
because people forget that he took a break before coming back. And so what an accomplishment for him. Here's what we're going to do. We've been doing 10 and 10 trivia all split long with some of our pros. But this time around for LCS 10 trivia, we wanted to participate ourselves and include you two. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to fly some questions up on the board. And we're going to see what we can tackle. First question, please. Let's get that question up on the screen.
I feel like I'm going to take you down this time, Dash. We're swapping out real quickly for Emily and
Emily
Raz.
and Raz are joining us in a second.
Yeah, for LCS 10 trivia.
There we go.
Oh, snap.
Look who it is.
Oh my
There they
goodness.
are.
It's Raz and Emily.
We hot swapped.
When I saw my
Yeah.
name on that screen, I was like, wait a minute.
Well, I didn't know if you do swap so hot. All right.
Like, damn.
Who has
Most unique
Let's get
champs.
into it. Let's get into it. Who has played the most unique champions in LCS history?
Ooh.
All right, I have my
Mid
guess.
laner or top laner for
I
sure.
already
Yeah.
have a guess.
Kind of a free-for-all, or are we on the same team? I don't even know
Bjergsen.
at this point.
I'm
That's
gonna
my
go
guess.
Bjergsen, yeah.
Bjergsen's a pretty good guess.
can't all guess
Just the
Bjergsen.
number of
Should
years.
take a different name.
Impact.
You know what I'm going to go with? I'm going to go with Huhi because he's played multiple roles.
Oh,
actually,
wait,
and High
actually
plays
good.
jungle support
Oh.
and mid. Actually, High might be the call.
You know, I like.
Ooh, I'm going to go High. I'm going to go
Feeling
High.
it.
He's
I'm
played
feeling
3
it.
roles
Go
in the
Bjergsen.
LCS. I'm
And
going
if
to go
I
High.
lose, I blame you.
Give it to us.
Shoot.
Huhi was right.
Oh,
no!
59.
You almost had it.
Right?
I mean, that was one of the words. We failed.
Stuck
Said a
with
couple.
it.
All right,
Should've stuck
Brent.
with Huhi. Really? I'm curious how many
Redemption
High
time.
played then.
He
59
only
's
needs
a
another
lot.
102, and then he's played them all.
All right, what do you got for us next? Second question, which is the most banned champion in LCS history? I want to say LeBlanc right off the rip, just
I'm
because
pretty
she
sure it
was
is.
so
LeBlanc,
heavily banned
yeah.
early on. Kassadin early, but then
He fell off
he's
too
been
much.
totally absent since
LeBlanc
go-
is the answer.
I'll
I think
go
it's,
Rise.
I'm going to go LeBlanc.
Going
might be
Rise.
Thresh,
Ooh.
but I'm
I
going
could
LeBlanc.
also see like a Syndra, because Syndra as well, but she got played a lot.
Depends
I
how
think.
dominant you were for what period.
Also true.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go
Emily?
LeBlanc, and Mark's with me.
I went through
I feel
an
like it's
entire
probably
split
LeBlanc.
purely banning Rise. I think it's Rise. There are too many OP
Really?
iterations of this champion, by the way.
Okay, so Raz is going
Yes.
just from like a
I
personal
feel like I should
anecdotal
pick something
experience.
else, but I also think it's
I
LeBlanc.
feel like
Follow
every
your heart.
time they
Follow your
remake
heart.
Rise.
Follow your heart or
Yeah.
follow Mark and my minds.
That's all of us.
Don't follow my mind. That's bad advice.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't want to.
All right, but we do need an answer.
No, I'll go LeBlanc.
All right.
All right, we got a lot of
I'm boring.
LeBlancs.
Le bleu. It is
All right.
Okay,
Let's
you
go.
know what?
That's easy mode.
Suck, Raz.
They're making us
950
look good with that one.
Yeah.
bans.
I wonder what the second
Thanks,
place is.
Deathfire Grasp.
Yeah.
That's what that's from.
That's it.
I missed that
I mean, that's
fire
from like
graph,
last
you know?
week, too.
It's actually more of a Deathfire Grasp ban than a LeBlanc
And we
ban,
just have
probably.
way too many good LeBlanc players.
It's
Which
true.
champion?
And when she's good, she's just so dumb.
Yes.
Right? Okay, which champion has only been played once in LCS?
Timo.
Is that the high
I'm saying
Timo?
Timo.
I think
yeah.
it's high
You
Timo.
think it was only that one? I don't think so. TSM
Yeah.
played it in bot lane one time or something, didn't they?
Do you guys think it's
Oh,
Timo?
wait.
Or
that
was that not? Or was that
trying to
IEM
cheat.
and not a?
I'm trying to cheat.
You trying to outsource your answer?
That
Yes.
could have been.
Yeah.
I kind of want to outsource this one too. Who's in shouting distance? Does anyone have any ideas? That was a bad idea. I can't hear anything.
cannot discern
It's just
anything
a jumble
anyone's
of
saying.
noise.
I think I've heard.
Yeah. Okay, so what does that make you
No,
think
I
of?
heard Timo.
Rengar? He's been
We're doing
no,
Timo.
Rengar's
We're doing
been played a
Timo.
bunch. Timo? I guess we all jump on the Timo train,
Yeah.
but I'm
Rengar's been
pretty
played
sure it's been
multiple
played twice, unless that was an IEM. All right, let's see.
Is it?
Rammus!
Oh, God,
Oh.
Raz! You should have known
Wait,
that.
no, but
How
wasn't
many
there...
Timo games?
It was a Rammus meta. There was a
Didn't we
Rammus
have a
meta that
Rammus block
split.
from Piglet, or was that...
That was
in-
Academy.
that was Academy.
Or Challenger.
Okay.
Wasn't there literally a Rammus meta that split? I remember that split specifically
Rammus meta?
because it was like
You
Quinn and
can't be
Fiora
saying
versus
that with a straight
Malphite.
Can't be
face.
picked
And
once
Rammus
and
was
then
being
be
picked at
It
the
was
time.
picked once. It can't be
Lordy.
meta.
Yeah.
I guess
It
it was
was
just
his
as grim.
player, though.
I think
He
it
was
was
the
just
coach
as
of
grim.
Dignitas
He
at the
brainwashed
time.
his players.
No,
That was
remember
fun.
this vividly.
We did about as well as all the pro players did in all their areas.
Wow,
So I'm going to
okay.
call that a victory.
I got LeBlanc.
We're headed
Damn
to a
it.
quick break, but as we go, a reminder that the official LCS Discord server has launched. So
Oh, cool.
make sure you go check that out. We're going to come back in a few minutes and continue the pre-show, and we'll see you in just a bit.
Only one time?
Yeah, I can't believe it was your player.
She's such a misfit, always ready to
Welcome back to Chicago and the United Center. Here for championship weekend ahead of our lower bracket bout. It's EG versus 100 Thieves, and that better ring a few bells, a few Houston bells, because this is a rematch here.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we have to start when it comes to these two teams. 100 Thieves going to be sad to have lost out on their opportunity to hold the trophy up back-to-back, but finding themselves in another finals weekend here, Raz. They got a shot at it.
Yeah, it would have been the first time for 100 Thieves to be able to lift that trophy in front of fans, because when
True.
they did do it, it was to an empty arena. It was during those COVID times. And it was Evil Geniuses that actually got a boatload of fans off of that weekend and lifting that trophy with the new faces that they had.
It was crazy. For two, 3-0 quick wins for EG, how loud that crowd got then.
Yes.
Not just that they were 3-0s, but the fastest finals ever by EG slamming 100 Thieves. No, it's a big rematch.
And then afterwards as well, Vulcan trash-talking Closer, saying that he thinks he's overrated. After not saying anything beforehand, and then Closer has held that actually this entire time.
Yes, he
didn't
was.
care when they beat them in the regular season and wants to be the one to knock EG out.
All right, it all comes down to this, but there is one notable difference between the last time they met in a postseason best-of-5 championship and now. Of course, the news this week that Danny would be stepping out for finals weekend due to mental health concerns. And so we do have to start there. I mean, already this is going to be a tough situation. What a feat it has been for this team to keep themselves alive in the postseason, Emily, considering.
And Danny was such a massive part of that finals weekend in Houston, right? Like here, we're going to see the Baron Jinx pentakill that everyone kind of knew Danny for. As this team evolved, they definitely did like a lot of feed the Danny, right? Where then he would pay them back in this amazing team fighting with the rest of the team. So I think it's really brave that he was able to step down due to mental health issues. That takes a lot to be able to recognize that and do that. And I hope he's doing well regardless, because he's so talented.
And now, Jad, obviously people would want to see a full-powered EG, but that just isn't the case. And so working through a bit of an obstacle, this is actually something that you're uniquely familiar with. So help us understand what it's like for a team to have to come up against this in such a short period of time and at the end of their season.
Yeah, so kind of remarkably similar to Team Liquid in 2021 spring when Santorin had health issues with migraines, and we ended up playing 2 days of scrims with Armeo before we had to play against TSM and ultimately Cloud9 in the finals of LCS Spring. And it is definitely something that takes a lot of internal confidence and belief in your academy system and academy players. So far, I've seen that from EG and their belief of Cowrie. But like to me, I'm going to be curious how EG announces it, because for us, one thing we did with Armeo is when he came in, we said, just play how you want to play.
Yeah.
Do exactly what you're used to doing, because he's coming in and adapting to 4 other people, whereas the other 4 people are only adapting to 1 person. So I think the 4 people that are strong on EG are going to be able to adapt and just allow Cowrie to be as comfortable as possible. I think that's their best chance for success. And for Team Liquid, like, we were damn close to winning the whole thing. So people that are counting EG out, I think, are mistaken.
That's why it's really important. And in your example, you talked about the team recognizing the tough circumstances that exist there, the fans recognizing how tough the circumstances are. And so whenever you're thrusted into this position, you make the best of what's happening and hope that it gets better. And so I really enjoy the fact that, that people are rallying around Danny in this time, and also respecting the circumstances. And I think they have a great academy player in Cowrie who is going to be solid.
Absolutely.
So I'm excited to see how it goes.
And there are ways that you can actually spin it to be even better. EG was 15-3 and the Spring Split champions. Now they're actually the underdogs. So the pressure is actually much lower where it would have been much higher. And throughout all these playoffs, like the way teams respond to pressure, it's hard. That's one of the reasons everything's gone to 5 games. Like as soon as you're in that tight moment, it's hard to finish.
Yeah, so Emily, let's talk a little bit about what Jad's talking about in terms of, the style of Cowrie and how different he is from Danny, and maybe what the expectations are of how the team will choose to build around him. And also, hello, Busio.
We have someone who's perfect to comment on that.
A little bit of an early reveal.
Yeah,
I was gonna let her set the stage and then let you come in and
Not
hit
allowing
it in like
that.
a big haymaker. But spoiler alert, Busio's here to help us understand what we can expect out of Cowrie. I do still want to give you the opportunity for a precursor.
Let's go. I'll see if Busio agrees with me, because
All right.
one thing I do think this changes up a little bit is that Cowrie is going to be more comfortable with these pushing bot lanes, in particular the Kalista, which EG has kind of kept banned. So I think that is the main difference that we could see from EG this time.
Busio, what is your thoughts on this whole situation and what we could expect to see out of Cowrie?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you, Emily. Coyote is really good at the Kalista and the aggressive bot lane in Academy. He definitely called for a lot of resources to dive bot. And I'm interested to see if 100 Thieves just bans out the Kalista game 1, or if they let it go through, maybe play some Aphelios into it, because that's traditionally a decent matchup, and we'll see.
I gotta try and put yourself in the same situation here. Like, just imagine somehow you were thrust in and had 3 days to practice before showing up on stage. How would you like the team to play around you, or how would you prepare for that moment?
I mean, it really depends on your style and personality.
Yeah.
Like, I personally would want to play how I normally played in Academy, so I'm expecting more aggressive things from Coyote in his normal playstyle, or he tries to slot in like a Danny, but they're not really the same player, so we'll see.
All right, that's evidence right here too, right? By the comparison of champion pools. Sure, they've got a couple of the classically powerful champions that are shared, but exactly right. You take a look at the left side of that graphic, and that's pure aggression as compared to some of the ones on the right side.
And that's going to change entirely how Evil Geniuses want to play. And it's going to be interesting to see Game 1 drafts if they decide to move towards the Zeri first pick or the Sivir first pick, or they decide to be a team, honestly, like 100 Thieves, that will first pick the Kalista or wait until the enemy team is able to do that and try to counter. Because to the point that you're trying to make, Busio, or at least like that you made, it's like, yeah, you would like to come in and slot in as a team and play how you want to play rather than playing how the team wants you to play, because you're just not going to be comfortable, especially in a completely different environment.
Yeah, and one thing I actually want to hear from you, Busio, is how you would approach facing this new EG bot lane, since you have faced against Kaori so much in Academy, and you've also presumably faced against 100 Thieves bot lane a lot during internal scrims. So if you're them going into it, what are you preparing for the bot lane knowing this player?
Yeah, I'm just preparing on being careful about if you're getting pathed to or pathed away from, because if you're being pathed away from, you don't want to trade hard, you don't want to give them the dive angles, you just want to stay full HP, have all your resources, and prevent that win condition from them.
So give me that info, actually. Do you feel like Kaori, what would you say is Kaori's drawbacks in this situation? Do you think he plays too aggressively when he doesn't get the resources?
Yeah, he plays very aggressive, so I wonder if like EG wants to path top, will he be able to work with that, or will he just be overly aggressive?
What's your general thinking about when looking at an opponent like that, whether or not you should look to target them as the person who's had to kind of come in at the last moment and probably is in the most uncomfortable state? Or do you just kind of play away from them, ban away from them, and say, prove to us first that you can get something done before we look to target you, or something like that?
I would think you should just play normally, play what your draft allows. If you're thinking too much about it, you might play differently and not like how you'd prefer to play. So I think don't give Kaori too much power in that sense and just play normally.
Jad, it's an interesting take, because we talk so much about how EG has to adjust. There's another team on this stage that has to adjust around the substitution as well.
Yeah, that's the other possible, weirdly enough, advantage of bringing in a substitute this late. You're uncomfortable, but the other team has also never played against consideration of Evil Geniuses. So it will be a different look than the bottom lane that Huhi and FBI have been playing against all year.
And one thing I'm really curious about is we talked a lot about teams targeting Danny, right? Because everyone presumed he wasn't going to be comfortable on these pushing bot lanes. EG, and partially was due to their own bans, but EG series had way more bot lane bans percentage-wise than all 7 other playoff series. So that is also something I'm curious about as to whether the Kalista opens up, whether that those bans change going forward, and what 100 Thieves want to do, because I'm sure Boosie agrees with this, but I think 100 Thieves bot lane is incredibly talented at stuff like the Lucian, like the Kalista. They can play around these aggressive early bot lanes.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree, but what I'd say is 100 Thieves has more stars kind of in other roles as well.
Okay.
Well, Kaori, previously in Academy, was on a team where everything was focused around him, and he only has that one play style. So 100 Thieves has more flexibility in that sense.
All right, Busio, I want to thank you so much for the insight you brought to the desk. One final question before you go. I have a feeling which way you're leaning, but your prediction and game score here for this best of 5?
Papa Smithy's watching.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's a 3-0 100 Thieves.
Let's go. There it is. All right. Once again, Busio, thanks so much for joining us. We are going to slot Mark back in to continue our conversation. And in doing so, I think we should continue to talk about how EG, quote-unquote, used to play, and how we continue to expect them to kind of evolve now with Kaori in the lineup. Mark.
What I want to talk about was the way that the meta has evolved globally. These are stats for LCS, but just generally speaking, the meta has become a lot more bot lane centric. More kills, more damage, more gold, more CS funneled into bot laners on average. When you look at how EG had to change in playoffs as Danny was going through that kind of mental fatigue he was suffering from, Danny himself was actually getting resources less. So his regular season trended down.
Wow.
Way fewer kills, way less damage, way less gold, way less CS being funneled into him. We talked about how core that was to their identity before, and this is not a shot at Danny getting less numbers. It's actually about how the rest of EG could step up and fill that gap and change their play style as they were going through a very tumultuous period and still pick up wins over TSM and Team Liquid.
And that's why I'm really curious, especially off of what Busio said in terms of you have a player like Kaori who is incredibly talented, but also coming from Academy is used to the team playing around him, right? So are they going to flop those resources back, or are they going to focus on this core of 4 who are all incredibly talented players in their own right?
Yeah, you can hear the crowd a little bit. It feels like, once again, EG is that underdog that they're like really rallying behind, and there's a reason for that. Even if you lose one player, right? What we saw in the EG versus TL series is that you still have a really dominant force in Inspired, in Vulcan, of course even Jojo Pyun and Impact that can fill those gaps and play towards the other side of the map. That's the scary part. 100 Thieves can't come into this series basically sleeping on this team.
And even though it is still a big adjustment to play with a new player, regular season Danny and playoff Danny were already different players with the way that they were actually performing in game.
Right.
So more of the same for EG, actually.
Yeah, those adjustments already began to happen. Let's talk a little bit about the rest of the pieces there in the EG puzzle. Let's go to the top lane. What a matchup this is between players. Impact someday. Oh my goodness, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, number 1 and number 2 on the top 5 best top laners of all time in LCS, going up against each other again in playoffs here, both trying to make finals. They always go toe-to-toe. What's interesting is they have different metas where they have like their unique little picks within that. You know, Impact famous for his Singed or whatever. We'll have to see what they bring to each other this weekend.
Look at these all-time stats, especially for Impact.
But number 1 in everything.
Yeah, just first in absolutely everything. ISO kills is also known as solo kills. So assists, games, wins. He told me once, actually, in 2020, he was just going to play until someone comes in and, how he says, kings me. Right? Someone comes in and is better. But until that happens, he's just chilling.
I love
like, he's
that.
going to continue dominating the LCS.
Yeah, unseat me.
It's just
That's
been
pretty dope.
insane, especially if you look back at the history of the league and his improvement, not even improvement, just his performance during his time in Cloud9, the top dive memes, like when he was on Team Impulse, everything that he's done, he's been that player that all top laners respect, period.
And this was so fun to watch because, like I said, the other time I remembered Impact getting a pentakill was all the way back in OGN, like All-Stars 2014, on the Gangplank. Obviously, this is a very different situation, but he's the second ever top laner to get a pentakill in the LCS. We actually only have 3 LCS top lane pentakills. 2 of them are Huni, and then now one is Impact.
From the same split, too.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to need him, too. We were talking about the adjustments that EG are going to have to make in playstyle. Having carry threats from the top lane is something they might need to lean a little bit more on. That was obviously the GP for him, but for Someday, he was pulling out the Gwen when people were trying to blind Ornn into him. I do think there's a little bit more into this matchup of like the just outside the meta counter picks that they can both reach into.
I mean, All-Pro, of course, as well, conversation. We looked at the head-to-head career-wise, but it seems split by split, right? When you start breaking it down more granularly, these guys really are going toe-to-toe every single time.
He stole his spot.
Just look at Sunday's face. I'm in danger.
He knows what he did. He knows what he did. Someone's not belonging here.
It's really interesting because from the player vote specifically, they voted towards Impact, but just everyone around it really saw Sunday's success throughout this split. And then even reading an Invent Global interview where when Impact was asked specifically how he felt about this, and he's like, well, like, they don't see how scrims go. Like, they don't see what I see, basically saying that much like the players, he thinks he is better.
Yeah, I mean, you know that these things put chips on people's shoulders. Impact feeling like he's better than Someday. Abba getting left off this list was very upset about that, and he has been making it known that he thought he deserved a spot on there. And so there's a lot of people who look at these as kind of that chip on their shoulder that they need to get through playoffs.
Impact, the only EG member to be absent from this first All-Pro team, but he seems to be aware of the strength of his own squad. Earlier in the year, he tweeted out, let's get it up on the screen. It's only funny if you see it.
You don't want to ruin the joke.
I was really hoping that was going to align well with my timing.
I ruined it.
I blame Emily.
Yeah, blame me.
The joke works.
There it is.
There it is. Let me go to the world, Zoomers. See, he knew. He knew. That was like all the way back in May, right?
Oh, my
January?
God. That was a while
As soon as they announced
ago.
the lineup,
He knew
basically.
from the instant
He
And
knew his team was cracked.
I-
Especially JoJo. Okay.
Well,
let's
that's
talk
where we
about-
gotta go, right? We
Let's
gotta
talk
go to
about
JoJo.
JoJo because he's been having a phenomenal playoff performance in particular. I think it was strong all split, but then this playoffs, because especially since those resources were going elsewhere, especially top and mid, he has been one of their top performers on this team. His Swain, that Swain smite steal, that insane never move, like right around blue buff, it was such an amazing performance from him.
Some serious 1v9 performances. Impact asked, commanded, JoJo answered. That's the reality of this.
taking him to Worlds?
Hop in the backpack, bro. We got
Someone
two
should tell
best
him
of
that it's
five.
actually in North America.
We're doing finals in the
I
Rockies.
don't
Yeah,
think
up
he's
there.
in
Yeah,
NA.
exactly. Yeah. I don't recognize that part.
So we'll see, because I like that you brought up, Emily, the fact that it took some kind of Herculean performances out of JoJo to get them through the lower bracket. But I think it also highlights how he'll need to continue to put up Herculean performances. That maybe the standard isn't gonna cut it.
Yeah.
What? Oh, go.
And I mean, listen, we haven't talked that much about Abadaga, but he's been performing so exceptionally well, basically from week through all the way through to now. He had one off week when they lost to Cloud9, but beyond that, he's been absolutely dominant. So the type of performance JoJo is putting up against other mid laners, I don't think is going to be possible against Abadaga.
That's kind of like the conversation. Hearing from players, specifically, there was like a Travis Gafford interview with Bjergsen where he was talking about the comparison of the two players and how he favors Abadaga recently. But Jojo Pion has just been so clutch in the last two series. The reference that you made in that one, and also in that Team Liquid series. If he wasn't playing the way he was playing, they would have lost that series. And so it's nice to be able to see that level of success from a player who is just so young in his rookie year.
Yeah, well, clearly we think that JoJo is going to be a key to success here for Evil Geniuses. Let's get some words from Vulcan Inspired, though, on the importance and the power of JoJo Peel.
Yeah, I think our team, I think EG kind of lives and dies by JoJo. As we could see in our C9 series, he was getting ganked and dying a lot, and we had a bit of a rough one there. And when he thrives and when he's feeling himself and outplaying people, we just play so well together, and we know how to play when he's fed, and we know how to play around him. So we rely on JoJo a lot.
Overall, I never seen a player like JoJo before, except Caps. When I was playing in EU, Caps was always the player that was doing a lot of fake confidence during the game, and everyone was scared of him because you never knew what he's planning to do. And I have very similar vibe with JoJo. Since I started playing with him after like 1 or 2 weeks already, I knew that he has something special with him. I think he has this skill that he's just on a different level than everyone else. He knows when he can pressure enemies, and he knows when he can test them, and he just brings so much aggression to the team, I think. And when there is no one that wants to make a mistake, JoJo will be the one to step up and make a play, and if he will make a mistake, he will learn from it. So I think that's a very, very good thing to have in a team.
And it's really cool to hear from both of them on their teammate. I know we talked about it previously, but watching JoJo, I believe in solo queue or like a highlight reel, EG had made one, and that was one of the reasons why Inspired actually ended up coming to EG in the beginning. Additionally, I think another thing that's really cool about this matchup is earlier on in the split, when everyone was hypercritical of Abadaga's laning, JoJo was actually the one who stepped up in an interview and said, no, I actually think Abadaga is one of my toughest opponents in the LCS. So I think these are two players that, at the very least, JoJo definitely respects him. And I'm really curious to see how that mid lane matchup ends up going because of that.
I think especially with the evolution in mid lane, it feels like a lot of the gameplay focuses around bot lane, and then like your solo lanes are kind of what ties your composition together. If you're going scaling, if you're doing one of those BS Seraphine comps where you slap a bunch of melees, they're BS, dude. Those things are cheese. But you have like the really close range, engage heavy mid laners when you start throwing down Sylas or you playing Azir, and like the flexibility that both these players have is critical.
I love that you mentioned those two picks because it feels like it's going to define the next two series. Because Abadaga's Azir has just been insane. Both of their Sylas has been really team fight winning. And so when you see these replays in which, and the Taliyah. I forgot about the Taliyah. they were behind gold in some of these games, and he was just winning them team fights through like multi-man flicks. And so it's these players' individual skill that is going to put them over the hurdle.
Now, I mean, absolutely. And I do think, again, when we talk about sometimes the criticism that Abidaga has gotten, also when 100 Thieves looks their best, he looks like he's playing at his absolute, kind of prime or pinnacle moment. Definite microscope on the mid lane for the matchup today. But now it is our pleasure to present a world record-setting player, your 2022 Summer Split regular season MVP, Inspired.
13K health, here comes the wall, gonna cut most of it off. Will you find your way in? Is Jojo been over the wall? Impact diving in as well. It's Inspired who claims it. Inspired still hanging around here in mid lane. Jensen using the first W, now R2. Follow-up coming in from Jojo as Evil Geniuses kill off Jensen. Inspired. Hot damn, this man's good at League of Legends. The Inspire gets a counter kill though quickly onto Jensen. Inspire coming back, he kills Jensen. The Zerker wants to cut him out. That was huge. Inspired 1v3. Sit the hell down. They might want to contest this. Inspired goes over the wall. Inspired with the smite and the steal. That's a knockout. That's going to be a dangerous spot for Lost. Rocket's going to land. Red Snipe doesn't do enough because here comes Inspired as well for the rest. Solo is ignited. And Solo, he heals. He needs the vital. He won't get it. He will drop. Inspired now coming out as Licorice just already charged forward with the Arctic Assault. Remember, this Sejuani build, it doesn't take flash, and he's got no way home. First blood into Inspired. Inspired, reset after reset, finding more and more to kill. In the rubble, the top lane turret, he does everything. Cloud9 has already turned into the start of a Drake. They're looking to burn it down, but it's stolen by Inspired. LEC MVP and NA champ for a reason.
Welcome everyone to the LCS final stage. I am so thrilled to be here with our LCS Summer 2022 MVP, Evil Geniuses jungler, Inspired. Congratulations on such an honor. In past interviews, you seem like you saw this coming, but what does it mean to you to be honored for your performance?
It feels even better than winning the first one in Europe, because now I'm the first one that won both in Europe and NA, the award of MVP, so it just feels extra great.
Yeah, this isn't the first time that you have heard the MVP chants when it comes to your career. You are the first and only player to earn this in 2 different regions, across multiple metas. What is it about your performance that allows you to find this success time and time again in such a fashion?
I think I'm just good at the game. I think I just know what am I supposed to do with the different champions in order to win the game, so I think that's why I usually do well. It doesn't matter what the meta is in the game, and yeah, I guess that's why it always looks pretty flashy.
That adaptability is so important. When it comes to telling your friends and family back in Poland and beyond, did anyone have any words to say?
I mean, my family supports me and they watch most of the games, so I guess they like that I have a lot of success.
Before I look a bit ahead to the match that you have today, because we do have a lot of fans in the audience here cheering you on, what words do you have for them and the way they have been encouraging you throughout the split and the year?
I mean, after the Houston finals, I noticed that we actually have so many fans. We made so many new fans there, and I hope people enjoy watching us play, and hopefully we'll give them a good show today as well.
And as fans, we're not entirely sure what to expect. Evil Geniuses undergoing some changes coming into this matchup. What do you think that we can expect for the matchup to come?
I mean, for sure, changing a player that we played with for the whole year, right now, right before the finals, is very weird or very different for the team because we had to adapt to playing with a new player. But I think we can still perform on the big stage and we can do well.
You've always been someone that's focused on the prep, readying yourself. Any insight into how the team is feeling overall, you and your teammates, into this matchup?
I think we are always confident, no matter who we play or when we play or where we play. We always feel confident as a team because we know we have what it takes to win.
You're no stranger to the stage, no stranger to winning. Congratulations again on your second MVP title, first one here in the LCS.
Thank you.
We have so much to celebrate here in the LCS. Let's send it back on over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, the Tigers, and what a deserved MVP award for Inspired. I cannot wait to see him step on stage today. Now the second of the EG players. We heard Vulcan say it in one of the promo pieces. Seems like we're being counted as underdogs yet again, but the result is going to be the same. They're promising it. They look strong, but he's going to have his work cut out for him today up against Closer. He might be the MVP, but Closer is a clutch player.
Absolutely the case. I mean, finals MVP from just last summer, Closer can absolutely pop off. He feels like that big moment player. We talk about those Lee Sin kicks against Team Liquid was absolutely huge. And so I'm really excited to see these two go at each other.
Yeah, I mean, I love how you kind of talked about it, the Lee Sin. He is the closer. He's somebody that if you get into a long series, he is going to find clutch moments in team fights. And even past that, just the early, I remember in Spring Split, how often he went top lane and just bullied Summit and other top laners and just got someday ahead.
Yeah, and speaking of that, I mean, right here, we're seeing Inspired dive top. That's the thing I'm the most curious about, actually, is what these two junglers are going to be doing early, especially with bot lane so up in the air. I'm super curious to see if Closer is actually going to go bot to try to target Kaori, especially with Bucio bringing up how aggressive and forward he likes to play in that lane.
Yeah, and even if you think back to a year and a half ago, or actually just a year ago when 100 Thieves won the Summer Split, that was Closer's MVP playoff performance. He's trying to do that again, and beyond just what he brings in game, I feel like Closer is just such a good, positive teammate, right? Yeah. He really understands what his team needs in and out of game, and I'm just such a huge fan.
We had to bring this up, obviously, because of the location that we're in the United Center, and Closer. We asked these questions much earlier in the split, by the way. No, not at all. We asked this well ahead of the split, and his answer for favorite athlete of all time, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. I know he also got a photo already outside there with number 23. Pretty special to be fighting for another LCS
also
championship
23 years old
on this stage. He's 23, turning 24 in a few days, or in like a couple weeks.
I mean, that's gotta be so cool for him, though. Probably growing up in Turkey, watching Michael Jordan play, not knowing that, in 10 years' time or whatever it is, that you're going to be in this arena where he played all the, in the 90s and stuff and dominating, and now you're going to have a chance to dominate in the same arena.
Legends were made here.
Yes, because he just always really loves the personality and just the mentality, actually. The Mamba mentality from Kobe, and specifically the winning mentality of Michael Jordan. And yes, finding success eventually and knowing that you'll get there. He's always just a very calm mental when it gets to the late game. And so that kind of plays into the team fights. I remember it was like last year, probably the same series you were talking about, when there was an insane Lee Sin kick, and he was telling his own team to shut up because they were cluttering comms and he wanted to focus. He's that type of player.
Gotta love it. He wants a championship, and he wants to get it done in Michael Jordan's house. All right, we're stepping away for a moment, but as we go, we're getting a closer look at Closer.
Closer look.
Playing in front of a filled-out stadium in Chicago is just insane to me. The second it got announced that it's gonna be in Chicago United Center, I immediately thought like, oh my God, like I have a chance to be in the arena that like Michael Jordan played and became a legend. He literally has a statue in front of the stadium. I can't wait to see that. I would say I'm a big Michael Jordan fan. I always look to take inspiration from successful people. Like I remember when I was in Golden Guardians, I lost a series against TSM. We 3-0'd them, and then they reverse swept us.
We're gonna find some bit more damage. Closes in danger. Gonna find a stun. Looks for a lantern. Cannot get out, and that might just be the play that closed the playoff loop.
They won 3-2 the very next time we played, and I remember like I was sad and I was thinking like Michael Jordan took like 5-6 years to win his first title. It's okay. I'll just keep going, and I know that one day I will win. And that day already came, and now I believe that I can win it again. I believe I can do it multiple times. So I already believe on myself.
100 Thieves have got control of the dragon now, though. Oh, Closer's done it again! Solo kicked into the back of the team! Abadaga on a killing spree as 100 Thieves. Closer again! He's diving on in! And 100 Thieves! They found the way! 100 Thieves!
United Center ahead of 100 Thieves versus Evil Geniuses. Plenty of hype in the crowd today. Lots of Cloud9 representation, the people awaiting an opponent for tomorrow. We'll see who comes out on top today. Let's start by talking about this 100 Thieves roster. We did some digging. We were kind of curious. Hey, these guys have been around together for a while, at least that main group of 5, but also a very specific trio, Emily.
Yeah, so the current roster has been together for 509 days.
Third longest.
Right, but we then have the core. And we saw a closer in that Golden Guardians uniform. The core of this roster, so this is just closer, FBI, and Huhi, have been together for 1,025 days as teammates. And they've talked about how this does actually really help with their roster synergy. And I just think it's cool because I want to laud 100 Thieves for sticking with this roster.
Well, and in some ways, Jad, it ties into what we heard from Closer in that Closer look, kind of when he was referencing Jordan, how long it took him to win a championship. These guys, they didn't find immediate success as a trio in the LCS, but they did stick together. They got invested in by 100 Thieves, and it's paying dividends.
And so much of it is in their personality. They've all united around overcoming adversity rather than just changing teammates as soon as something doesn't go well. Because Closer's had bad games. FBI had a terrible ending to their Golden Guardians run, right? But they've always been able to run it back again and again and try and get stronger.
Yeah, this is their third finals weekend in a row. They've made the last 2 finals. If they win today, that's 3 straight finals. So this team is starting to establish themselves as one of the dynasties in North America. They want to get more titles. People have talked about how you kind of need multiple titles to cement yourself as not just a flash in the pan. I think some of the EG players are talking about that as well. So it is something that they do care about, is trying to make these multiple title runs.
Yeah, I mean, people thought or at least Closer, and those players looked ridiculous when he was on Golden Guardian saying that they wanted to win a championship. Like, when you have that kind of mentality and you push yourself, you're going to get there eventually. And what ended up happening is if you're with the same players for a very long time, you see the game the same way, you become great team fighters. Like, these 3 individuals have just been really damn good. And we look at the team as a whole, of course, and it's just allotted for this kind of success.
Yeah, and I mean, I think another thing that was really cool is when we had Closer on the desk, he's kind of talking about internal team stuff, and they know each other well enough to leave each other alone if one of them has a bad game, you go, you blow off some steam, you come back, and then they can talk about it really constructively. And I just think that's something that you can really only do if you know each other that well, and it's a testament to how long they've been together and how much they enjoy playing together.
Yeah, and I also find it so interesting what we see from 100 Thieves on stage versus what we hear about 100 Thieves in scrims.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the other LCS teams don't think they're very good. And that's because in a lot of scrims, they're actually not. But I'd also say, so the average time of a scrim game is about 25 minutes.
Okay.
The average game of an LCS game is 34 minutes. So 100 Thieves actually excels in the area of the game where other teams are uncomfortable. You don't get practice against them late in the game, but they are so good in late game team fights that they're able to pull out so many wins.
It's that kind of thing that you're going to get over years of synergy, knowing exactly what people want to do to be able to win games, how to communicate the lane assignments that you should have, the kinds of things that you're talking about that go overlooked in scrims, proper rotations, prop and dragger and Baron setups. And then especially when things get messy, when it's like an Elder for Baron trade, and you're like, I played with this guy for 3 months. I don't know what he wants to do in this situation.
And so much of this is team fighting fundamentals, but look at the kills in this game, 11 to 11. I guarantee you scrim games have 20 kills by 15 minutes, not by 31. So they're hitting item breakpoints that other people just aren't as used to team fighting against. So the only way they have practice with this is because they have been together for the 1,000 days as a trio of jungle AD support.
And what's amazing is during these games, when we talk about oh, there are so many ways for them to stop the Lee Sin ulti, right? Or at least the Warthog kick. But then it just sometimes doesn't happen. And it's that level of comfort that you're talking about, where those players, like either Hansama in the previous series that we ended up seeing, or just any other 80 carry in this playoff run, if you're uncomfortable in the situation and the enemy team simply isn't, in this case it's 100 Thieves, who is going to win those fights?
Raz, you could have 15 summoner spells, but when it's closing time, you better get away from Closer because he will do you a dirty. All right, we've talked about how 100 Thieves looks when they are at their best and how they ultimately take games by extending into that period of time where other teams get uncomfortable and their ability to communicate and synergize reigns supreme. Let's flip to the other side of the script, though. Raz has got Evil Geniuses again with a little adjustment to the roster.
Yes.
What do we expect? How are they going to come out on top?
The funny thing is, I would still say team fighting.
Okay.
And skirmishing.
Okay.
When you listen to the players of 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Team Liquid, they all say the same thing. EG is just the best team fighting team. The problem is that they do it much earlier a lot of the times in the early game. It's that they'll take these skirmishes because JoJo is the type of player that wants to be moving early with Inspired. Vulcan will be basing early to be moving with the team as well. They'll oftentimes work with numbers advantage and catch teams off guard. When they got the 3-0 in the finals versus 100 Thieves in spring, a lot of it was off of 100 Thieves taking bad fights early where Evil Geniuses were confident.
That's 100% what they should be doing this game, too, given what we're expecting out of Kaori early on, taking things more like the Draven, like the Kalista. If you can get bot lane pressure, get to Dragon first, or make the move up to first Rift Herald, force 100 Thieves to come into you, and then, like we're saying, avoid those moments 35 minutes in where 100 Thieves definitely has the advantage.
So 35 minutes, just run away from 100 Thieves. Try and go anywhere else on the map.
If the game hits 35 on the clock, you just...
We're 1-3-1-ing for forever. We talk about...
average EG scrim is probably like 15.
Probably.
Yeah.
We talk about the clutch factor of Closer. I do think it's worth re-mentioning a point that Emily brought up earlier. The clutch factor of JoJo, specifically in this postseason, you know, it was some Herculean performances to bring his team across the line in some of those best of fives. And one more time, a reminder that this is our spring finals, a rematch, okay?
Yeah,
so, again, there shouldn't really be too much conversation around can these players handle the pressure, right? They've been in this situation before. But Raz, I do think you have a point about for 100 Thieves getting into that finals match and the opportunity to hoist a trophy in front of a live crowd, seeing those 100 Thieves jerseys in the stands, that's going to mean that extra bit more.
Exactly, but that's why I'm going to take it from the EG's perspective.
Okay.
Evil Geniuses, the team, the fans out there. I was out in FanFest, and some of the fans that were in Houston during that moment are here right now. And that's why when Busio said 3-0, 100 Thieves, you heard a boo. And I think a lot of people here still have faith in Evil Geniuses. Am I right? I don't know.
I don't know, buddy.
I don't know,
I see some 100 Thieves sign on screen.
Oh, we're already seeing
They
100 Thieves,
keep picking out 100 Thieves people when it comes to the cameras. Well, Raz, you talked about giving the fans a reason to either cheer or boo. I think we should do just that by moving into predictions. Just over 5 minutes to go until we kick off this series. Let's start with those of us here on the desk. Emily, I'm coming to you first here. You're the first one on the chopping block. What's it going to be, 100 Thieves or EG?
So, you know, when I was in Houston, right, I was wearing, I think, this exact same outfit. And I was like, oh, man, EG are so good at this, and they're so good at that. And I'm predicting 100 Thieves.
Boom.
And so I'm doing the same thing.
I was like, is this going to be the mix-up or no?
This is finally, it's finally going to be it. 100 Thieves
I went 100 Thieves 3-1. I think 100 Thieves have been getting a lot of like weird criticism for a team that's still like they I think set a personal record for how well they did in the regular season, and they only ended one game behind EG. I am relying on just this roster and how well they do know each other, how good their late game team fighting is, and that is why I'm giving them the edge, despite the fact that I will not be surprised if EG win, even with having to make the last minute roster change.
An edge, but not a shutout. Raz, what are you thinking?
I've said this multiple times before, so I don't even need to copy.
Well, we know that's true, sir.
Yeah, you said that.
We know that. We know that's true.
So maybe they will also agree with another 100 Thieves 3-1.
Oh, all right.
Another one.
You're also going to get
I'll buy you a house.
I see.
Can we get back to the NA greater than EU guy? Flip your sign upside down if you disagree with Raz, but if you agree, keep it the way it is.
Yeah. And so for me, I mean, 100 Thieves right now has just been a really strong team. Even when they were going up against Cloud9, I felt like they were having a lot of winning positions and still like throwing it. Everyone will remember game one when Jensen had that amazing base race. Oh, well, not even a base race, just a back door.
Back door.
Yep.
You can call it that. We went straight through the front door, but either way,
Y'all left your house unlocked.
Yes. Don't do that.
13% damage Oriana taking it.
That's hilarious. Anyways, yes. So I feel like 100 Thieves are still a really strong team that a lot of people respect. People expect them to be in the finals. I also feel the same.
All right, Mark.
So I was in the Uber over here with my producer, and I actually changed my prediction. I hope it made it onto the group. Yeah.
Wait, did the producer convince you?
No, as I was talking to myself out loud, I actually swapped to EG 3-2.
Whoa.
I don't know if it's going to show on this graph. It is there. There we go.
All right, Explain yourself.
So what I convinced myself as I was in there was thinking about how much turmoil that team must have been going through last weekend when they were going up against TSM and Team Liquid, and to fight through multiple 5-game series. In the TSM game, I was casting it. I ramped up into like this team has already won. It's just about ending the game. And EG fought back from that position and kind of shut me up very quickly. And I think that took an enormous amount of grit from a large number of veterans, a very hungry young rookie player in JoJo who is not ready to give up. And I think that it's kind of a disservice to the other 4 members to think that their entire identity is kind of hinged on Danny. And we talk about how Kaori stepping in is a really good player. So I think with a good week of scrims, hoping they had that, they can take the series.
I agree with everything you said, but remember, the crucial point was versus TSM. that was the crucial take.
I have some questions for the desk.
Okay.
What was EG's record during the regular season?
15-3.
That's a good record, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, this is a rematch. What was the series score the last time they played?
3-0.
So why change anything?
No
No
way.
way. No shot.
No
Why
shot.
Oh, wow.
What the hell?
Why not?
Where's that coming from?
That's what happened last time.
All right.
So listen,
I gotta be honest.
Danny was not performing at a high level. Kaori is a good player, and those other 4 players that went 15-3 that swept the weekend 6-0. You heard Vulcan say they're in exactly the same situation. They 6-0'd last time.
3-0?
You know,
Why is it so crazy?
I've been in this
Wow.
job for nearly a decade alongside you, Jat, and I thought I would never get surprised by a Jat prediction ever again. And you found a way.
Look at these guys.
Today, sir, let's take a look at some predictions from those in the community. Wow.
a lot of 100 Thieves.
Lots of faith in the 100 Thieves squad here, but everything ranging from 3-0 to 3-2. Let's see what the rest of the talent squad had to say about this series. I believe the 4 of you...
Hobie joins us.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Latigris, all right.
We'll go down together.
All right.
No 1-3-0.
Well, you're the 3-0. I can,
I
I
was
can
waiting
bow out.
for
You
the
can't bow out.
Flowers EG 3-0 because
Yeah.
that was his prediction last time.
Yeah, well,
And he
Flowers
was the only one that got
only
it right.
predicts 3-0s.
He always goes ham.
Yeah, he will
I
only
appreciate
predict
that.
3-0s, which I love. Wow, I'm
Any
still
3-0
a little bit beside myself.
Any
because of what
3-0
just
is
happened over
crazy.
there.
Yeah.
There's been no 3-0s all playoffs long. It'd be insane.
Also, you're betting
Yeah.
The
against the
environment
entire...
changes. These things go one way hard.
The active crowd, I will say, does seem to make series swingier in some sense. When you have the roar of the crowd behind you, how you react to that can make something more explosive one way or the other.
Woo. Here we are. We're at the
Already
United
getting there.
Center. I can feel it. I can feel the vibrations. 25 seconds to go till we kick off championship weekend. There's plenty of hype in the house. We got fans on both sides of the matchup. Evil Geniuses are defending champions, counted out too many times, and 100 Thieves looking to get it done in front of a live crowd. With 5 seconds left to go, Chicago, let's kick off our championship weekend. to championship weekend. It's time for us now. Please make some noise. Join me in welcoming the biggest names in LCS history. First up, the man who ushered in the era of North American talent that not only competed at the highest level, but shaped it. It's two-time LCS champion, the Zach God, Meteos! He made a name for himself with the five-man gnarl that shocked worlds. Welcome in the three-time LCS champion, four-time All-Pro, and 2017 Finals MVP, Hanser! And with nearly a decade of pro play experience, a reputation that precedes him, the highest IQ in the game, the notorious POV, three-time LCS champion, Bobelter. And now, a four-time LCS champion who competed on some of the strongest rosters in LCS history. He's one of NA's most legendary supports. It's Biofrost. Securing a pentakill in his very first professional match. Next up, it's the four-time LCS champion, the ADC with the flash and the greatest smile in LCS history, Wild Turtle. And now, a cornerstone of Cloud9 history and bug catcher extraordinaire with 7 straight Worlds appearances under his belt. Please welcome two-time LCS champion, Sneaky! Now, please join me in welcoming the shot caller heard round the world, two-time LCS champion and maker of miracle runs, the pros pro who goes pro to pro, it's High! An iconic staple of his role, this man didn't just hold down the top lane. He knocked you out if you ever misstepped. Give it up for three-time LCS champion, Dyrus! Jungler not only dominated the league, but gave hope to NA against the best teams in the world. 6-time LCS champion, 2-time MSI finalist, Xmithy! And finally, two players who hold a staggering 14 LCS titles between them, who defined and ran the LCS for a generation. They need no introduction, but they deserve one all the same. Please welcome two of the greatest LCS players of all time. It's Bjergsen and Double Left. Incredible 43 trophies are shared between those 10 players. The LCS was built on the shoulders of champions like these. But today, 2 teams fight for their place in tomorrow's final versus Cloud9. Please welcome the lower bracket kings, returning LCS champions, Evil Geniuses! In the top lane, it's Impact. In the jungle, Inspire. The man in the mid lane, it's JoJo. Slotting in at 80 carry, it's Cowrie. And in the support position, give it up for Vulcan! Battling against them today are the 2021 Summer Champions, hungry to claim their second title. It's 100 Thieves! Top lane, give it up for Someday! In the jungle, it's Closer! Slotting in the mid lane, give it up for Abadaga! The marksman on the team, FBI! And rounding out the roster in support, let's hear it for Hoo-Hee! Once again, Chicago, let's hear it for Evil Geniuses and 100 Thieves!
Any player that calls himself a superstar should probably change their perspective. Right now, the greatest of all time in NA, you could argue it's like Doublelift, Bjergsen. I would argue that I am. But obviously people won't believe it until I show them. So that's what I'm gonna focus on doing.
If you are what you say you are, a superstar, then have no fear. The camera's here and the microphones, and they wanna know. The return.
Winning the second trophy would just show that Spring wasn't a fluke. We dominated everyone, but if you go like in 3 years and look back at it, you just see this one EG banner next to TL and C9 and 100 Thieves banners, then you'll be like, okay, this wasn't really that big of a deal. But if you win the second one, then there's, we proved that we're the real deal.
Yeah, a fresh, cool young Luke, trying to catch his microphone, check 212. Wanna believe my own hype, but it's too untrue. The world brought me to my knees, what if you brung you? Did you improve on the design, did you do something new? Where your name in on the guest list, who brung you? You.
Last split, it just sucked seeing EG celebrate in front of you lifting the trophy. They literally won 3-0 against us in the LCS Finals. I think it doesn't get any worse than that. Ever since the moment we lost to them, I was waiting for this moment to come. We played best of 1 against them. When we won, I did not care. I just wanted to wait till the big stage and knock them off.
And you better wear your shades. The spotlights here can burn holes through the stage. Down through the basement, past the Indian graves where the dinosaurs
trying to make a big play.
I have a target on my back personally from closer because of my interview answer I did right after winning in spring, where I said that he was trash and he should talk a little bit less.
You guys couldn't talk shit before the game. Now you just use that time to trash talk someone. I just think it's weak, and I'll make them pay.
Like the governor called and he told him to wait. Unstrap him from the chair and put him back in his cage.
Closer in the back line, decimates.
There was a lot of negative comments from a lot of people. A lot of doubters saying that C9 was not going to make Worlds. Beating EG and 100 Thieves, for me, it was not really about beating them. It was sort of just about beating the people that doubted me.
The audience ain't phased, and they ain't gon' clap, and they ain't gon' praise. They want
Fudge is on!
back that they paid.
Fudge is gonna deal with them!
See the lights get dim.
From fifth seed to final boss!
A superstar.
The Cloud9 era has returned!
The crowd is here.
Losing to Cloud9 in the upper bracket does not change anything. They woke us up. They did us a favor.
Closer doesn't seem to be able to handle the stage pressure. So how is he going to be able to handle Chicago? I think that we're players that play even better under more pressure. 100 Thieves seem like a team that play worse under pressure. So Chicago will be free.
I have a chance to be in the arena that Michael Jordan played and became a legend. He literally has a statue in front of the stadium. I can't wait to see that. Michael Jordan took like 5-6 years to win his first title. It's okay. I'll just keep going, and I know that I can win it again. I believe I can do it multiple times. So I already believe on myself.
What you say you are a superstar.
If I have to beat every single team before someone will even say that I'm the best top lane in the league, then that's what I'm gonna do.
With our recent performance, we've kind of been written off, and people assume that we'll go down to other teams, I'm sure. And if we make finals, I'm sure people will expect that C9 will beat us. And so somehow we've made it to being underdogs again. We'll just be in the exact same position we were in spring, and I just know it'll end the same way.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chicago! Oh, it feels so good. These are the moments I live for, to be with a live audience full of people who share our passion for League of Legends.
Oh my God, man. The atmosphere in here is absolutely insane. The welcome of all the LCS legends walking out was crazy. The teams coming out looked like they were all business, marching straight to the stage.
It was shaking the floor of the caster stand here when people were erupting for the legends of old and the teams playing in front of us here today. We got to hear from all of them leading up into this, and it seems like everybody is voraciously hungry for this trophy.
All business from these teams on stage.
I'm so ready to get into it. I'm so ready for game number 1 between these two. EG, returning champions, but with a substitute AD carry. 100 Thieves with a bone to pick after losing 3-0 in the previous final.
Yeah, this is one of the most hyped semifinals that we could possibly have. A semifinals of champions. These are the two most recent winners of the LCS going head-to-head. A rematch of spring.
It's going to be so exciting, man. And I think there's a lot to prove for both teams. You know, Abbedagga wanting to prove that he is the best mid in the LCS right now. You know, JoJo being first team All-Pro. Abbedagga not even making it into the top 3. Really felt that he was snubbed. And he has been on fire in playoffs, you know, really looking strong. So it's going to be so exciting watching this mid lane.
I actually love the way the stage is orchestrated as well. You're staring down the guys you have to beat. At the same time, you're staring down the trophy that you're playing for. If that's not enough to light a fire under you, nothing is. This is the showdown they've all been waiting for. This is that stage where you can prove you're number one.
Absolutely. When you're talking about proving yourself, what an opportunity for Cowrie. Coming in here, slotting in for Danny. Imagine if he can have that kind of weekend that Danny had in Texas. If you can have that pop-off performance, you're going to make so many fans for yourself. You're going to prove that you are LCS caliber, that you are ready for the big stage.
You've got a giant billboard here to put your advertisement on to prove that you should be a starting LCS AD carry. Let's see what he's got.
And I'm so excited to see the prep that the teams have done for this as well. They know what they're coming into. They know who they're up against. We've got to see some interesting approaches and change-ups to the way things were played. I'm really excited to see what they're going to focus. We saw last weekend a focus onto Danny in the bottom lane that was coming out from TL, right? It seemed like they had located that spot on Evil Geniuses they wanted to target. Is Cowrie going to be a similar target here, being the new element in Evil Geniuses?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a big question, right? Are people going to be banning him out? Are they going to just ignore him and say, hey, you're not a threat to us. We're going to focus our bans elsewhere on the map. Jojo Pyun has been a monster for EG throughout playoffs. I think that him and Vulcan are the two best performing players for EG right now. And they may get additional focus during this big ban.
Okay, so we're starting off. It's Silas, Sejuani, Callista, and Seraphine banned away. Vi, last ban of the first half.
Zarya's got to show up here, especially with the Vi ban being one of the big counters with that lockdown for the Zeri. They would love to first pick it here.
Yuumi banned out now too. 100 Thieves, first pick. What is it going to be? Azir instantly locked in for Abaddon.
This does mean that Lulu Zeri is a possibility for EG on the other side. You kind of have to expect that could be the response. But the first ban phase going so quick for both these teams, clearly having a strong plan of what they want to do coming into game one.
Yep. Love it. Banning out the Silas 2 against Jojo, one of the biggest champions that he has used in that matchup. And we'll see for Evil Geniuses. Which bottom lane are they going to prioritize?
Now that's a lock-in.
And this is one of the changes you get when you get Cowrie in instead of Danny. It is more kill-oriented, aggressive bottom lanes. With this change in AD carry, it is a new look for Evil Geniuses.
Absolutely. Danny had been more about these scaling picks. Cowrie had been comfortable to go to the aggressive options. Nami going to be the obvious pairing here. We have to see what is their synergy like on that bot side.
Well, it's responded to with an instant Senna Tom Kench. Both these teams know what they're going for in game one.
FBI and Huyi were some of the earliest adopters of this pairing. Used it so successfully throughout the history of this 100 Thieves team.
And now I'm really interested to see, are they going to match mid lane picks here, or is there going to be some difference in the draft? Jojo has the ability to counter pick mid right now, and then have fifth pick for jungler for top lane.
And I think they will have to take an aggressive look at that mid lane matchup because 100 Thieves are already showing, hey, we have the possibilities, even in the first 3 picks of this draft, to outscale you.
Exactly. Senna with the infinite range scaling, Azir becoming a late game monster, Evil Geniuses locking in the trundle for themselves in the jungle position, a very powerful pick in the current state of the game. Wukong's going to get banned out, and I expect we're going to see jungle focus here in the second phase of the bans from EG. Mid-focus from 100 Thieves, and there it is, Talia banned away from Jojo.
So probably like a Poppy follow-up ban here from Evil Geniuses to keep on targeting that. But it's Closer!
It's Closer, man. You gotta respect it.
You never want to get kicked by Closer in playoffs, and they ban it away.
His Lee Sin games have been so good in playoffs. You think back to last year, though, it was all about the Viego for him. Has really kind of fallen out of meta quite a bit. Could just go for Poppy for that playmaking. Would help to shut down things like that Lucian over on the side. But of course, Inspired already has the Trundle, so he's going to be comfortable if the Poppy does get grabbed up. And now we have to see where they're going to go with their pick. Who is actually being saved for fifth pick? I'm assuming it's going to be Impact, and you just grab your mid lane right here.
Exactly. They've already seen the enemy mid laner. I would expect them to lock in their response now. Only Talia was banned in the second half in terms of the mid lane pool, so that means plenty of options still open. They'll think this one through for a while and settle on the Victor.
Yeah, with the nerfs to Corki, Victor slots in as the other scaling mid lane AP threat with the range of your laser to be able to farm fairly safely. And here is that no-brainer Poppy that we mentioned earlier for 100 Thieves. Since Lee Sin was banned instead, that's going to be that one that slots in. Aatrox has been blind picked all of playoffs.
Yep. Comfortable with that one. Evil Geniuses. Ornn has been a very powerful pick as well. It was one that TSM used to take EG to 5 games.
Absolutely, but with the Aatrox in, Someday's fine playing into this Ornn if that is going to be the lock here. And it will get locked in, so it is going to be impact on the tank here, but he will be playing into the Aatrox, something that Someday will be very happy to have into that tank matchup.
So we should have a discrepancy in sides of the map that each of these teams are very powerful on early on in the game then. EG with the Lucian Nami on bottom side, trying to get as much damage and chunk out this Tahm Kench, see if he can whittle down on his resources. Meanwhile, top side, Someday Aatrox should have priority there for 100 Thieves.
And at the same time, both of these mid lanes are going to be pretty comfortable farming out early, neither of them having a bunch of CC or a ton of kill pressure by themselves.
And the way that JoJo has always played this matchup is really aggressively, always looking for constant trades with the Victor. So I want to see how spicy he can actually make mid lane.
Absolutely. For me, it's all eyes on the EG bot lane for game number 1. This is a different look for EG as a team, going for Lucian Nami, hyper aggressive, and also how will Kaori respond to the pressure of this stage. If he can have a really strong game 1 and EG can get out to a series lead, that builds you the confidence you need to go forward in this series.
Not just the confidence of having a strong game 1, but on this pick that is so heaven or hell, so feast or famine with Lucian and Nami, to come out and make a statement like that in this first game, in this first huge Chicago arena, that would set the pace that they're looking for, and that is exactly what they want. Let's go, Chicago! It's time for some semifinals!
I also just love that they started out even in the very first pick and ban. They're like, you know what? We respect playoffs closers so much. We're banning Lee Sin instead of Poppy, the meta choice.
And I feel like that's been a theme we've seen throughout LCS playoffs. People are making their opponents respect their picks. The Bjergsen, Zilean, the closer, Lee Sin, these types of picks you have got to watch out for.
These players know each other so well since they've battled each other so frequently. Again, this is a rematch of our spring finals. See who's going to get the better of them this time around.
Spring finals that were a 3-0, as has been every final that 100 Thieves participated in, for better or for worse. They love a 3-0 in their favor here, but they're going to have to earn it. All eyes, like you said a moment ago, Isaac, on this bottom lane. Lucian Nami versus Senna Kench. I'm expecting them to play it aggro. First strike on Kaori's Lucian, and they're already trading here as Huhi and FBI were set up in the brush.
It's also interesting to note that the Kaori and Vulcan are playing a much more defensive summoner setup here. This is not an Ignite on the Nami.
No.
It is Cleanse Heal. They are really getting pushed back here early on. Nice trade, though, onto FBI, chunking him down heavily.
Exactly what they want to do. Win out on those early trades. Keep that pressure on. Hit level 2 first by any means necessary. But right now, it's 100 Thieves with control over the wave and 100 Thieves commanding the push.
And 100 Thieves are actually playing this really well, even though it looks like FBI is soaking a lot of damage here. What you kind of want to do in Tahm Kench Senna lane is make use of all the regeneration that you have. These constant heals being spammed out by the Senna. You can see FBI and Huhi, they take control of the wave really early. They get the harassment super early onto the Evil Geniuses bottom lane. And again, since you are Senna and you're starting with the support item, you get the 2 health potions in inventory to only the 1 of the Lucian.
Exactly, and it looked like he was also even playing Biscuit, so really heavily prioritizing that sustain in this early lane phase. They know if the 100 Thieves bot lane can be ahead early, if they can play even stable in this lane, it's going to be really good things for them going forward.
And both of our junglers currently on the bottom side of the map. They'll both be entering into this bottom river around the same time. Closer, just walking through mid now. He'll head back up across the map.
Yeah, and note that they've warded both entrances to mid lane here. Really, really important. They're protecting JoJo early on. We heard early in the video from multiple Evil Geniuses players, we live and die by JoJo.
Oh, but look at Closer wrapping around.
Okay, JoJo's gonna get shoved. Abadaga jumps in. The flash already coming out from JoJo. He gets back to safety, but now Abadaga may be in trouble. He's gonna get flashed on. The chomp, but no kill either way.
At the end of the day, it's 2 flashes out of EG for just the 1 from 100 Thieves. So 100 Thieves going to be happy about that gank.
And now they want to push out the mid lane. JoJo's got very little mana here, so going to be teleports from both mid laners, flashes from both mid laners. Closer now going to be the victor here, as this Poppy has flash cooldown still available. He can go for another repeat gank, flash on him, and look for the first blood.
We'll have to see what kind of a buy JoJo can get here, because his recall is later. He has more farm when he's going back to base, and Inspired now pressuring on this bot side, trying to escort FBI out of there.
FBI gets back. He's going to stand his ground underneath the tier 1 turret. They don't have the firepower to go for a dive this early, so EG backs away and crashes the wave.
Yeah, and they successfully deny more minions on the tower while also softening up the first turret plate for themselves. The Lucian Nami trying to push back here very, very heavy.
Oh, Root comes down. Abyssal Voyage goes in. He having to jump back, but the bubble is out! 100 Thieves! They keep their support alive, but it's getting dicey. Cowrie, no mana, 200 HP, back in mid lane. Now we got a problem. JoJo will drop first blood of Abadaga.
It was the flash from Closer. Closer's flash advantage in the mid-jungle fight there was the difference maker. He returns for the repeat gank, and he does not miss.
That second gank meaning so much more, and now no TP on JoJo. He's gonna miss at least a full wave here. That is rough. All of that will be denied. At least Inspired's gonna pick up some of this gold here, but JoJo will be pretty far down off this.
It is so impactful. Every single individual play just echoed by the crowd.
Oh, impact! He flashes away and avoids being solo killed, but Someday taken over in the 1v1.
Oh, that was getting dicey. Impact thought he could actually catch Someday with the Searing Charge and knock up there, just barely in tower range, but when you miss, it does not work out. And here it is again, Closer on the wraparound. JoJo, I think, is gonna get flashed over the wall and just stunned. He spots him over the wall. Brilliant gank there from Closer early on in game number 1.
Always repeat ganks on the flashless lanes. Really good coordination from the 100 Thieves mid lane jungle duo as well.
Abadaga is off to the races on this Azir. This champion, so powerful with a good start. The scaling, the ability to make plays.
And now we're gonna have to see, can EG's bottom lane here bait something, right? You wanna play a little bit dumb, so you walk in and see if you can get Tahm Kench to W in, get a little bit aggressive, then Inspired could punish. If not, Inspired is just looking for the counter gank and help keep him safe.
Exactly, right here, you're trying to bait the W from Huhi. You want the Tahm Kench to think they've got an opening.
Cowrie dashes. Huhi's at about 40% though. Hard to feel confident going in with the health bar that low. Inspired still patiently waiting, finally deciding to start the recall.
That was the push and pull with, is he going to use the Tahm Kench W on this rooted Nami? You take the skill shot from FBI, from the Senna, so you self-root yourself. Inspired thought Huhi was going to follow it up, but he does not take the bait.
It's also worth noting how much vision 100 Thieves have. It's just this line of vision in this bottom side river. They have 3 wards right there. They have a pink right here as well covering them. So a lot of coverage on that bottom side for FBI and Huhi. They know that this will be a focal point on the map, and they need to keep their bot lane safe.
Cowrie doing a good job, proper target selection. Huhi's thrown up with the bubble, that means FBI is vulnerable. He's always going for the damage, exactly what we wanted to see out of this matchup.
Yeah, you're seeing a little bit of why on live the Electrocute Nami interaction was nerfed. Full advantage there from this Evil Genius's bottom lane. But the CS has bounced right back for Huhi on the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, he's farming it out very, very well. JoJo also here pretty close to even with Abadaga despite the missed wave off of that early gank.
I mean, we've had the 1 kill here in mid lane in the first 7.5 minutes, and just off the back of that 1 kill, the other bonuses built through CS leads, through pushing advantages. It's over a 1,000 gold lead for 100 Thieves as a team.
Something to keep an eye on too for the next possible move is that whenever you have a spellbook top laner like Ornn, you have to watch for these windows where he's got his Ignite, and you can look for level 6 combos. If Inspired goes there, you know, Trundle getting level 6, plus they've got the Ignite spellbook there for Ornn. That could be a surprise possible play with Rift Herald coming onto the top side of the map.
So how is this bottom lane gonna need to be ahead. How far ahead did they need to be with Lucian and Nami for this to feel good? Because right now, it's not looking like too huge of a lead. Tom Kench is farming just fine.
Yeah, I mean, they're dead even right now. I think you're really happy if you're on the 100 Thieves side. I would say it's not a huge amount of pressure to get everything done right now. It's more about that one item spike, but they are looking topside with this Spellbook Ignite.
Let's see if they can find an impact with the knockup. Inspired coming in, but the World Ender has been popped. There goes the pillar. Chase comes through. One more hit, and Impact got the kill. Closer shows up, but it's a little too little, a little too late. Or is it? Goes for the ulti, buying a little bit more time. Impact put it away. Abadaga is ready to shuffle them, and that should be another kill for the 100 Thieves mid laner.
It takes a while to take down Ornn, but they get it in the
Oh my goodness! They had to give it away to Closer, and now the punish comes in. Cowrie's ready to pick it up. Cowrie's about to get another, and Cowrie gets himself a double!
EG strike back on the top side. Impact lived so long. They wanted Abadaga to have that kill, and EG punished them big time on the rope.
They underestimated Warden's mail plus the shield. Too much defense from Impact. They actually just took too long. And Evil Geniuses now. JoJo under attack again at tower, but has flash as well as the rest of the team will take care of the objective. That was the surprise play I was looking for with the Spellbook smite timing for Impact though, and EG pull off the play in time.
And you were asking Flowers, what kind of position does Lucian need to be in? How about 2 kills?
How about
and they
this one?
gave him the Herald. He can get solo gold on the Herald Crash here as well. That's going to accelerate him so quickly into this game.
What a massive turnaround for Evil Geniuses there. Let's take another look at how it started with this play from Impact.
Okay, so again, they're trying to coordinate. Level 6 Trundle with the Spellbook Ignite here for Impact. He baits a trade with Someday. Someday close enough to the wall there on the spike to get the knockup, and then ultimate into Pillar. Inspired, or Impact there, able to finish it off. And once Closer gets there, there's no more damage that he can actually finish up on Impact. It's about delaying him for Abadaga to arrive.
Yeah.
But then they think he's got it in just a couple more autos here for the Azir, but Impact is able to sustain with the regeneration plus the Warden's Field Doran's combination.
Yeah, absolutely. And Abadaga used all his soldiers there. So he actually used all 3 soldiers, then queued. And when Impact gets out of range of them, it's taking these little pitiful auto attacks, just barely able to do any damage to him. The EG bot lane on a very early roam up towards topside. They were looking for a Herald play. They punished big time.
And now Inspired looks to start up the Drake here for himself. He knows he has control over the bottom lane. His duo down there can rotate up and help him out. Closer is nearby, but Evil Geniuses are staying on this. There is a control ward in the pit from 100 Thieves. They're aware of what's going on. Closer tried to make the ejection, but it doesn't work. Now he's ready to engage, but he takes a ton of damage. Inspired's in trouble, and he has to try to get away. They'll continue retreating. Impact's made his way down on the flank, but 100 Thieves push forward. EG retreats. Nobody dies.
They commit both top laners here, and 100 Thieves will retain their 1,000 gold lead over Evil Geniuses, but the Evil Geniuses do pick up that dragon in time and escape without anyone dying.
And Closer, he had to go for the ejection there because his smite wasn't quite up when they were actually going. He couldn't go for a 50-50 play on that smite.
And it even got down to 96 health. I saw it. Almost there with the attempt of the shield auto, but not quite enough as Evil Geniuses are able to pull it off.
And now we've got the swap to the top side from the bottom lane of Evil Geniuses. Cowrie and Vulcan going to show up here. Inspired also coming around as Impact will use his ulti to clear the wave and stop the backs, desyncing the lane swap from the opposing side.
It's kind of the next evolution. We saw a lot of Jinx players doing that throughout this year, just using the Jinx ult constantly to actually delay recalls, ruin your opponent's tempo, and now Impact saying, hey, it's actually worth spending my ult as well. And if you look down towards bot lane, it's Huhi trying to run out as fast as possible, but that could be a play going Impact's way. 160 gold for an ultimate, not a bad trade.
Pretty good deal. Pretty good deal indeed. Evil Geniuses still have a bit of a gold gap to close versus the Thieves, but at one point it was 1.2, 1.3K, now shrank down to 800, not including the value of that first Drake, which was the Hex Tech, so that's 9 ability haste, 9 attack speed per champion. Very, very effective. We're starting to see first big items come online here. Mythic completed for Someday. along with the Imperial Mandate of Vulcan. Those are our first 2 mythic items. And Isaac, that leads into what you were talking about, saying, hey, it's all about that first big spike with Lucian and Nami. Well, there's the thing to enable the Lucian damage.
Absolutely. You get that early mandate, you get the Gale Force in first, plus he has lethality on top. That is going to be a very threatening one-item spike.
One of the things to look for with that Lucian, though, is how difficult it will be for the Lucian to play around this Poppy W frontline and the extra range from Azir and Senna. Both of these champions, the carries 400 Thieves will outrange him, so you have to be very quick and precise with your positioning here on the Lucian for those fights.
Absolutely, and it's also going to make the ultimate even that much more important. You've got to get a really high value culling. Oh, that's a very far back summit. They're going to have to try to get Shelly right up immediately if they want to be able to get plates.
Well, they're using the culling to try to create some space, push 100 Thieves back, but Shelly's a long, long way from home, and they got to try to get it. This is an escort quest, gentlemen, and Shelly has been yeeted right back from whence she came.
Red Rover, send Shelly right over. See if she can get there and try number 2. Are they just delaying the inevitable with that ultimate?
Here we go. They're trying to buy enough time to not get the plates. There's 5 seconds. They're going to get Shelly in there with 3 to spare.
That's huge. Getting that charge off just barely in time. Nice attempt from 100 Thieves. The Poppy ultimate just barely not buying enough time.
Never known Shelly to lose a race. She makes it happen. Plenty of time to spare.
Got her walking boots on.
You know it. Now, back up in the top side, it's Someday still commanding control over this 1v1 matchup. FTX Total Gold on the left side of your screen. Cowrie still the big winner of the early game, thanks to the double kill up in the top lane that they were able to get in retaliation to the scrap that went down up there. But it's still a global 1,000 lead for 100 Thieves, and I feel like it's been this way for almost 8 minutes now.
Certainly has, and we'll see about so much focus and pressure being on the shoulders of this new EG Academy promotion here for Cowrie. You know, he's at the top of the gold ladder, as you saw on the FTX gold meter there. And again, a lot of this pressure is going to be on this power spike. Gale Force is done, as well as the mandate for Vulcan. There's tremendous burst damage and potential there.
Absolutely, and you talk about how your execution has to be perfect when you're playing up against Poppy, Azir, Senna, all these champions. One misstep, that gold lead can be for nothing.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to see him be really clean in these next fights. I do expect EG to show up to the second dragon on spawn and look to scrap.
And that's exactly what I'm looking at. 45 seconds until that next Drake spawns. It is an Infernal, desirable for pretty much every champion in the game to just have that little bit of extra damage, be able to have that much stronger of a burst when you find somebody. So we'll see who can get there first. So many times these Drake fights come down to whoever is able to get there first, have the priority, have the setup to set the trap for your opponents.
All right, Dragon arriving, 20 seconds. Mid lane fight in 20 seconds leading up to Dragon is trying to build some advantage and cooldowns here, but you see everybody has flashes available, everybody saving everything for this one.
And it looks like EG are just going to pull second Herald, so it could be 100 Thieves trading Dragon on the bottom side. Yeah. Both teams have visions on opposite sides of the map. You look at all these wards up on the top side there for EG, and down on the bottom side, it's all blue wards.
And if you're 100 Thieves, this means that your opponents are not able to create a Drake stacking win condition early against you. You've got Senna, you've got Azir. You're feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, they want to open up the map by pushing down these towers a lot quicker here. So it is worth it for Evil Geniuses to make this choice. Teleport for 100 Thieves, though. They want to block both plays.
Okay, 100 Thieves, let's see if he can do it. Who he's going to try to deal with the Herald here. The charge alone will not be able to eliminate the turret.
One of the big advantages of having the Senna Tahm Kench bottom lane is that you get that teleport on your Tahm Kench. So even though EG opt to take the Herald for the early tower pushing power, it's 100 Thieves that are getting the advantage.
100 Thieves will deny Evil Geniuses from getting a turret off of that at least immediately. Cowrie's still going to be up there. 100 Thieves are trying to push the mid lane tier 1 in retaliation. Impact does a good job buffering through that route from Senna to still be able to get himself some distance.
Look at Someday. He's trying to wrap around potentially here on Cowrie, who's out of mana, and rightfully does back it up here. You would not be able to scrap with Someday at this point.
Alrighty, boys. Where is our next big fight going to be now that we've traded these objectives? Do you think both teams are still comfortable farming out for the next 4 minutes for that next Drake? Or is it time to look for some of these picks? Is it time to try to get a little bit more aggressive?
Yeah, I think they'll be able to overload on the top turret first to be able to just knock that thing over. It's almost about to die anyways, but there probably should not be a full-blown fight exploding on it. So it probably will be a little bit more calm unless we get one of these big surprise picks, you know, calling down the Ornn with the Ornn ultimate, Nami ultimate. Very, very long range on both of these. And if you can catch somebody lazy in a rotation, then maybe you get a little bit more excitement earlier.
It's also worth tracking the fact that it's actually Spellbook Exhaust now ready there for impact. That's a big game changer in these team fights. And Someday able to force it out immediately, so that's really good for 100 Thieves.
But it's a 2v2.
Could have just been a bait. Impact making him think he was ready to chase as Inspired shows up first. Abadaga buys time, but not enough. Impact gets the kill on Someday, and Abadaga is about to drop next. JoJo picks up the 5th kill of the game for the Evil Geniuses, and the fight rages in mid lane. Now Cowrie's gonna be shut down, and 100 Thieves get one back.
Oh, it's a side lane pick, but now Vulcan trying to keep Huhi around. He lands the bubble.
Oh, Huhi getting stuck, has to flash away from the gravity field. He'll survive. 2-for-1 trade across the board.
Yeah, overall, really good for EG. They're going to be able to get some more vision up on this top side, potentially push for that tier 1 top tower. But that being said, getting the shutdown on Cowrie there, really nice as well. And that was 100 Thieves winning out in that 2v2 skirmish.
I'm glad we got it because it was more exciting. It doesn't change the state of the game a whole lot here. It's a little bit of gold is traded back and a couple of summoner spells, though, with the teleports from both mid laners being expended to cover that one. And you saw Abadaga, as soon as that arrival on the Azir immediately went down. JoJo does have his flash back and available, and he's trying to delay the take of this mid tower as long as possible, because once the mid tower falls, that's when the ward line here for 100 Thieves starts to move and encroach on your territory.
Absolutely, we can see it one more time here, the early exhaust, and then I really like the timing on the ultimate here from Impact. He pops the ulti late enough, knowing he's going to be able to actually hit both people, and Huhi here just blocking the culling for the Azir to arrive. The ulti connects, though, on both 100 Thieves member. They go in with the flash, finish off Someday, and then JoJo arrives, and it's all about the chase down.
Yeah, and he's in range to be able to get his ult off, plus the laser Q combination. So full Victor combination unloaded there, chasing down the enemy mid laner. It's all because Inspired was the first jungler, so you got the first numbers advantage there for EG in the play.
That's what I'm talking about. Being first to the scene matters so much in so many of these fights. You mentioned JoJo keeping that mid turret alive. It is hanging on by just a sliver now for Evil Geniuses.
And that's why we're highlighting the ward lines here. So that's what leads up to the people in side lanes getting picked off like that. And the remnants of the towers here holding strong.
All right, gentlemen, it's 1 minute until Drake number 3. There is no soul stacking win condition early on for either team. Each one has secured a single Drake so far. 100 Thieves looking to shove down mid. They only need 1 or 2 auto attacks on this turret to kill it. Anyway, there's 1, there's 2 turrets out of the way.
It's also worth checking in on FBI here. 93 souls on the Senna is requesting 20 minutes. That is a very quick pace. He's looking really, really good, stacking that up. It's going to be so much more AD as well as the range there on the Senna.
It is very noticeable as the teleport comes in to defend this top turret.
Okay, 100 Thieves, they can't quite knock down both remaining outer tier 1s.
But it is very noticeable when you see things like, you know, in the last 2 minutes, we had Impact just being in range of the Senna. For the Senna to be able to farm stacks off you of souls in downtime like that can really add up. So, especially if you are one of these frontline members, the Trundle, the Ornn, have to be cognizant of your positioning if you're just giving over some free trades like that.
All right, well, we've got about 3 seconds until that Drake spawns. Worth noting, Impact level 13. He has evolved his Mythic and completed his second item with the Frozen Heart. And now, he's going to lead the charge as Evil Geniuses look to make a play but weren't able to find anything. 100 Thieves disengaging from that one. Cost FBI his flash.
Exactly, they get that flash down, so now FBI could be in a little bit more trouble if they want to scrap for this. EG trying to play heavy for mid prio here, and then use that to get into the river, but it's just Someday actually marking that wave, and everyone else from 100 Thieves on the side.
Okay, Impact disengaging again. Closer losing about 40% HP.
They've got the vision advantage for 100 Thieves, and again, the range advantage here. Senna getting a big chunk down. Kaori goes in, but has to dash immediately here and pop the culling.
All right, let's see how they jockey for position around this river here. It's 100 Thieves taking control over the immediate area around the Drake. Closer charges up the ulti. Not going to execute on that one. It means he gets a cooldown refund. Huhi continuing to walk away. He's the only one in danger. Can't be focusing the Kench. EG still trying to move up as Abadaga zones everybody away here with the soldiers. Someday was positioned on a flank, but Evil Geniuses managed to sniff that out. They'll make him retreat a little bit further back. Now EG still engaged in a bit of a 4v4. Someday trying to wrap back around, but Inspired again will mark the Aatrox. 100 Thieves have the Drake down below half. They're going to keep the aggro here, but the DPS is slow. It resets very slightly. Abadaga eating a little bit of damage. Ornhorn goes off again, but then they disengage him. Impact can no longer front line. Someday maintaining aggro on the Drake, and Impact walks it right back in. But can he find his way back into the fight? Someday wants to get away, but Cowrie finds him anyway. 100 Thieves go on the run, and EG get the Drake, who he's going to retreat with an abyssal dive over the wall as who he flashes out. And the soldiers try to defend the Emperor. FBI's under target next. He'll be killed. 3 down. EG find everybody!
Evil Geniuses won the frontline health bar war, and they win the entire fight! Dragon will get picked up there in the aftermath, and they take the 100 Thieves down!
The patience shown here by both these teams was absolutely incredible, but Closer is slowly getting poked down. The Ornn ulti comes back up again, and it's the instant engage.
And with the Ornn getting knocked out, the jungle's still here, so Inspired is still threatening this steal, and look at this Victor ult. It's just damaging, chunking down all of 100 Thieves. So they win the frontline health bar with Closer low, and Someday getting Trundle ulted and Cowrie going in on him.
Cowrie gets super aggressive there, dashing in, taking down Someday, and then the chase is just on, piling through here. The knock up there against the wall, perfect by Impact, knocking up multiple 100 Thieves members who are trying to retreat to the Zazir Tower, but it's too little, too late. EG looking great in this first game.
What big stuff from their Academy AD carry. Called up in unforeseen circumstances to the LCS Semifinals, and he steps up in a huge way for the team. Massive stuff from the Lucian.
Look at those damage charts. It's the Lucian, it's the Victor getting it done. Nami Wave not gonna find FBI there. Vulcan just going fishing, not hitting anything. But Evil Geniuses now command a 2,000 gold lead. Evil Geniuses now have more Drakes, and Evil Geniuses are the ones in the driver's seat.
And this is how Evil Geniuses want the team fights to play out. They're the ones with the Trundle. They want to work through the front line first.
All right, calling goes down. FBI eating a whole lot of pain. Someday and Huhi thrown up into the air. Inspired leading the charge. Closer's gonna have to disengage now too. Everybody from 100 Thieves gets away, but EG handily win the fight.
And it could be a move towards Baron for vision control potentially here, because Impact, has them there, and Vulcan knows they've been chunked out, so he can move up towards the top side, pops the sweeper, trying to clear out vision and maintain Baron control, and that's gonna start getting scary in these next couple minutes for 100 Thieves.
Yeah. All right. Even draws out Abadaga's teleport here. So you can tell for the next few minutes, 100 Thieves are going to have to continue seeding areas of this map. Now they have no teleport for their Azir, so it's only Someday that can deal with the side waves.
So you're saying they're going to have to continue conceding areas. They're going to have to continue conceding vision. What is the play here for 100 Thieves? It looks like the play is maybe rush Baron.
Yeah, I mean, the EG are split pushing right now. They're trying to get JoJo's teleport. The Victor is using it.
Baron's down to 40%. 100 Thieves are going to get caught in a pincer attack. Impact coming around from the top side. They find a knockup. They find the CC. They find 100 Thieves. Evil Geniuses tears them apart.
Vulcan hits the bubble.
Oh my God, that bubble. EG collapsed from both sides. 100 Thieves have been kind of checkmated there because they were down teleports. EG says, we'll split you out. 100 Thieves make the call to draw them into a fight, but it's a fight they cannot win. EG going off. They will get the Baron, and they'll extend this gold lead to nearly 5,000.
Impact walked in from the other side, and they lost sight of Vulcan. Vulcan nails this bubble onto Abadage. The Azir gets annihilated instantly from the team fight.
I think Inspired was just goofing around there, seeing how long he could hit the Baron, waiting to buy more time for the buff.
Exactly. He's even just buying time so they have the Baron buff for as long as possible. They know this could be their window to actually explode the game open here. And here it is one more time. EG are pushing on both sides. 100 Thieves don't have TPs to match. They say, we're just going to go for it, but then it's the bubble from Vulcan.
Exactly. Impact walks in. They all turn their eyes towards the Ornn. but Amadaga's got Baron auto attacks on him, and this bubble from Nami, boom, hits him. The Azir gets knocked up, Impact chains it, he never gets to move again.
And on the side, it was Cowrie and Inspired chasing down FBI, who had been sectioned off from the team. This pincer attack from EG, so incredibly well done.
So both carries instantly dealt with from the side of EG.
We have always talked about evil geniuses and their ability to find the right angles and the right plays, and now they're doing it again. Who he should die here. 5v4 on the map. Baron for 2 minutes on evil geniuses. They're going for the throat.
They're just pushing down. We see the Impact still in bot lane, but he has TP. He can TP on a minion. They could try to end right now if they want to.
Let's see it, evil geniuses. What's the call? The Baron up wave is reinforced now by the next one joining. Let's see, Cowrie steps forward, FBI, chunked out again, fires off the ulti. They're not gonna find Cowrie, he lives.
Oh, from behind, that's gonna be both summoner spells burned from him. And he might think twice about the aggressive play next time. Regardless, Evil Genius still got one inhibitor down. They'll have that pressure, and they can retreat over to the Dragon. Should be able to pick that up in time. This will put them to Dragon Soul Point.
And they're gonna have so much gold to actually spend up here, but it is getting a little bit scary there. Someone's got to come in and take it up for Cowrie. Definitely don't want to be dying to the Dragon on the LCS stage.
The great thing about the Dragon damage is it's predictable.
Yeah, no burst, no Mr.
surprises.
When the blood is pumping, maybe you can't do that math.
Well, hey, we've got a 7,500 gold lead, an 11 kill lead, and like you just said, the soul point for EG. The entirety of Summoner's Rift is in the palm of their hands. All they have to do is close this one out.
And just think about what this means for the series overall and for the playoffs overall. So many people's predictions were predicated on this being so disruptive to Evil Geniuses, having to bring in a different AD carry and integrate them into this team and this operation that they've had successfully for all of the split. And it looks like in game number one, it has been a flawless integration.
Absolutely. You have to think this builds an incredible amount of confidence for EG and for Cowrie. And you have to wonder, for game two, does this change the pick ban strategy for 100 Thieves? Are they now having to be concerned about Lucian Nami? Are they having to worry about these early game comps in a way that they normally wouldn't against EG?
Exactly. That's where it really comes in, I think, is this is such a deviation from the way that EG would otherwise play. All of a sudden, that curveball is looking like it's going to strike you out, as Evil Geniuses are looking for their second Tier 3 turret and second inhibitor of the game. The Baron buff has expired, so the waves will not be as durable as they previously were. They can't just hard force this.
One thing that's difficult for this EG comp is hitting tower, and we talked about kind of the range discrepancies here. So without the Baron buff, the push is kind of difficult unless they threaten that all-in dive. With the Nami and Ornn ultimates, those can take up a bunch of space.
Inspired's knocked away. Let's see if they can get anything else. No! Closer is instantly killed. Someday's on the front line, but he's all alone. JoJo's going on a rampage. Huhi stuck in the front against everybody. Cowrie zoned away by Abadaga. 100 Thieves lose 2 men.
EG with the killer instinct again here. Make the snap call to take the fight. They take down Closer, they take down Someday, and now Supers are in the base here, and they're chipping away at this tower. Every time rapid fire cannon's up, they're going forward, knocking it down lower and lower and lower, and now the second inhibitor will fall.
Yep, there's no front line left for 100 Thieves, so EG go right into the base.
Evil Geniuses looking to end it right here. Huhi should be death number 1. There he goes. Thick skin. It ain't thick enough. First turret down. 1 remaining here at the Nexus. But we do have the revivals coming up here in a moment. Someday's just about to respawn, so EG are not going to risk it. They'll back away, reset, and then come back to finish the job.
And they've got a lot of gold to spend here, about 2,400 in pocket for Cowrie. Can go back and spend that up. 1,000 gold there on JoJo, 1,000 gold or so was on Inspired and Impact, who's already back in base. So they're really looking to just maximize power right now. You go back, you buy your potions, you get every little bit of value out of that gold you can. There's the IE complete now for Cowrie. That is a huge spike.
And remember, the gold lead is more than it looks because the Ornn items are online for everybody except Vulcan. Divine Sunder is improved, Leandry's improved, Gale Force improved. All of these things have that about extra 1,000 gold each worth of stats. So it really feels more about like a 15,000 gold lead when we consider Drake's and Ornn upgrade.
Yeah, I mean, you've even got the Medjais at 16 stacks here for JoJo on the Victor as well. So They are going to come back to finish the job. Only one inhibitor left up, so easy choice for Evil Geniuses.
There's so much pressure now on Abadaga to be that damage dealer, but that's going to be really tough. The Anathema's chains are going to be strapped onto him. They know he is the big threat, so as long as he is marked.
There it goes. Impact's ready to fire off the ulti. Culling's ready to go now. TP may just be able to approach from the flank, and here comes Someday. He'll be zoned out, but they shut down Cowrie. 100 Thieves find the pick they need to stop this push, but can they get anything else? EG retreats in time.
That's massive, though. Buying time, every little bit of time you can buy for yourself here is huge. And now Cowrie is going to be dead. He will be respawning before the dragon comes up, but it's only going to be that 10-second window. So maybe 100 Thieves can get out on the map, push out these waves, try to establish some vision to potentially contest the soul.
Also, won't have any summoner spells on any of the EG carries
they're just going
here.
for Baron. They're just flipping it.
They're all burned. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves have all of their carry summoner spells available.
And I think if you're 100 Thieves, you gotta go for something crazy now. It's not the point in the game where you can sit back and take small leads. You gotta full send it, you gotta throw that Hail Mary, and that looks like what they're going for. EG, 4v5, trying to stop him. They know who he's back defending the base, so it will not work.
Ouch, sorry, didn't mean to. As soon as they arrive, have to pull off immediately because you know Dragon Soul is about to come up. Looks like Evil Geniuses, even with the cost of that rotation and the tempt onto Baron, that's enough of a window. That will be Soul claimed.
Absolutely. I mean, that's basically what 100 Thieves spent their tempo on, was that Baron attempt. Instead of pushing out the waves, getting vision around Dragon to try to contest his soul, they say, maybe we can sneak a Baron. But when you go over to that and you get stopped, it's a free soul now for EG, 8,000 gold. You add in the ornaments, you add in the value of that soul. They are monstrously ahead here.
It is a massive task ahead of 100 Thieves to try to survive this. It'll take nothing short of a miracle to weather the storm. They found Cowrie last time. He's back alive now. Broken stopwatch, so at least he won't have that to protect him. But with this Ocean Soul, anything that's not an insta-kill will be healed off very easily.
Here they come, pushing down mid lane first. That is where the first respawn inhibitor is. The easier target here will be undefended.
And now you think about playmakers from 100 Thieves' side. Can Closer find that key ejection? Can Abadaga find a massive ultimate? It's these types of plays that are the only things really now that can make the difference.
I wonder if they could just push in and retreat to Baron to draw 100 Thieves over to them and have an easier setup for their fight.
And it looks like that's the call. EG starting up the Baron here already. 100 Thieves walking up. Nami ulti already used. Closer channeling the ulti, trying to see if he can eject anybody. There he goes, gets rid of the 80 carry.
Go now.
That means they're gonna go. Closer jumps in, but he almost immediately dies. Evil Geniuses now looking to fight back a little bit more. Inspired with a kill. They've already got one. EG looking to get more. Jojo here in the stasis. Who he's still looking for him. Inspired, hunting Abadaga as Cowrie jumps right back away from Someday. And Huhi will finally die now. Someday goes next. And that's it. The clean ace to win the game.
EG have done it. They go off in game number 1. Cowrie's Lucian, 9-2-7. How's that for your LCS debut?
It changes the game here. Evil Geniuses will take game number 1.
And they'll do it in style. 4-22 for the defending champ. Up 1-0.
Huge ramifications for the series overall here in game number 1.
It's going to be so interesting now going into game 2. 100 Thieves with side selection. What will the pivots be? Game 1 was going to be such a temperature test here for this series.
Yeah.
How is Cowrie performing? Does he look confident? Is he going to be able to stand up to 100 Thieves bot lane? What kind of picks is he going to bring out? These are all questions that we have now answered. Emphatically, he played amazing on this aggressive pick here. They're able to utilize it to really get ahead early, and it looked great.
And the biggest thing for me was not just the specific plays that he pulls off, but the confidence with which he does so. We are in a giant stadium here in Chicago, live LCS Semifinals, and it is loud. He was so confident the whole time, playing aggressively on the edge there.
And the thing that I'm looking at for 100 Thieves, when we think of 100 Thieves in their biggest, baddest moments, we think of closer setting up plays and making those, and I felt like he couldn't get there with the Poppy. We never saw any of those huge moments, and I think we saw exactly why the Lee Sin was banned, even though it's lower on the tier list. They're dialed in to what they need to be banning, what they need to be focusing on, and now it'll be up to 100 Thieves to find the way to respond. But for now, let's head on over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. Vulcan said it. He said, somehow we're considered the underdogs. But I promise you, the result will be the same this time around. Haters be damned, doubters be damned. Jat, so far he's keeping his promise.
Absolutely. EG has a lot of motivation, and the pressure is off despite being the defending champions who did 3-0 them last final.
Woo! We started out on a blistering pace, and we're also very lucky to have Dyrus joining us here to break down Game 1. Dyrus, it's so good to see you, my friend. It's been quite some time.
I'm glad after 7 years of not playing, stage fright is still a thing.
Still a thing?
Yeah.
All right, don't worry. We're here with you.
I could tell you exactly
And this whole crowd
why.
is behind you.
Oh, thank you. You guys are far too kind.
But as you just mentioned, this is a position you've been in before, right? And for some of these players, you know, they're coming up against a live crowd and the jitters that you mentioned and having to kind of, you know, wind their way through those Game 1 mistakes. When you recall back to your very first finals on stage, what did that feel like?
Only problem I had with semis is we almost lost to Dignitas, and Amazing made a god play and we won. The other semis, I MVP'd it. So
there it is.
The semis are kind of easy for me, I'm not gonna lie.
Gotta love it.
It's the
Gotta love it.
that got me.
Did you feel like there was stage fright in this game?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I only know 4 of those players on stage. And the one player I know that won't have stage fright is Impact.
He always seems to perform in the playoffs. Now, when we were backstage watching the game together, you mentioned that in listening to the pre-show, you had heard Jat say 3-0. And based on conversations that you'd had with some other people, you were like, well, that's got to be a 3-0 prediction for 100 Thieves. And here is EG coming out and swinging, landing the first punch, pushing themselves to 1-0 in the series.
The entire game, it felt like EG was just controlling everything. They just were not afraid at all. Even if 100 Thieves seems like they're, you know, the better team, it really didn't show in the skirmishes, and EG came to play well. 100 Thieves are a little scared, it feels like.
I mean, Someday went 0-6-0. I'd say he had the biggest struggles. Closer actually had a few uncharacteristic errors as well, not landing his ultimate at one of the first dragons. And then this play by Abadaga was good in theory, but they just take way too long to kill Impact. Abadaga whiffs his Q right there, which baits them and buys enough time for Cowrie to get his first 2 kills. And I think it was off to the races after that. That's getting rid of the stage fight when you get your first 2 kills kind of handed to you.
He looked way too long.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was big because before that, like, hey, the closer ganked through mid lane, and also just the earlier skirmishes that were happening, the stuff to the dive that was happening bot lane, it looked good for 100 Thieves, but yeah, the top lane dive, fight that happened, that worked really well for Evil Geniuses. This fight happened, that looked really gay for EG. At least Senna and Tom Kent were able to get a kill on Cowrie in the mid lane while that was happening, but it just kept working in favor of Evil Geniuses, and this was their best fight.
The Victor ult.
Yeah, Victor ult did so much damage here. You were saying how that could be almost the stage fright doing it because you're way too focused on the dragon with these stakes happening. But like this type of team fighting is what EG has been doing all year long. They take the 50-50 fights and they turn them into 80-20 fights in the favor of themselves.
It's crazy because that fight lasted so long, like it was just so indecisive, and I feel like I'm just looking in a mirror.
Oh, Lord. You sell yourself short, but like it's interesting because the one person that I felt like in this fight that showcased extreme confidence, you can talk about Evil Geniuses, but I expected to see a little bit of stage fright from Cowrie. But he recognized Someday was tanking a lot of the Drake, flashed over the wall to finish him off. He was really on point this game. You could see it. in how he was playing, especially in this fight with the rest of Evil Geniuses.
Good job.
And Jad, we've already had essentially one of our questions answered very early on in the series, which was how would EG choose to play with Kaori in the lineup? They go to the Lucian Nami and they succeed.
Absolutely. They're just putting him on things that he's comfortable with, and then the more flexible players who've been playing all year are succeeding around him. Impact on Ornn, JoJo on the Victor, but the 35,000 damage out of the Lucian means he's just slotted in perfectly, and the team is able to play to enable an AD carry. They've done this before.
And here's the other thing I'll call out though, Jack, because when we were talking about where 100 Thieves thrives, we had mentioned crossing that 30-minute mark and that the team fighting would start to go their way. Dyrus backstage, you brought up the idea of which of these teams actually outscales, because there are reasons to kind of vote on either side, but I think most people would look at Lucian and go, okay, at some point he's going to get beat, but that's not the way the Kaori was playing.
Honestly, everyone was saying how close it was, and I, like, even though I haven't played, I could see Trundle goes into Tom Kench. I didn't even know Tom Kench was AD, like, that's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're wishing that was in your era. You could have played Tom Kent with a centipede in you.
1 versus 2 meta is not fun. At least these guys get to play.
That's very true, very, very true. Here we have the answer to a question that we're always asking following a loss. Will the team opt to switch sides or stick to their guns? 100 Thieves with side selection. Raz, they're going to stick to blue side here.
I think that's smart. I think the picks that they were going for were fine. I like the Azir first pick. The one question that was solved after game 1 was actually how, you know, what is Kaori going to play? What is the bot lane meta going to look for, for them? So the fact that they insta-locked Lucian Nami in 1-2 meant that they still wanted to play very similar games that 100 Thieves wants to play. So I think that if you're 100 Thieves, I would still stick to a Azir first pick, but maybe look for different answers on the bot side of the map.
I had asked the question top of show, is 100 Thieves going to try and target Kaori in Champion Select or let him do his thing? We'll see if they choose to adjust here as we head towards game number 2. Now, while we are one step closer to crowning our LCS champion, we have another honor to award. In spring, we sent a call to all the incredible cosplayers in our community, and now it is a pleasure to introduce the 5 finalists of the State Farm Cosplay Contest.
I'm Leo Naka. I am cosplaying as Dragon Sorceress Zyra.
My name is Maker Fishmeal, and I'm cosplaying Debonair Leona.
I'm Sarah.
And I'm David.
And we are a Flaming Moon cosplay. We have brought you Sona, Maven of the Strings.
Hi, we're Valve Cosplay. I'm Vicky, and this is Brian. And we were so excited to put together Project Zaya and Recon for you.
My name is Matthew Harden from MH Cosplay Designs. I am cosplaying as Dark Star Mordekaiser.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LCS stage. You have been introduced to our finalists for the State Farm Cosplay Contest, and now it is time for us to announce the results. All right, everybody ready? First up, the fan favorite winner, voted by the community across socials, walking away with an additional $500. We have MH Cosplay Design in Dark Star Mordekaiser. Now, in third place, walking away with $1,000, we have, once again, MH Cosplay Design in Dark Star Mordekaiser. Getting down to the wire. Time for our second place, winner of $2,500. We have a Maker Fishmeal and Debonair Leona. And when it is all said and done, there is only one final winner, going home with $5,000 and the title as our State Farm Cosplay Contest winner here today, and a round ticket to the Worlds, Leonaka in Dragon Sorceress Zyra. Congratulations. You are already bearing the weight of wings, but I will give you one thing more to hold and cherish just for you. And of course, to everyone that participated today, such beautiful work, such wonderful artistry that we have all enjoyed. And here on the LCS, there is so much more to enjoy in the future. Evil Genius is walking away with game number 1. We have to find out if 100 Thieves can bring it back. Let's find out after the break.
Upgrade your shimmery slippers to keep sparkling.
Hey, Ash, what's your plan?
A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm. But these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
It's a turnaround takedown in this Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. In this assist, Blabber and Fudge go full beast mode on Wukong and Kennen to bring this team fight back for Cloud9.
A stopwatch buys 2.5, but is there a kill? No, Blabber's going to live an important stopwatch then. The knockout comes through, follows, Sivir is down, and Cloud is going to fall with them. This is the sort of pride that gets you in those big moments, allows you to take down giants. As the LCS invades Chicago for our final celebration, we are partnering with 3 local charities to help give back to our host city. Please help out by donating to any of these amazing organizations, which in turn will earn you an exclusive prestige edition of the 2022 Summer LCS Trophy Icon. The Chicago Parks Foundation works to build stronger communities to support and conserve the city's parks. Youth Guidance creates school-based programs to enable children to overcome obstacles and focus on education. And Intentional Sports is building professional-level facilities, education, and wellness close to close the opportunity gap. Donators will receive these icons the week after finals.
Got to get some league facilities in there. Get these people trained up.
Yeah.
Trade them up, let's go. You could be up here on stage trying to make decisions for 100 Thieves and what they're going to change moving into game number 2.
And there's going to have to be a lot of change, my friends. 4-22, the final score. Over a 10,000 gold difference when the Nexus fell. 4 Drakes to 1. Evil Geniuses dominated game 1.
Absolutely. 100 Thieves back on blue here once again. Will the bans change up? Will the first pick is here, be lower prio? That's kind of what I'm looking for out the gate.
We got Sejuani banned, Callista banned. Both of these are repeat bans from game number 1. I'm curious what else is going to change specifically from 100 Thieves.
I think they should ban the Sylas still. Sylas, I thought, was a very good ban versus JoJo. He's been massive on this champion, and the mid lane is something that you really do have to worry about in this matchup.
The Vi getting banned out, but they're at least thinking a lot more about these bans. You remember in game 1, the first 3 bans from both teams was instantaneous.
Yeah, and one of them was Sylas. If it's not number 3 here, 400 Thieves, that's going to leave a hole for JoJo.
Well, the third one was Vi, so they decided they wanted to run back these 2 at least. But will that Seraphine also a repeat ban? 4 out of 4 so far were banned in game number 1.
It makes me think that Sylas isn't going to get banned, that they're going to change that up, and they're using this time to discuss what, in fact, they will ban with this last one. But we'll find out. They're really going down to the wire here, and it is the Lucian.
Oh.
So they are mixing it up. They feel that the Lucian was the problem.
So much respect for the new AD carry on the block, man.
But as Kobe said, this does leave Sylas potentially open here for JoJo, which would be really interesting. You want to be able to punish these bans when they are dropped, right? You want to be able to make your opponents question their moves in pick ban every single time.
And they actually pitched jungle even further with the Wukong ban here as well. More leveled at closer. Last time around, taking the Lee Sin as well from him. But I think this actually reduces the value of the early pick Azir because Sylas is a good matchup into it. We've seen it all across the world picked into it.
Well, the Azir is at least hovered here early on. Also, just for fun facts and for completionism, Wukong was banned in game number 1, but not until the second half. So, of all of these champions, only the Lucian is newly added to that roster, as Abbedagga will run it back on Azir.
And this is where we got Lucian Nami slammed down. You would be normally saying, hey, Zeri Lulu is available, Yuumi is available as well, actually, this time around. So they could go Zeri Yuumi. Yuumi rarely makes it through pick ban these days, and this would be a very different style for EG. This would be towards scaling, but I think they're grabbing Yuumi here. I don't think you let it go back around to the 100 Thieves side.
It's a match made in heaven. It's the scaling bottom lane. It has dominated so heavily on this patch. Imagine coming in as the Academy AD carry for Evil Geniuses and determining a lot of this pick ban.
Absolutely, but they're not grabbing the Yuumi just yet. Zeri is grabbed up, Poppy is grabbed up. They may think 100 Thieves doesn't have a pairing that they would want to take the Yuumi with.
I would think that 100 Thieves would pick the Sivir for FBI, though. It's been such a good team fighting AD carry for them. Scales right alongside that Azir. Has huge wave control as well. You can rotate them over.
Interesting. I'm so curious now to see, is EG just happier on the Lulu side of the matchup? Lulu, we have seen at times, able to bully the lane, create more of an advantage, so maybe they're happier on the Lulu side, and it does look like that is the case. This also affords them the early Poppy pick. You can ban out something like a Trundle and a Lee now, and really try to push closer down again.
Yeah, so it's that expected AD carry trade, though. The Sivir for the Lulu, snapped up there by FBI, by 100 Thieves, and it's going to be very similar pick ban to last time. Yeah. But jungle is going to be a high priority for the bans for 100 Thieves here.
Okay.
Continue to whittle down on those closer champions. If last game is any indicator, EG are going to ban his Lee Sin as well.
I think it makes a lot of sense, and it's going to be a very different style for EG, even though we're seeing a lot of the same kind of trades and bans and whatnot. It is going to be EG playing more this scaling bot lane. They don't have the pressure on them to necessarily create a massive advantage like they did last time.
And with the focus on the roles being the same as it was in the draft from game 1, 100 Thieves now have the opportunity to ban Sylas anyway. They still get to take it away from Evil Geniuses. I'm assuming they were predicting that EG would not have that early prio on mid.
Do they follow it up with a Victor ban then? Because JoJo performed quite well in the matchup as well as in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. That could be something that they could look towards. We have seen other answers into the Azir, some of the more aggressive ones like the Yone, the Akali, things like this. But not sure if it's going to be the option here. And with that Ornn ban, it does lead me to believe that they are going to go JoJo's pick here on 4. I was thinking there was potential for them to just blind Ornn on 4 because they were happy playing it in the Aatrox anyway, and it worked so well for them.
Yeah.
But instead, they're going to ban it out. They're likely going to go mid on 4, top on 5. And I'm excited to see what the answers will be.
Oh, okay. So they're going to lock the Aatrox in blind, and they're going to save JoJo's pick for last in the draft.
It makes it feel like it's a conditional pick, right?
Yeah.
He's saying, okay, I need to see the full team comp before I know if this is actually going to work here. So I'm really curious to see what they are actually considering.
It also says, hey, someday, throw down the counter pick, the Fiora, and someday says, yes, I'm up to the challenge. There is such a huge rivalry between Impact and Someday. At the top of the top laner rankings for the LCS for so long between these two, talking about the other one is overrated, I can take him down. Now he's throwing down the Fiora.
And it's so exciting because we saw Fudge play against both these top laners and be able to answer them with these types of counter picks.
Yeah.
It was such a big part of C9's wins against these teams, and now we get the Akali, the aggressive answer here. Really, really exciting stuff. Some early games and mid game with EG solos, and they have late game secured through bot.
So each solo lane gets a counter pick here. 100 Thieves with their faith in Someday. Someday, who was close to their MVP for the whole split. So many huge performances from him to get them to this position. And in the semifinals here, they're putting their faith in him once again. The counter pick Fiora. Meanwhile, JoJo, the Akali counter into the Azir. Look for the level 6 execution.
So the one we haven't talked about, closer is on Xin Zhao, and I love this. This is a champion that you can really take over the game with. You can get involved early. You can stay involved often. You transition from an early game fighter to a late game distraction. You can create so much space with the ulti, open up the fight to allow that Azir and allow that Sivir to have some free firing time. I'm really, really looking at Closer to show up here in game 2.
Absolutely, he's going to have to, and there's going to be pressure on him to enable Someday on this Fiora to really make it happen. It is EG versus 100 Thieves. New picks, same matchup. EG already up 1-0 in the series. They're looking so dominant, and 100 Thieves tied up in game 2.
Alrighty, game number 2, locked and reloaded as 100 Thieves need to strike back against an EG that made it look easy in game number 1.
And I'll expect jungle attention to look towards top lane. The top lane is the most volatile of all of the matchups in this entire game. Fiora can literally run circles around Aatrox. If you get her a lead, she will smash the matchup. Because of the Q, such low cooldown there, you can easily dodge Aatrox. And the sweet spots from Aatrox are so easily seen, you can almost always get your riposte on either that or the chain.
This is so interesting. I've never seen this. Impact is going so early game with his runes. Not only is he going Grasp, which is really atypical, he's even going Scorch. He's going Second Wind. So this is like all about, he thinks, I need to win the early game in this matchup, and he's going all in on runes to do it.
Exactly, and that's how much importance really does hinge on that top lane snowball there. And we'll see Xin Zhao, Closer, is starting on red camp. We'll be pathing up towards that top lane. So I expect an early gank from him to put some pressure over there. Meanwhile, Inspired could do any sort of red camp clear here. Raptors into red. It could be a level 3 Poppy and a level 3 Xin showing up.
It's going to be really interesting, but bot lane getting really scrappy early. Ignite already down.
FBI's at 100 HP. The last Q there from Cowrie doesn't connect. It wouldn't have killed him, but it could have set up a flash play.
But this does mean the sustain advantage will go 100 Thieves' way. Lulu has the shield, but Yuumi can slowly heal FBI up here.
Yeah.
Cowrie took a lot of damage there, did spend his potion, and it is a longsword start for FBI, so he has longsword 3-pot, and he has biscuits, and it's just the call and 1 potion on the other side.
And they also have the heal and the exhaust on the Yuumi. There was never actually a threat on FBI to kill him there. We could have had summoners traded, but the power of that Yuumi defensively, having that extra combat summoner can go so long as well.
Someday doing a good job pushing there with the Fiora. He also saw, and the ward used from Impact, Trinket Ward in the side lane brush there, calling it out to his team. Closer with the sweeper though, looking bottom.
Yeah, and this would be so big. Cowrie already low, Vulcan low as well. He's hugging the wall so he can dash over, and Closer is spotted. So they did have a pink ward start there. I didn't actually catch who started the pink ward to cover that, but it does mean they are going to be safe. Now going to have to play it pretty close to the tower though without that vision.
Ooh, nice riposte there from Someday. And that's what this matchup is all about, right? That's why Fiora is so good into Aatrox. Everything is telegraphed. He gives you a marker. Press W now.
Exactly. The riposts are very easy. Also, the Q movement is so easy and useful in these combat patterns. Meanwhile, in the mid lane here, Jojo on the Akali is playing the weak side of the early part of the matchup. Akali trying to get to that level 6. You're trying to scale without taking too much damage to put yourself in a vulnerable position. Get as many CS as you possibly can in the early stages, and he's actually doing a very good job with the wave pushing towards him.
And something we saw there is really important in this matchup from Impact, how he's using the dash not just straight towards the Fiora, but on an angle to actually get out of the riposte line. Because even then, if you hit with the sweet spot, if the riposte does not connect with you, you will not get stunned up. So using these kind of different angles on how you attack is really important. And also critical to actually be resetting the vitals when they are on an easy side for him to hit. And Impact is holding this wave here because Poppy's moving up towards top lane, but he is very low.
Okay, that Aatrox is going to have to play it cool here, but the problem is too, I want to go back to the point you made about the runes, because Scorch is useless after lane phase. It doesn't do anything. So if he has a bad lane into Fiora regardless, he's going to be hurt losing more valuable runes.
I love that we can see the communication about the top lane matchup in the pings from the teams. Impact there is so scared about someone slipping into the side lane brush here.
Someday's going for it. Impact is first blooded. Someday throws down the counter pick, and it pays off in 4 minutes and 42 seconds.
You can see the pressure all game long. Massive pings up here in the side lane. 2 trinket wards in the brush. The chain towards your tower the wrong way. You can see he's failing under the pressure.
Oh my god, as soon as that parry lands and Impact doesn't flash it, he was going down there that stun, getting right in on top of him. And it's just to make matters worse. Somebody didn't even have to spend the flash to get the solo kill. You go all early game on the runes into this counter pick, and you get crushed.
The top side of the map is looking good for 100 Thieves, but EG wants to strike back on the other side. Inspired's coming around. Polymorph goes out, and FBI goes down. Now they're gonna splat that cat, making a loot pinata double kill over to Cowrie.
Are you kidding me? EG again is now mid lane.
Oh, Abadaga, he's in trouble. Jojo with the perfect execution.
He gets out too. EG says, who cares about top lane? Double kill for our bot laner. Solo kill for Jojo in the mid lane. This team is cracked.
That's 1 lane for 100 Thieves, but 2 to the evil geniuses. What a play. The difference is also a couple seconds in jungle timings on the ganks there. It is Inspired running through the tri-brush with the sweeper going just a few seconds ahead of Closer, but that means the difference between life and death.
That's the difference between MVP and every other jungler, baby. Inspired showing up. Let's see how they did it again.
Absolutely, he just has the wraparound, and I love how he doesn't rush the play. He actually just moves down here, and he's not gonna go in, he's just gonna wait, because if FBI flashes, he'll flash in on top of him. And extra damage isn't even needed. Then the perfect W there to actually get Yuumi as she detaches, knocks her up, back into the team to buy the time there for Cowrie to get the double kill.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves bottom lane pushing up, playing aggressively because they have their jungler on Krugs, but then simultaneously in mid lane, again, the level 6 timing for JoJo. He does not wait for Abbedagge to get level 6. He takes advantage of his pushing lane there on Akali, the first to level 6, uses it under tower, and escapes with only a few HP.
And it's a picture-perfect execution there. The immediate R1 off the level up, instant level up, grabs the ulti, in, hits the shuriken flip, back in for maximum damage there. That was beautiful.
Absolutely perfect, and absolutely what you would expect from this kid who's known for his aggro play, who's known for his trash talk, and he's here to back it up.
That's what Akali in Azir is supposed to look like there with the early level 6. Jumps immediately onto it. Meanwhile, he's got some defensive wards too. Put the control ward here that was seen by 100 Thieves to protect that mid lane while he does have a little bit of a timing.
And it changes the context now of the top lane, because for Impact, as soon as you see that happen, your bot lane gets a double kill, your mid lane gets a solo kill. Your job is no longer winning this lane, your job is loss mitigation. Yep. You already are out of it in the 1v1, you farm, you stay safe, you trade as little as possible, and you just allow yourself to be carried.
Meatball Aatrox is not the main course. His job is to sit there and take shots for everybody else. Inspired, prowling around through mid here. He'll clear out the ward that 100 Thieves has on this side of the mid lane, but Someday and Closer are already in the river. Closer jumps in. Inspired Steadfast Presence will not cancel the Audacious Charge. Impact's roaming down, but Abbedagge is also roaming over. Shelly loses her patience. JoJo's lost about 1/3 of his HP. Huhi has roamed up here now as well.
Look at the bot lane coming up from EG, and you see Sivir is still down in bot. So it is going to be EG with the extra members here up on that top side. It's their Herald to start up, but Someday's sticking around, and 100 Thieves may want to try to scrap.
Herald is not a very quick objective to do, so Sivir running up here, 4,000 health in the eye open, will have time to get there. 100 Thieves want to stop this play.
Are we going to get a full 5v5 for Herald at 9 minutes into the game? We just might. Shelly's still having a decent amount of patience left. 3,000 HP. Eyeball is open. Inspired goes for the disengage. Someday's knocked away. EG have the objective. Inspired picks up the eye, and now they're ready to walk it out. Closer. Not going to land. Wind becomes lightning, so 100 Thieves can't catch up. A clean exfiltration from EG.
Very well executed there by EG.
Yeah, I mean, this timing also means that they don't get any payment for 100 Thieves on the bottom side of the map. If you're not going to be able to get that fight and that jump in time for 100 Thieves, they would have loved to at least shove a wave or two in on bottom for Sivir. But because they call FBI up, Evil Geniuses get the Herald at almost no extra cost.
And it's the power of the Poppy there, that knockout. As soon as Someday is knocked out, it gives them that 5v4 briefly where they can push forward, finish off the Herald, grab the eye, and then it's full-on retreat.
We've praised Inspired for his timing bottom. We've praised Inspired for his control over the Herald, but I'm still not seeing anything from Closer yet. This Xin Zhao needs to show up soon.
So because that Herald had no cost, there's got to look at the other side of the map. Immediately, Evil Geniuses will take off the other neutral objective. They play off their winning bottom lane. This very dominant here with the 2 kills early on for Cowrie, and they push up on the bottom lane and immediately move over to take the dragon as well. Both early game neutral objectives secured by the Evil Geniuses.
Nicely done from the squad, controlling top and bottom at the same time. Normally that's a trade, but let's see if FBI can escape the pressure here at bottom. Slammed right back into the turret, but kept alive from the heels. Now the counterattack comes out. Are they ready to change? Yes, they are. Closer continuing to move forward, but the survival is there. The protection from the Lulu. Evil Geniuses gets out, but it costs a lot of summoner spells on both sides.
Absolutely. 4 summoners down for the 100 Thieves bot lane. Closer uses his flash, and on the other side, 3 summoners down for EG's bot lane and Inspired Splash. So big trades on that bottom side. Not quite able to actually get the dive off, and the Yuumi route onto Cowrie quite nearly turned it around.
Yeah, if that Xin Zhao W had actually hit Cowrie, they would have gotten the kill. But it hit one of the other 2, not able to touch him, and so everybody gets out with their lives. Meanwhile, you still, with JoJo here, using his teleport back, and Abbedagge as well, have to worry about this Akali. Perfect execution is back and available for JoJo, and he wants to use it.
All right, JoJo. Can you find anything down here? I don't believe you can. Even for Akali, one-shotting Sivir through Yuumi, not an easy task.
Step number one in using it is keeping the pathway of the river clear to have openings for this Akali to roam around. And so bottom lane is the most important, but top lane could be an objective as well.
Oh, someday riposting, but not having the ability to block the chain too means he's pulled back, can't continue that chase.
Exactly, and their Impact was able to actually get his Q3 off fast enough. The Shuriken flip hits. He has ulti, but he's not going to take that one in.
I love the observer zoom in too. It's like, take it, do it, you won't.
They're ready to go.
Prepping for it.
They know that JoJo's the guy to go for it if anybody will do it. But instead, he's going to play it cool for now. Not enough information to confidently go in. Oh. Jumps up there, but with Yuhi nearby, he's going to stay protected. Someday, continuing to dominate the 1v1 top side. Oh. This is what you were talking about, Isaac. It's so easy to reposition with that Q and smack him around.
It's just a beatdown in the top lane. Someday getting that pressure, but Impact is up in farm. You know, off of that roam towards the Herald, Impact did create a little bit of a farm advantage. So as long as he doesn't die, as long as he just continues picking up these waves, defending the tower, they are happy about their position in the game.
Exactly. Farm it out. You will still be a usable front line no matter what in this game. And it has been so much bottom triangle of the map here for Evil Geniuses as they move in once again. Getting JoJo some space to work with here. Keep clearing out these wards. It makes 100 Thieves play these matchups so much more cautiously.
1,000 gold lead for Evil Geniuses is about to become more once this Herald collides with the turret. They've got enough manpower nearby to force it to get close enough. Abbedagga will not clear it before it can grab those plates. They'd like to be able to grab one more off of it. They're very close, but unfortunately they don't have the range to guarantee that.
Exactly, and you have to always be careful about the Azir ultimate. You know, if you go in a little bit aggressive there, the Azir ulti can clear out the wave and scoop you in at the same time.
Gore Drinker done for closers Xin Zhao. You can see that coming up as the third completed mythic item of the game behind two of his own teammates. But despite the fact that they're hitting these item spikes nice and early, they're still behind in the game overall. Inspired, moving up here in the top lane, seeing if maybe they can bait Someday into a 2v1.
Yeah, if Someday gets really aggressive, it could be good, but it also allows Impact to push out the wave.
Exactly.
Because if he's not covered, you die in that 1v1 in the long lane.
Exactly. It's just a cover to make sure if they gank you while you're trying to push in this wave, you don't get punished. And again, that is number one on the checklist. Loss mitigation.
Yep.
Not trying to, make any big explosive occurrence up on the top half of the map.
And as we hit 14 minutes and the turret plates fall, once again, it is Cowrie topping the gold charts, being enabled early, being fed those early kills. They're setting this kid up for success.
Absolutely, and it feels very much like how EG was successful in spring. The Rocket Belt is done, so poking away at him. He's going to have that additional burst now, but it's like they did in spring, right? It's like they did through that playoff run. Get all the last hits on your marksman, get all the gold on your marksman, and putting faith into him. And I love the trust that EG are showing Cowrie here on this big stage.
Yeah, if I'm going to trust any AD carry champion in the late game, it's going to be Zeri with the Lulu buff for sure. Sivir is no slouch, and of course you have to watch that CS as well. They can rotate towards mid lane to have the Azir start to split push once he gets teleport back up and keep Sivir in mid lane and just continue to funnel more success in there as well. But in these stages, it has been Evil Geniuses with every early move.
And Someday is not being allowed to really choke Impact out of the game either. Impact is still doing a good job farming up underneath the turret. He's getting a little bit of help as people walk up there to shadow him, make sure nothing terrible happens. And so 100 Thieves can't snowball the one part of the map they're winning.
Yeah, and EG are using this to dominate all the early game objectives. Both Rift Heralds now, plus the first dragon were taken. And this one's gonna have a payment of the bottom dragon, but it's going to be a hard EG push towards that mid tower too. Look, they zone out 100 Thieves, and Cowrie can almost get it.
JoJo's going forward though. He's looking for closer. Forces the flash away into the wind becomes lightning to dash to the Krugs over the wall, but that means EG has total control over the mid lane to claim the first turret.
And they can go for two because they actually still have them completely boxed out. Closer has no flash, and now Inspired and JoJo are in between you. They're getting a lot of damage on this.
It is with a simultaneously pushing Azir.
Oh, we're not done! Closer is though! JoJo picking up a freebie!
Azir's gonna get that outer turret, but EG, they take even more for it. Another kill as they jump on him. No flash on the Xin. It is traded there in the end. Some more money on Abbedagga. The Azir, this is one of those late game carries here. The hopes for 100 Thieves are in.
Absolutely, going to be a lot of pressure on Abadaga. He was the main open the last game. This time there are those additional carries. There's going to be the side lane threat of Someday. There's that big DPS coming out of the Sivir here as well. But one of the key things missing is that there's just no deep vision. You look at this map, there's no wards in this section. That's really what you require, more so than the defensive vision, to be able to push aggressively, to really try to chip away at that tower. Because you can see the tower is basically full health still. It's just taking this damage now. Even with that solo kill, there was never the safety of that deep vision for somebody to exert his pressure on the map.
Also, if you could isolate, Fiora versus Aatrox for later for split pushing in the side lanes, that would be great. But EG have Akali here, and JoJo is also fed, and having the extra teleport and be able to make those trailing teleport plays or surprise plays, you really have to keep track of that vision, or else you're still going to lose that side push because of the extra person.
All right, we've got Huhi strapped to Closer's back now, ready to try to help the Xin Zhao make plays. 0-1 and 0 for the 100 Thieves jungler compared to the 0-0 and 3 of Evil Geniuses. Inspired has got the better of him here in the early game, but what can Closer find in the mid game? Abadaga versus JoJo up in the top side as EG is putting more men on the bottom half of the map.
And it's so interesting to see, how much emphasis they're putting on these early anathemas. It has become very popular across playoffs. Before Mythic here, Inspire goes straight towards it, just the bombies to help him with the jungle clear. But has that early anathemas, he's already strapped it onto Abadaga, and the reduced tenacity is big.
All right, the fight's ready to go. Inspired goes for the ejection, but is it enough to save him? No! Closer is on the board, and now Impact is trying to strike back. Cowrie's got to try to run away, but Closer will answer, and Closer will set it up for FBI.
The 100 Thieves will hunt them down. Someday, gonna get another chunk.
But JoJo gets one back. EG still trying to get anything they can. It's 2 for 1 overall.
Again, JoJo's solo kill there on Abadaga on the top side. Second one of the game. 100 Thieves coming up big time here. They get the kills on the bot side. They're going to get this tower, and they're going to close this gold lead down quite a bit.
That is much needed money for them to be able to get those chase down kills. As we said, though, the side lanes are not safe with this Akali floating around.
That is the problem. Yes, Someday got a nice early lead with a solo kill, but the Akali is the apex predator of the solo lane. Do not enter if Akali is not seen.
It's definitely scary out there, especially now that JoJo has 3 kills to his name this early on. Looks like he's working towards Shadow Flame second. He'll be going for a lot of pen in this build. And because he is the solo AP threat here, it's not going to be as much MR built up on the other side.
Right, and because it's Rocket Belt, you even get more and more Magic Pen. This is the tactical nuke build for the Akali.
Yeah, and this is EG with knowledge that they are here. It is EG choosing that fight. But as you see with the Aatrox coming in and the ejection only going down there onto Someday, 100 Thieves get the first kill and can chase them through. And once they get that, they get even more important summoner spells. The flash off of that Vednary, the shutdown, the kill onto that Vednary as well.
And it was kind of that awkward position there from Cowrie, trying to fight his way through, He's in between 2 players on the other side, and this is Abadaga interrupting the TP and paying for it big time here. Let's watch exactly how it turned out.
Yeah, he used the ultimate for it to stop the teleports, and he doesn't have it for the peel for the all-in, and JoJo says, great, you stopped me, now you're trapped in the top lane.
Yeah, able to flash over the wall with a follow, finishes off the solo kill there. Didn't even need the Shuriken flip.
Honestly, I feel like I was just a little disrespectful from Abadaga sticking around after using the ulti like that, saying, he won't go for me. Well, turns out he'll go for you in those situations. 100 Thieves, though, they're only 400 gold behind. They're even on Drakes. This game is by no means over, but they're going to have to play really smart and really coordinated. We saw last game how good EG are in these team fights. 100 Thieves has got to track JoJo and play these fights right.
Absolutely. I feel like so much of this game is going to be depending on how well JoJo can play in these fights. Because if he can assassinate one of these big carries in the backline, it's going to go their way. But if you eliminate his gold, he's going to be way down.
All right, they're going after Impact. The grand challenge is issued. The riposte hits, but there's no stun. Impact will live.
He fights his way out of it, and guess what? That's so far away from the dragon, they're going to have Cowrie solo the dragon for Evil Geniuses to get them number 2. Wow, Impact barely fights and heals his way out of the 1v2.
That's the power of the Aatrox ulti, the heal amp on your Gore Drinker there. I guess the 2-man Gore Drinker healed him for almost 800.
Huge stuff. Also, hey, Grasp of the Undying, bonk him once, get a little health back. It's a Grasp diff. As JoJo, still 3-0 in this game, still the main person we're focusing on. But man, hats off to Impact. That, you want to talk about loss mitigation? That's loss mitigation.
Exactly. And then meanwhile, on the other side, on the side from 100 Thieves, the funnel into Sivir is in full operation. Look at this CS. 223 here funneled into FBI. They're trying to get as much money into this AoE damage powerhouse for those team fights.
And he has now passed up, just by a very slight margin, the gold of Cowrie. Very, very important. They want this Sivir to hit that 3-item power spike. They want this to become the AoE crit death machine that can take over a team fight as long as he's not insta-killed by JoJo.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a lot about the peel here from 100 Thieves' side. They've got to be able to mark JoJo, keep him away from that backline. They do have the exhaust to help, but if he can get in on that Sivir, in on Abbedagga, it is going to be very difficult to survive.
Nice use of the spell shield there from FBI to endure those Luxults, Zeri lasers, but pretty much the same thing, as it hits really hard. Probably one of the most important spells to shield. But Cowrie on the Zeri has the 2 items completed just like his opponent does. Immortal Shield Bow plus a Lulu means this Zeri is very hard to eliminate as long as she's not insanely out of position.
Now, next thing I want to see is Evil Geniuses using their teleport advantage because they have such threat in the side lanes with the extra teleport here. Abbedagga does not have his to answer, so they should be able to get JoJo pushing out, Impact pushing out on the side lanes first to then be able to collapse and threaten those flanks that you guys were talking about.
Alrighty, 100 Thieves, let's see what you guys got. There's still plenty of time before the next Drake spawns, so we're not going to see anything forced around that just yet. 23 minutes into the game, also not a time where teams usually want to hard force on a Baron either.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this game is going to be heavily about Soul, and Cloud Soul I think is actually super strong for a lot of members in this game. For Fiora, it's amazing. Aatrox, it's amazing. For the Zeri, it's so powerful. So for a lot of these champions, it is going to mean a lot. Sivir as well. It's kind of just reinforcing what you're already doing.
Yeah, you jump in, now you can hunt everybody down as you've got that invulnerability of your Crescent Guard too. Very, very big stuff for very, very many of the 10 champions on the Rift right now. EG sweeping out the top side river, setting down some control wards. You can see him there inside Crescent Brush, inside Mid Brush, inside the Baron Pit. EG want to control this area as 100 Thieves try to move up to sweep it out.
And they actually have Impact do an early recall here. You see him not even shove this side wave all the way out. Oh, he cancels his recall, so they're going to go for a 30-second later timing as JoJo's also going to be able to get his back off. They don't want to overextend in front of these side towers. Before you get these 2 outer towers down on the side of 100 Thieves, it's really difficult for them to actually get an early move.
Now, I'm still waiting for who's going to make the first move. JoJo is set up in a spot where if Abbedagga gets a little too close. Okay, JoJo walks out. Abbedagga's not going to walk up any further. JoJo's going to take the opportunity to shove out this wave.
It's actually helping 100 Thieves so much that they've been able to keep these defenses of the side towers up this entire time. Abbedagga's been able to wait out that entire teleport discrepancy with the cooldowns there. Meanwhile, FBI just keeps on sucking up all the minions through mid lane, and they're able to use the top and push out from mid to be able to take down vision around Baron.
And you can see them denying a lot of EG's vision. It's so much about this long line of wards through there that's actually buying the safety for Abbedagga to be able to continually collect that minions at his tower, defend that tower, knows he's not actually getting wrapped around on because of this big line of wards up through that top side.
And look at the inventory. Look at the Sivir. Has the BF sword, has the cloak. If FBI can complete that and get to Infinity Edge before the next fight, massive difference. Shadow Flame coming online now for the Azir too. Also with an Impen Mythic, also with Sorcerer's Shoes, Abbedagga can be a real X Factor.
Yeah, I definitely look at the other side as well, as the Cowrie is going to finish his Infinity Edge basically on the same timer, but they're going for it.
Vulcan gets jumped on, but Wild Growth keeps him alive. FBI and Abbedagga step up, they summon up the Sun Disc, but nobody goes down.
It is critical to note, though, Closer didn't spend his ulti at all there, and it was Vulcan using ult and Ignite, so we'll see if Closer can actually heal it up potentially before this dragon spawns.
Look at this flank angle from Akali as well. JoJo is hunting around for FBI.
That Sundisk providing a lot of cover for the 100 Thieves four-man squad, so they cannot be jumped on as easily by these assassins. Vulcan next to Inspired here on the flank as well. The Sundisk starting to wither away as the minions fall into it. Health bar slowly draining. They won't be able to keep this point of safety forever, but the Drake has spawned, so 100 Thieves will fall back to it.
But look at Impact and Sunday. Sunday's just keeping Impact away from that Dragon completely. He's zoning him out in the bottom left of your screen. He's just playing bodyguard in the jungle, so Impact can't find a flanking angle. And now it is 100 Thieves pulling the Dragon here. EG are looking.
Inspired's ready, and he goes after Abadaga. Impact's going to be held off here on the side as JoJo goes in, and they look for FBI. They've already got him. Vulcan's going to be focused. Closer gets one back. Someday still looking to grab some damage. It's now Closer wants to get away. The soldiers go in. The shuffle comes through. They don't hit the skill shot, but they still get the damage. Someday's in hot pursuit. The heals are coming out. Impact survives. Cowrie tries to kite. Triple kill. Someday. Ace. 100 Thieves.
Oh, Impact tries to time the Q coming out of the stopwatch, but he can't get it, and the 100 Thieves roll Evil Geniuses over. It is an ace for one, and they pick up the Dragon.
That is everything for them. They're going to go straight for the Baron here as well. They have the Azir. Abadaga able to push back Cowrie in that fight and take him down, while Someday ran over the other side of the fight here. 100 Thieves exploding the gold lead now. This will be 3K in their advantage. A massive swing in this game.
100 Thieves come storming back in this game, storming back in this series. What a massive, massive gold swing this is going to be.
There we go, plus 3,000 for the Thieves off the back of that fight. Hopefully we can jump into a replay here in a second. In the Roccat flip the switch replay. Gentlemen, break it down.
Look at this start. And again, Aatrox uses the dash over the wall here right behind. 100 Thieves, they engage on him while Inspired flashes onto Abadage. But the Yuumi ultimate is a very good disengage. Meanwhile, they get an early focus onto FBI, and the flash here, blown by FBI towards the rest of Evil Geniuses.
And when he goes down, you start thinking Ichi could run over this fight, but Vulcan on the side is getting burst down. Someday goes in to finish him off, but we're back to live.
All right, Closer's here in the front. JoJo looking for the angle. Goes in the 100 Thieves jungler, but now he's going to be thrown up into the air. He dies! And he's going to trade back, but they've also lost Inspired. It's a 2-for-1 for 100 Thieves, and they took out the Akali.
EG go right back into the meat grinder. Sivir chops them down. 100 Thieves say thank you very much. Say goodbye to your base.
EG made the call. They don't have the wave clear here with this JoJo Akali. They wanted to go for the fight, but they lose the fight, and now it's 100 Thieves on the push.
Boys, they might just be looking for the Nexus. Nexus turret number 1 is gone. EG have to find a way to weather this, but it doesn't look like they're gonna do it. Impact's gonna die to a pizza, and FBI serves them up hot. Nexus turret number 2, that'll fall down next. Someday, FBI, Abadaga, 100 Thieves, take game 2.
That's what we wanted already. Better than the spring rematch here for 100 Thieves. They come storming back. They get some revenge. They get on the board. This one is 1-1.
It was dicey early. It looked like Evil Geniuses were getting the better of them everywhere, but Top and Impact was doing what Impact does, soaking pressure. But it was 100 Thieves answering the call that so few LCS teams have been able to answer, and out team fighting EG to break the game open and then immediately close.
Absolutely, and Someday found his moment in that team fight to really go off, was winning in that 1v1, got the early solo kill, but hadn't really had an opportunity to kind of exert his will on the map, and finally, in that fight, able to take over.
And Abadage with that Azir sweep, my goodness, sweeps EG right off the map. And they blow it open. EG showing that if they get that lead, if they get that advantage, they will run it straight to the Nexus, finish it up quick.
And last game, we said, all right, 100 Thieves, let's see how you adapt. The pressure's on. They adapted. They answered. They found the way to do it. Now, Evil Geniuses, they get to bounce the ball back into their court. All right, what do you guys have? Fed JoJo on Akali, couldn't carry the game. So what's the next step going to be?
Absolutely, and I think in this case, JoJo does need some more help. Impact had a rough laning phase, so he wasn't really a big part of it. Cowrie got those early kills, but didn't have the best team fights. You need more than just that one threat, because 100 Thieves is too solid to go down to just one guy.
It's 1-1. And with the series all tied up, we're heading back over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. Thank you for laying it out like that for us.
I know,
It's
right?
1-1. 100 Thieves, they strike back in game number 2. It didn't necessarily come easy. You heard the casters talking about how they had overcome the Akali by JoJo, but someday managing a pop-off as well to help the squad. Let's first talk draft, though, as they stuck to blue side, stuck to their guns when it came to draft.
Yeah, so, I mean, you guys already talked about it, how we didn't really think draft was the main issue here. There are a couple things I really like from both sides, actually. The first is the Someday Fiora, obviously, which I know we're going to also talk about later on in the highlights. But, you know, going 4-pick with the Aatrox on red side being like, I'm not sure if you have a counter for this. Having Someday answer with one of his 8th most played champion, he has a 72% win rate on this Fiora. And then on the other side, you have JoJo Akali, right? Where he's like, I got your Azir. I know I can win this matchup. Like, I've got this. And that's really cool to see those 2 solo lane carry counter picks on both sides.
Yeah, I personally love the Akali, and he performed well too. If you see Azir, Yuumi, and Sivir, you just go for it because it's such a strong pick into the 3. For me, the Aatrox was a big one because throughout the playoffs, we were really thinking about, okay, which player is going to bring out a hard counter into the Aatrox.
Yep.
So frequently have you been seeing, at least the hardest we would see would be like Whippo with the Olaf and Urgot, and it didn't have much success. We finally see the Fiora locked in by Someday, and man, was it impactful.
Yeah, being able to pull out the counter pick, I think, is incredibly big as this series progresses, whether or not you can blind pick the Aatrox. But more so, like, this was just a very clutch performance by 100 Thieves because they were down 3,500 gold at one point.
Yeah.
They managed to find some really great picks in the jungle and were kind of able to clutch it out. So I think draft there pretty much split. They're just kind of trading power picks back and forth. It's all about the clutch moments.
Yeah, and the point about how much 100 Thieves had to fight back from, I love, because the early kills, 1 went to JoJo, that solo kill under turret, 2 go to Kaori in the bot lane. Yeah. Those are the last 2 people that you want picking up gold if you're on 100 Thieves' side. So what a deficit that Someday and the rest of the squad had to kind of claw their way out of.
Yeah, and I want to see if EG's continuing to put trust in Kaori. I think they need to because, honestly, they don't necessarily have another choice. But when this happens with the 2-0 Zeri and Lulu, you are expecting him to carry the game. There was one moment where I think, we'll get to it in these highlights, Inspired gets caught in the jungle, baits Kaori to die. He loses both summoners and his shield bow. And then the game-deciding team fight, really, he wasn't able to clutch it out. But we can see JoJo. Notice the missed Q by Azir, thinking JoJo was going to flash away instead of going for the auto attack.
This is the play you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I mean, like, we talked about how both of these teams team fight, right? And in terms of, like, what EG have been more successful with separating things into skirmishes, even though their late game team fighting is still really good.
Yeah.
And Jet, you were the one that brought up the point, like, 100 Thieves kind of always have this really strong coordination in their pocket. So when someone does make a mistake, they can come back. And I mean, Someday was already very much ahead on this Fiora. And it's just so cool seeing Someday come out with this counter pick, given, to your point, Raz, how many times we've seen that blind Aatrox come out.
Yeah, and this replay that we're looking at specifically, Inspired went in way too early, and the team as a whole kind of just piled in to see if they can make it worthwhile, and it really fumbled. That was the biggest fumble in the game for Evil Geniuses with the lead that they had, like you mentioned. And so it really brought it back to this person on your screen. Someday had a huge lead off the solo kill that he was able to get. And it was just based off the matchup alone, going to be a ticking time bomb in the top side of the map, at least in the side lane. And it felt like, especially in the later fights, that he was the reason why they ended up winning.
I'm especially happy to see this victory come at the hands of Someday, considering what we heard Dyrus say after game 1. Of all 10 players on the stage, Jack, he said, Impact is the one player I know does not get phased.
Yeah.
That guy is unshakable, but Someday's going to do his damnedest to try and shake that stoic top laner for EG.
Yeah, they kill FBI, and watch the work that Abbedagga and Someday do in this fight. And it's actually an incredibly close fight, because there's one fight up on the top side between Impact and Someday, and then the bottom side was also very close with Kaori being able to finish. If Impact times this better, he gets a double kill. I believe he'd actually be able to land that Q and kill Someday. He doesn't, he falls, the Cloud Drake happens, and like 4 minutes later, we're here talking on the desk.
I think I just realized, too, that in that fight, after seeing it again, he Fiora ulted somebody in River and then just left. He never procced a Vital off of the Fiora. He's like, nah, I'll let you do all the work. Abadaga, yeah, I'm gonna go 1v2 over here.
So this game, we saw the 25-minute power spike.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, we did. We got it.
Exactly as predicted, right?
Oh, Lord. So, I mean, let's talk about where these teams are at right now then, because while it is 1-1 in the scoreline, you kind of mentioned it, Jet. That was a game that felt like it was sort of in EG's hands. It took a fumble, and it took a capitalization out of 100 Thieves to ultimately get it back, but they were hot out the gate a second game in a row. And so, like, where do you think these teams are at? What are they discussing, even though they managed to sneak by and even up the scoreline?
I honestly think all the discussions are fairly muted. Like, I don't think this is surprising either team that they're at 1-1 right now. 100 Thieves is definitely a little bit relieved that they didn't go down 2-0.
Yeah.
But I think now they're probably just wondering whether or not they let Azir through.
I tell you who is
that's how
surprised.
simple the conversation
I know
is.
who's surprised.
Who?
Jat's surprised. I mean, he saw that no world where 100 Thieves
You
was going to
can't
win
be right
a
on
game.
every prediction.
I'm done. And the thing is, it's going to be Evil Geniuses taking blue side.
Yeah, first time in the series.
Yep. And I'm interested what their priority is going to be, because JoJo has been playing like a monster going into the Azir. His Akali game was exceptional even through the loss. And while we were seeing the bottom lane fight happening, he was getting a solo kill on the top side of the map. He is fine in the situation that he is. I don't think they need to touch Azir. But Cowrie on Kalista or something that empowers them, I like the idea of. And there are some teams that are willing to just pick a weak, a solid blind like a Trundle first pick so they can actually get more counter picks down the line on blue side. I would favor Kalista. I want to see what this guy on the screen, Cowrie, is able to bring on the pick that we're here for.
Yeah, I'm really curious if they leave the Kalista up, or, I mean, obviously 100T can also ban it on their side.
True.
From 100 Thieves, I'm also very curious to see, like, A, if they keep that Kalista ban,
Yeah.
B, if they want to let Azir through, because the other side of this is not only is JoJo fine with playing into the Azir, but they might just first pick Azir for JoJo, because he's also been very strong on that pick.
Jat, let's also go back to the top lane discussion in draft as well. Given the fact someday 100 Thieves have just shown a willingness to counterpick into your Aatrox, and now they're on red side, they could do the same thing, save that top lane pick for fifth now. So how does EG get around that?
Well, we're going to find out how much they want to play Ornn, because EG can still pick at 1-2-3, leaving one counter pick option open, but they were very comfortable with that in the first game. It only got banned in 4-5 on the second game. So if EG is saying in that game, hey, we're good early game, we just got outscaled, just pick Ornn on 2-3. And dare Someday to counter it, because he already had the chance on that. I don't think Someday did pick up the Fiora. I don't think he'd also throw out a Camille against Ornn. So I would actually love an Ornn in the first 3 for EG.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I also think that the Aatrox pick could have still played well in that game, even if it's like a pretty hard counter. There was that point of the game where he was getting the solo kill. We were like, he has TP, he could base here, or he could just play safe in this situation and then base after the wave, and he died off that. Like that stuff happens. And so ultimately the player's going to have confidence if they're put in a similar situation to just play better. That might be what it comes down to.
We're all tied up. We're going to game number 3. Now, our own Emily Rand knows which Grubhub delivered breakfast gets her to max brain power for analyzing LCS matches. Let's go ahead and jump into Dine with us to see what she chose to get ready for today. It better be cookies.
It was
I'm gonna
not
call
cookies,
you a liar.
although I do eat chocolate chip cookies.
I grew up in a suburb of Boston, and Boston is, I don't think people will think of it as a food city, but there are very specific comfort foods. There's also like this really amazing bagel place back home that I would always go to. Lox on a Bagel is just a classic to me. You get like an everything bagel, you get the plain cream cheese for like the creamy part of it, and eating it always reminds me of home. Whenever I go back home, I go to the bagel place in my town, always. It's nice to have Grubhub just because, you know, our show times are kind of early, like our call times, so you can still get this kind of like comfort meal before going through an entire day of LCS, and it just makes it really easy.
Welcome back for game number 3. We are joined by an arena full of fans. And if you spent any time with us at Finals or the LCS studio, you can check out espat.ai to grab free photos from the fan cam collection and keep those memories in HD forever. But last game, gentlemen, we got to see 100 Thieves take down EG in glorious HD right here.
Front row seats, baby. Turn right around. Beautiful setup we have here on stage as well. 100 Thieves clapping back immediately, saying this time is going to be different. They still want their revenge versus Evil Geniuses for spring. They've been so outspoken about it.
Absolutely. Opening some cracks in the EG defense, getting the solo kills early in top lane, being able to actually punish some mispositioning from Cowrie throughout the team fights later on. I'm really interested to see how EG is going to develop into the series.
And the biggest thing for me isn't just that 100 Thieves won it, it's how they came back from a spot that was looking pretty bad, and they did it by fighting EG on open ground. They beat them in a team fight, they beat them fair and square, and they conquered them in the flank battle.
Yeah, having composure on these big stages is imperative. And this particular 100 Thieves roster, this is their 3rd finals in a row. If they're able to win this and go to finals, like they're used to these big stages. They have had them back to back to back.
But with the COVID era, they never got to win on a big stage like this. Yeah. And that is something that they're so hungry for. They have been really vocal about the fact that they want to hear the roar of the crowd, that they want to be winning in these big moments because it is really so incredibly different. There's no feeling like it.
I mean, just at the start of the day, seeing the crowd roar to life when all the old pros came out, when the new teams competing here now for this next trophy came out, the whole building shook. And you just don't get that same feeling when you're not immersed in it like they are right now.
And I don't know if you guys can see it at home, but even the 3rd level all the way up to the top, we got fans. This place is packed. It has been amazing to be here in Chicago. And we are in for a treat, I think, today. Game number 3, we're kicking it off.
Alrighty, and we're kicking it off with some familiar bands. Seraphine, Callista, Sejuani, and Vi have all been banned first rotation in all 3 games of the series now. Wukong staying a first rotation ban like game 2.
So is it the Lucian or the Sylas? What do 100 Thieves fear more here? Last time around, banning out that Lucian actually worked out quite well for them.
And the big difference here, EG's on blue. Both times so far, 100 Thieves has been on the blue side. We now get a side swap. I think this could change a lot about the way this draft looks. Renekton, the final ban of the first half of the draft.
Very interesting. They may be willing to do a trade here, right? Because JoJo, we have seen EG play with Azir and do very well with it. So maybe they're saying, hey, if you're going to go Azir, we'll actually counter it with the Sylas ourselves. We're happy playing either side of that matchup. Is there going to be higher prio on something like a Yuumi then as a result? If you could actually just trade mid laners, trade ADCs, does the support tier list become the most important one?
Well, I think Lucian becomes the most important one. They want to repeat the success of game number 1, put Cowrie back on the light slinger.
Exactly. They dropped the ban, immediately picked up again. He had success already on stage with it. But the response from 100 Thieves are like, great. All right, that means that we get Azir. Easy pickup here for Abbedagge. It's fine if you play, Sylas or whatever you have wanted into it there on the JoJo side. And they can even get first pick of the Enchanters, preferring the Yuumi yet again.
Yeah, interesting that they're grabbing the Yuumi there. They could have done it on 3, but it feels like they want to hide their next pick here because we're assuming it's got to be a Nami. It's always being played together with the Lucian.
Exactly. Yuumi with the big ultimate, though, getting that one controls so much area for their team fights. Happy to see it paired with either the Zeri or the Sivir.
And any sort of large zone control for a team fight feels really good into Lucian. That's his weakness. He has to get in close. It's really hard to stay out of the way as long as those things are aimed properly. There's the Nami we were expecting. A hover over a champion that, honestly, JoJo had a really good game on, but the rest of the team wasn't able to make up the difference they needed to conquer 100 Thieves.
Exactly, and I think it makes sense. Go right back to it. Just because you didn't win the game doesn't mean there was a problem with the pick.
Right.
But they aren't going to lock it in. It is the Poppy priority here instead for Inspired, who has been so good on this pick all year long.
Taunting it back. I love it. They're like, you're going to ban? Are you going to ban it? Picks it up there again, though. The Zeri, as we said, pairs so well with this Yuumi.
Right, we get to see the power scaling bottom lane of Zeri Yuumi versus the early pressure of Nami and Lucian.
And now you're expecting 100 Thieves bans go towards mid lane, EG bans go towards jungle. Focus the role that you already have selected and your opponents do not.
I think that's part of the hover from EG. They're saying, JoJo's got enough counter picks into this Azir. We actually don't even care if you throw 2. Yes, if you ban the Akali, then they still have the Sylas that is still left and available.
And I love having the Taliyah continue to be banned out, despite how powerful it is just in general. If you want your bottom lane to survive against the early power of Nami and Lucian, you don't want to have them being backed up by Taliyah surfing down there and making those plays and making those roams.
It is interesting, though, because it's not a pick that JoJo Pyun has played a single time, and we already have Poppy, so we know it's not going jungle. So it's a nod potentially to scrim rumors, scrim results that have been coming in there. Akali will get banned out. This means Sylas is available, as you're talking about, Kobe.
Yep. Alrighty, boys. It's Trundle and Aatrox banned out by EG. Akali and Taliyah banned out by 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves hovering the Xin Zhao. Closer did not accomplish very much at all early on this champion, but was able to have good team fight performance with it later on.
Exactly, and it pairs really well with the Yuumi, so it gives it a lot more utility towards the later stages of the game. You can really get aggressive on these champions like Lucian when you're strapped up with that Nami.
Yeah, it's basically a run back for 100 Thieves. It is scaling bottom lane with the Yuumi there, the Xin, the Azir as well. Very, very similar draft here for 100 Thieves, and you can see why they think this. They're like, great, we had the team fight win. We trust in our execution here towards the later stages of the game. But the fact that they're on this red side, they did have to give up the Sylas to do it. And then you can also pick a tank for impact in the top lane. You know, some sort of hard engage would be good, but they go with the Gangplank instead.
And this is what I was really, really interested to see if they were going to bring out, because it's focused towards the bot lane. The GP is one of Impact's big picks historically, has been one of his best performing champions for years and years. This allows them to have even more focus towards that Lucian Nami. Drop the ult on this bot lane's head, look for the all-ins.
Plus, if they lock in something like this Ornn that's being hovered, GP feels fine. He's allowed to play lane into a tank, he gets to scale for free, and he's going to feel good. They preempt the tank pick.
It means, though, that EG, since they don't pick that super hard engage on top lane, it has to be really good Nami waves and stolen Sylas ultimates here from either the Yuumi or the Ornn to get their engage from. So a lot more into this JoJo pick. This Sylas that we've been talking up, we've been waiting for, finally gets through the picks and bans, and that's going to have to bring together their team fights for later in the game.
Exactly, and I think that is the key thing, is that JoJo is going to be able to steal that Ornn ult, and that will be the go button for this team. But it means it's less power in the actual team fights for JoJo, because it doesn't have something like an Alistar or a Gnar or an Amumu or whatever to actually steal away. He's going to have to work more as the engage a lot of the time.
Right. Conditional engage can be very, very risky, especially when your opponents have an Ornn. They have follow-up from a Yuumi. They have follow-up from an Azir. There's a lot more options, I think, for 100 Thieves to be able to say, no, we fight here, we fight now. If 100 Thieves assess a situation and say JoJo's not there, well, the engage from the other side doesn't look that threatening.
Absolutely. You know, then it would be down to that Nami wave, which is not going to be very reliable. We saw that in game number 1. It's easily avoidable. But both these two teams so evenly matched through the first 2 games.
This is what we're waiting for, the next installment of an epic battle between 100 Thieves and EG. Alrighty, everybody, let's rock and roll. Tied up at 1-1 with Evil Geniuses playing from blue side for the first time this series.
Something worth noting, the early pink ward here. In game number 1, there was an early pink ward on the EG side, you know, trying to protect that bot lane. They get a sweeper, they clear out the defensive ward for 100 Thieves, and they can drop a pink to potentially allow this Lucian Nami lane to play hyper-aggressive.
Exactly. There's so much focus in this game on that bottom lane. Not only is the sweeper plus the control ward, we've got the Zeri going with the barrier here for FBI because of that all-in burst of the Lucian Nami lane. They're trying to change the outcome of the Lucian this time around. Last time it was so successful for EG.
As well as the two most defensive possible options for the Yuumi, heal and exhaust. There's no ignite there like is sometimes seen. It's all about survivability and weathering this early game.
There are no questions as to the goal of the 100 Thieves bottom lane. There are no illusions here about looking for all-in kills themselves. All defense.
Man, JoJo's just wasting no time getting involved in some PvP level 1.
Absolutely, and he's going to have more sustain here with the D-Shield start. Happy to take these trades, try to sustain it up as much as possible.
And this Sylas, there's a reason that we talk it up so much. This is one of his iconic champions. Straight from when he was in Academy, so much success. This and LeBlanc, the two most successful, most abusive JoJo Pyun champions.
And it's been really fun to see the evolution of JoJo Pyun. You think back to Spring Split, it was all about purely lane dominance. He tried to play hyper-aggressive all the time. The adjustments in Summer were more towards playing more for the team, making moves for the team, sometimes sacrificing your own lane to roam, and these types of adjustments, I think have really done so well for EG. You look at how dominant they were during the regular season in Summer. I think a lot of credit is deserved by JoJo.
All right, so as we're looking at all three lanes happening at the same time here, it's important to also take note of our junglers. As you can see, they started on opposite sides of the map. It was a 2-camp red side clear for Closer. He's now on the bottom side, Inspired fully clearing out his red quadrant. Then we expect him to head up top, so they'll be on opposite ends of the map when those scuttle crabs spawn.
Yeah, and they invest so much vision on the bottom side, they might as well invest jungle pressure as well to play off of the Lucian Nami from the very beginning.
And you can see Someday actually doing a really good job playing around the first strike. You can see the cooldown of it on your enemy health bar there when you click on them. So as soon as that came up, even though he went into the brush, he hits that Q.
Oh, but Inspired's ready for the gank in mid lane immediately. Just tackles in there, flash for flash, jungler versus mid lane.
And Abba wastes no time flashing himself too. He knows he's not going to even try and go for the shifting sands there, flashes out. Mid lane not having flash versus the Sylas, again, is so scary because JoJo can guarantee the mid jungle duo.
And that's some of the power of Poppy. If your opponent has a dash instead of a blink, you have to force the flash.
Absolutely, and that's why Closer is here in mid lane now to actually help him push us out because he has no more potions and his second win D-Shield on JoJo, so he's going to sustain much better throughout this lane. And Closer needs to be in the area. They clear out that pink ward. Closer will move down. He still hasn't been spotted, but look at bot.
Bottom lane, FBI taking some damage as they detach and reattach the cat, trying to trade as effectively as they can against this aggro bottom lane.
Oh, the minion wave here far up. JoJo keeps it and denies some from Abadaga here. He's going to be able to teleport himself back after recalling though, and both junglers hyper-focused around the vision for mid lane.
But the important thing, both summoner spells now down for Abadaga. If Inspired can find the angle and the timing to make a return gank, it could be incredibly punishing and really set the pace of the mid lane.
But a slight advantage gained here from Closer. Kills Raptors on respawn. That is that camp that Poppy really highly prizes.
And they've already got the pre-ward here up on Raptors to see the next spawn of Raptors. So Closer just took away Evil Genius's Raptors. We can see Inspired will wrap back around.
JoJo sticking around in mid with very low health, very low mana. Closer looking to see if there's an angle here because Inspired wants to wrap around. They know that JoJo sticking around means Evil Geniuses is looking for something. And now, JoJo's stepping very far forward. He'll walk over towards the brush. He's got 200 HP. Remember that that's deceptively low because he will be able to heal up with the Kingslayer. But no, they're not going to opt for this. Inspired just stealing back the enemy chicken camp, effectively making that break even, but not quite because he didn't have enough time to finish the big one.
Exactly, and they know that they're too low on the EG side to actually fully push this out because they would lose in that 2v2. Interesting to see Inspired go for the early Swifty boots here. Instead of CDR boots, that's generally what you see as the rush for these tank junglers. Really highly prizing the slow resistance as well as that additional bit of move speed. But now JoJo has spent his TP, has pushed, so he's going to threaten down towards bot side to try to make this 100 Thieves bot lane nervous.
And look for the timings too. We're a ways away from the level 6, but usually around the 6-minute mark, your Gangplank will get level 6, and then you make the hard roam. So first couple of incursions from JoJo hovering towards bottom, trying to get some vision out, but Impact there will teleport back to lane, and another 30 seconds or so, a couple minion waves, and he will be able to get level 6 Gangplank ult.
And the CS advantage is actually really nice for Impact because this is not a grasp GP. He's not going as much towards the laning phase runes. It is first strike, so this is about scaling. He now gets the base, he gets Sheen, he gets Cull. He's going to be feeling really good about his position in this lane, which I do think is important after what happened in the 1v1 last time.
And that's what I was talking about in Champ Select, why you can preempt the tank pick, but now we've got JoJo going in with a stolen ulti. If you can do it, I can do it better. That's Silas, baby.
It's perfect synergy. Steal the wall ultimate from Azir, have Inspired come on the timing, slam him into his own stolen ultimate, Azael.
It's perfectly done there by EG. They have the timing. Abbedagga, no flash, no way to react. And JoJo grabs that kill and then back again towards topside. Impact just farming away here, doing a really good job keeping the push, allowing EG to have the run of the map here.
So once again, it is an early Evil Geniuses lead here. Over 1,000 gold lead already accrued from them. A lot of mid lane focus there, getting this Silas pick for JoJo ahead. And it's not just the gold, it's also the early Dark Seal stack stacking up for him.
And there's not really any vision out on the map for the 100 Thieves side. This pink ward is there for EG, multiple pinks down on that bot side, so that is keeping their lanes a lot more safe. They know they want to play aggressively. GP wants to be in the face of the Ornn, poking away at him. Lucian Nami wants to be threatening these all-ins.
Well, they'll find a little bit, but quite a lot shy of an all-in. The bubble flies out and doesn't connect on FBI, so 100 Thieves now have the confidence to be able to continue shoving this out, knowing they can't be caught in that CC.
I would actually like to see an early lane swap from 100 Thieves up towards Rift Herald, because they don't want to play into this lopsided ultimates towards bottom side of the map.
It's actually so interesting. Something I didn't talk about yet is that Hui is actually playing Guardian. So he's full resolve here on the Yuumi. Not something you ever really see. It's almost always going to be Airy or Comet, sometimes First Strike even. But it's a very defensive setup here. He goes Guardian. He even has bone plating. So he really wants to make sure that they can try to survive in any potential all-in.
Exactly. It's one of those things that at first glance may not make the most sense because Resolve is about resisting damage. Yuumi doesn't normally take a lot of damage, but they know they have to play these with detaching and reattaching to min-max the shields and get all the value possible. So they're ready for that as Closer may just be able to find an angle here bottom. Cowrie and Vulcan going forward. Closer looking for Blast Cone as FBI nearly dies, barely staying alive. They're just trying to buy enough time to get Closer down here, and now he's ready to go. Heal used. Closer jumps in. Yumio goes down. They find the route onto the enemy support, but Gangplank's ult is getting it done. FBI with a flash out, but Inspired is coming in, and FBI is in trouble. Closer is in trouble, and dare I need to even say it, he's in trouble. 3 kills, EG.
EG go off in the bottom lane there. The GP ulti as the response. The early level 6s made 100 Thieves think they could win out, but Kiori levels up during that, takes them down.
That is exactly why a minute ago I called for a lane swap up to the top side of the map so you don't play into the GP ultimate. You want to make a top side play there. But 100 Thieves, they go right into it. And if it after the reset for Inspired, so he's there for the counter gank with that ulti and the over commitment. Evil Geniuses get paid again.
Evil Geniuses racking up so much here between the Gangplank money, between the kill in the mid lane, the 3 kills bottom. It's a 3,500 gold lead before 10 minutes. This is a massacre.
It's a monumental advantage here for EG, barely surviving there. Cowrie able to turn it around and hitting 6, getting that culling. Inspired there on the timing. Inspired has been exceptional so far this game. Right place, right time. Everywhere EG needs him to be.
This is great stuff for Evil Geniuses. 100 Thieves playing right into their strengths here, what they've drafted for, and that means you're going to get the first move with this big of a gold lead. You can just slam down the advantage. Here's another look at it for the timing here. And you can tell, Vulcan and Kaori, they don't overextend in that. They're waiting. They know that this is going to turn around.
Yeah, absolutely. But the early level 6s made them think that they could win. Yuumi's 6, FBI is 6 here as well. And no one on the EG side was actually at that big break mark. But then, Cowrie able to hit level 6, comes in here, Inspired arrives from the side, gets the wall tackle on FBI. No one can get out from 100 Thieves.
I just think it's really good communication from EG to not overplay your hand with the Lucian Nami in that little trade, because Inspired is saying, hey, I just reset, so let me have some time here to get over there for the counter.
Well, we're ready to go again. Closer back in bottom lane, and this time they get the fish. Cowrie can't do anything to keep him alive, and that's a response that was desperately needed from 100 Thieves.
Absolutely, but look at mid lane stolen ulti.
JoJo goes in again and forces out the flash from Abbedagga as Inspired's ready to maybe follow up, but Abba backs away.
But that's huge now. Flash down here is going to mean 5 minutes of danger for Abbedagga. especially because they don't have a lot of vision coverage here around mid lane. There's really nothing keeping him safe. They do have that mid prio, so Inspired will be starting this up.
Alrighty, that could be important if they can just grab it without any interference from 100 Thieves, and it looks like that interference ain't gonna happen. So a free Drake for Inspired. They know they have their bottom lane nearby. They can shove out this wave, come up and help them. FBI stuck underneath the tier 1 turret, so he won't be able to interfere. Abadaga already spent his flash surviving the all-in from JoJo, so he can't come down there. Easy pickup for EG.
This is such a massive lead for the Evil Geniuses. This early into the game, the Dragon plus almost 4,000 gold lead at only 11.5 minutes here. Massive, massive. Of course, they have Gangplank, who's generating an excessive lead up here with First Strike, with the passive as well there for Impact, but this is a ginormous lead. And JoJo is such a good Sylas, they should be able to steal correct ultimates here to continue on and push this lead ahead with the engages.
I mean, this First Strike has gotten so much value for Impact. Almost 300 gold already 12 minutes in. Nearly a kill's worth of gold, especially when you can use it with the ulti cross-map. It is actually so valuable, and they're going aggressive on FBI.
Oh, FBI, you better get the hell out of town, buddy. Jumps back over the wall to survive. But this is the kind of situation you'll find yourself in when you're behind versus Lucian Nami. They're still not at those one-item power spikes either. It's going to get worse.
And when your bottom lane is getting bullied like that, it does free up the other side of your map here too. Herald's going to be started by Evil Geniuses. They're just going to take this right off the map. They've got such early item completions. Chemtech is already completed here for Inspired on Poppy. With the extra Swifty boost move speed, he's so fast. He can get in there without even his own flash to be able to force these summoner spells and force these ganks.
Absolutely, and EG, it feels like now are winning all 3 lanes, and that is just a jungler's paradise here for Inspired. Go wherever you want, take whatever you want, gets the Dragon, gets the Herald, nearly 4.5k. Well, more than that ahead. They're going to be a 5,000 gold lead once they drop the Herald and crack some plates.
We've seen early leads in both games so far this series, but this one is by far the most dominant. The 2 previous games around this point, yeah, it's been around 1,000, maybe 1,500 gold, nearly 5K for the defending champs.
I got some bad news for the 100 Thieves fans because the items now are completed. For Kaori as well as Vulcan, those mythics do come through. So that is where you have to be terrified of any potential all-ins that could come across.
They're going to get even more money too with the Rift Herald being moved down here. That should be whole turret plate. 100 Thieves have brought closer. They're going to try and defend the remnants of it. But all they need is a couple autos here from EG, plus the charge from the Herald. That thing is gone, and 100 Thieves have got to get out of town.
And the timing is perfect. 13 minutes and 45 seconds as Impact has to use his stopwatch to survive the all-in from Someday.
I actually love that. That's great use of the stopwatch there. You know, he is Inspiration primary, so he's going to be able to have that. And when there is that Ignite spellbook plus ultimate window, that is the only time you can really get all in 100 to 0 by the Ornn. So pays the respect, holds onto his flash, spends the stopwatch.
Yeah, every single member here for Evil Geniuses above their counterparts on the side of 100 Thieves. This should be pretty easy to rotate up towards top lane next, get that last secondary outer here on the top lane tower, then rotate over in time for that Dragon. 2 minutes is plenty of time here to overload. And here you see the bottom lane heading right up there to deal with the business.
Exactly. They're marching up towards that top part of the map, ready to keep building this lead. They're already at nearly 6,000 gold, but it looks like it might be party time here in top lane. Someday tries to get away from it. Cannon barrage forces the flash as Closer tries to get away, but JoJo is ready to keep it moving forward. Who he detaches and finds his way back over to Someday, but that's another fight for the Geniuses.
Impact starting the party early all by himself there, soloing Someday out, forcing him away, forcing the flash under tower. They get another kill here. It's just a steamroll with this map pressure from Evil Geniuses.
And Impact playing that 1v1 out so well, getting multiple applications of the Trial by Fire, resetting it with the barrels, constantly slowing him down, getting that true damage down to shred through this Ornn. FBI trying to trade back on the other side, but Impact's going to be here quickly to answer. And is going for this crit build, likely going to be Collector's second. It'll be interesting to see if he goes towards Lethality Mythic third or just straight to the IE, but we can watch it again. He's got First Strike active, and he's going to be looking for the kill from the bush.
Yeah, he gets the opening bonus right there. Barrel chain onto Someday, uses his first Trial by Fire, gets the second one here. Ultimate, plus the extra Q on the way out, forces the flash from Someday to get out of range of that ultimate. And then the rest of the team is going to be able to pick up the other kill here on Closer. And while Huhi is able to slip away with the Yumi, again, the timing of that play means they finish up this the top tower, and then you look at this reset, it's plenty in advance of the Dragon, still a cushy 20 seconds to get over there with.
Absolutely, and so many items actually being picked up here. Kauri almost has his full rapid fire. Jojo grabbed up the stopwatch, knowing that playmaking is going to be very, very important here. They've got some heal cut there on Vulcan, so they are looking good. And Abadaga, got to get out of there.
And so from the 100 Thieves side, you have to know, okay, they're resetting 20 seconds way in advance of this Dragon. We can't go over there. We have to try and trade something on the other side of the map. See if you can maybe push an extra mid wave on top side. They're just trying to catch the waves at their towers here, as Azir trying to defend mid and just sacrifice that Dragon. Nothing you can do about it. And they can't even make a hard push on the other side of the map. EG are running the map. They're trying to make a cross map play at the same time on Someday.
Oh no, Someday's just trying to put some items together here in the brushes, and Evil Geniuses aren't gonna let him do nothing. They steal the Ornn ult, they take his life. They get the Drake on the other side of the map too. It's all EG all the time in game 3.
Flowers, they can't even push out a minion wave on the other side of the map without getting caught. Evil Geniuses, it's rare to make, one play on the map like that, but they make 3 at the same time.
This is the benefit of winning all these lanes. You look at the warding, 400 Thieves, they've got no aggressive warding. They have the one in the river. That's about as far up as it gets for them. EG are able to just push up. They know they're going to win any even number fight very comfortably. So as long as they have numbers, they're willing to walk in and face anything 100 Thieves throw at them.
Yeah, and even when they've committed 2 people to the Dragon, pick off the play on top side of the map. Maybe the Hex Gates, you can say, with a little bit of comeback defensive mechanic where you can try and get out there and defend your teammates a little bit quicker, but there's no other word for it. This is a blowout in game number 3.
Evil Geniuses making a statement, coming back after losing that second game. Clearly didn't affect them too much.
No, not at all. I mean, you look at the 80 gap right now as far as the itemization, it's a full item and a half ahead for Kauri. That is just ridiculous on this really powerful early game marksman. He's going to hit 11 soon. First strike, level 2 of the culling is going to be so much damage.
It does seem difficult for 100 Thieves to play it. I mean, yeah, you say, hey, just slap the Lucian back on the ban list, right? Look, we won the game where we banned it away. But also, that's not the only problem this game. There are problems in every lane. The Gangplank is a problem. The Silas is a problem. Evil Geniuses going to be able to push this one ahead. 8.6K plus all the dragons.
So outside of a major error from Evil Geniuses, is there even a way back into this for 100 Thieves? Because it feels like they're so far behind now that it's nearly impossible.
I mean, you're just hoping that the game can stall out, that you can actually scale up and then maybe make something happen with the Azir, the Zeri, the Yumi. They have incredible scaling. Ornn does as well. So you're trying to just mitigate loss, farm it up, keep defensive vision, and hope that maybe come soul fight, you can pull something off.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where you gotta fake it till you make it. Just keep telling each other, we're scaling, we're scaling, we're scaling.
You gotta fake it for a long time if you're down 9,000 gold here. And by the way, this is a 9,000 gold lead in a game where there's still a second Rift Herald alive on the map. There's no Baron available to take. This game is an absolute smash from EG, and with this next Herald, I'm expecting them to just absolutely steamroll down one of these lanes.
And if you go up here 2-1, you put it to match point, the pressure really does start to mount for 100 Thieves here. Going up against EG, they really wanted their revenge, and it will be insult to injury to lose to them. With this substitute marksman here, Kauri, who has been playing incredible on the Lucian, it feels like, in both these games.
I got to give him so much credit for stepping up like this, going from Academy, not just to LCS, but to an actual roadshow event with an arena packed full of fans. That's like jumping 6 levels ahead, and it's just incredible to perform the way he's doing. 2-0-2, 300 gold bounty, full item lead over his opponent. Hot damn!
Especially because you don't get the practice time with the team as well. This 100 Thieves lineup, they haven't even changed their lineup since last year. They're the only team to not even make changes. They have played together and built synergy over more time than any other LCS team, and Kauri just slaps right in.
My man skipped the tutorial, went straight to the final boss.
He just mashed X through all the dialogue and started one-shotting everybody. Team fight breaking out now with the Ornn ulti coming in. FBI's thrown up into the air. Culling doesn't find enough for a kill, but the Herald charges in, and the tier 2 is going to be taken low. 100 Thieves trying to strike back, but they only root the enemy jungler. Nobody dies either side.
But it is the chunk there they get down. They force the summoners off FBI. They force the flash off Abadaga. That is the big win for EG, is in the summoner department. And with Dragon here in 45, you have to think there's not much shot for 100 Thieves to be able to contest.
Trying to chase him out right now. Be careful about these barrel chains. Impact is definitely a heavy force here. Pushing out the bottom lane first. Evil Geniuses buying time for Cowrie and Vulcan to reset and get back out onto the map. They've got some fresh purchases over there. Another BF sword layered into that Lucian.
They're buying time, man. They got 9,500 gold. They can afford as much time as they need right now. Normally, I talk about Barons this early, 21 minutes into the game, normally not being a super viable option. When you have this kind of a lead, when the game has gone like this so far, it's a very viable option, especially if you can take down these tier 2s and make it that much more difficult for 100 Thieves to leave the base.
Absolutely. I mean, they have everything you would actually want to be able to burn this down. They're high damage, they have a frontliner, they have sustain, so it is going to be really easy to start that up and threaten it. And EG trying to push in, threaten these tier 2s, while Abadaga does collect an objective bounty on top side and try to scrape some gold back for 100 Thieves.
This is what we talk about with the previous Dragon as well. You know you can't take it, so try and get your objective bounty, try and get your trade on the other side of the map, and at least they do get that objective bounty shut down. And try and leave behind a couple of control wards, a little bit of vision by Baron.
And you know what? Going back to Champion Select, the thing that we identified as what could be one of the problems for this EG draft is a lack of engage. But they're so far ahead, they essentially completely cancel that out. They're always able to be first. They always have priority. They always have setup. And it's 100 Thieves who have to check into them.
Yeah, and as long as JoJo goes and gets some vision of Someday, finds that Ornn, they've been able to successfully yoink that ultimate to force their lead even wider here as we approach the Baron. And this is where 100 Thieves are going to have their hardest defense of the game. Over the back of this Baron wall, you see the Nami wave used out early here, just trying to make one of these picks, a little bit of fishing from Vulcan.
Yeah, it almost hit Abadaga, just very slightly off there. No, Isaac, I see you grinning. I'm not acknowledging the pun. We're not doing it. No, we're not doing it.
If it was freak, it was fully intentional.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
A little bit of fishing there from Nami, Kobe.
Kobe's chilling. All right, but 100 Thieves are not chilling. They're trying to find any sort of a way to play this one out, but Abadaga, he's already dead.
He got one! Vulcan went fishing and he got himself a bird! They get the Azir,
What's that thing doing under there?
Another bubble, another dead Azir. Vulcan comes up with the pick, and that's going to be Evil Genius's supremacy around Baron.
And now it's the big prize here. They're starting up the Baron. 100 Thieves have to contest. Impact is still bot lane, though. Does have TP, does have ulti for the turn here, potentially.
Man, Vulcan is just so clutch so many times throughout his career.
Absolutely, he's been so good, and things that you don't want to hear as a 100 Thieves fan. Impact has enough to buy a full IE when he's sitting on 4,000 gold, so Gangplank is about to be a problem.
What about this angle? What if it's not even about the Lucian? It's about the Nami that they keep getting for Vulcan. The sniper with the bubbles. Honestly, just huge stuff here from Evil Geniuses, and for 100 Thieves, they already have to be thinking about, changes towards next game, because yes, how many ways can you say it that EG have blasted this game? It's about what are the adaptations from 100 Thieves, because it has in the past just been about, okay, we are going to fall back on team fighting and scaling towards these mid-game. This is exactly what they tried this game, and they didn't even get a chance at it.
Well, let's see if EG can find their move now. There comes the Ornn ultis, traded back and forth. However, now let's see what JoJo can do. Let's see it. Not quite going to get anything just yet. JoJo throws out the E2, but he won't get closer. Nobody dies, and honestly, that's about as good as you can get for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely. Closer doing a good job actually deflecting Lucian ultimate with his own ultimate, then gets in there on JoJo, and jukes up when JoJo thought he was going to go down, so JoJo actually knocking the ultimate down and is not able to actually connect there on closer, so he just walks it out.
Yeah, I like the phrasing there, Flowers, because every time 100 Thieves don't die in one of these attempts, that's a dub. That's a dub. Because even in the aftermath, you see EG, they're like, fine, we didn't kill anyone, but we're still going to push in all 3 lanes and take away more territory for 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves have to take this opportunity on the resets to get some vision inside Baron, though, because that's your hope. When you're this far down in a game, your hope is that slingshot dream fight around a big objective like Baron. Maybe you can steal it, objective bounty shut down, maybe you can get some kills.
That's going to have to be the slingshot that killed Goliath, man. There's no way unless something absolutely out of this world happens. When you look at the item diff when you look at how far ahead these guys are, and when you consider how damn good they are at team fighting, EG just has everything they need to win this.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a really impressive game from EG. You know, they're 1 tower, 1 kill away from a perfect game, right? You know, they did give some up, but not much whatsoever. Has been dominance across the map here. That lone kill on Vulcan, that 1 tower that was taken as a trade for an objective on the other side of the map is really all 100 Thieves have been able to claw away from EG this entire game.
Look at this Chad Poppy. Walks into enemy jungle by himself, takes the blue. He knows nobody's going to mess with him because he's running the whole rift right now. Evil Geniuses, uh-oh. Oh no, Abbedagga. I don't know if a Sun Disc is going to be enough, buddy. They bring down the Gangplank ulti. It's just raining shells on him. JoJo goes in. He doesn't even need to use the stolen ultimate. They pick off the enemy mid, and a TP's coming in looking for even more. They try to bring in backup for 100 Thieves, but JoJo wants to get somebody, and he finds Closer, delivers him straight into Cowrie's waiting arms. They'll find another on the FBI almost, and there's the secure. There's the double kill. There's the substitute AD carry stepping up.
JoJo taking the game into his hands there, finds the pick onto Abbedagga with impact, then flashing in, takes down Closer to guarantee that they can secure this Baron. Someday and Hui's sticking around, but what can they do? So little damage. It is the Spellbook Smite, so he's going to try to look for a potential flash in. I think it's worth it, but I don't see how he can get there.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to get all the way in. They're just beating the snot out of him. They knock him right back into the wall. No risk, no chance. Evil Geniuses secure the Baron.
Yeah, they are not going to keep damaging Baron. They stop DPS on Baron. It is critical. You don't have to be a genius to call that play, but well done.
Absolutely, and it's you can't hate Someday for the attempt. You're so far behind. He needs those kind of plays to actually have any chance of coming back. And it's just JoJo finding the pick here. You can see the Gangplank ulti dropped on him. Not really any ability to actually outplay this. Just bursts down, and then Closer and FBI, everyone here was trying to bail out their mid laners, they're just gonna get chased.
And even with this, you know, 1 screen teleport from JoJo, he's like, I'm making this play happen. He teleports a screen, then he flashes for it. He gets the Azir sec with the stolen Azir ultimate, and is knocked even closer towards the rest of 100 Thieves.
It's been such a clean game for EG. Game 1, Game 3, both entirely dominated by EG. 100 Thieves battled back incredibly well in Game 2, and now are going to have to set themselves up to try to do the same here in Game 4. I don't think Cowrie's going to see Lucian again for the rest of the series. I don't think they can allow that.
Yeah, you would expect not, and it sort of works as a double ban too, because Nami's pretty much only picked with it. We've seen Vulcan dial in these bubbles. We've seen Vulcan have the performance. The problem is, last time, 100 Thieves had to find an answer. They did, but even if they didn't, they still got to keep playing. You had another try. Once EG hits match point, that pressure just multiplies like the damage from the barrels. Everybody on 100 Thieves heads for the hills, but they will not be able to defend their base. They all survive for now, but EG is in wrecking ball mode.
Oh my goodness, that Gangplank Impact made his presence felt on that one, and 100 Thieves have to scramble back to the fountain.
That was crazy burst. He already has the Mythic in now with the Prowler's Claw, so looking for these one-shots. EG are threatening here.
All right, let's see what they can do. JoJo's got the Xin Zhao ultimate. That's the defensive option that lets him stay in the midst of the fight once he decides to dive in. Now, can they continue forcing this down? I would have to think the answer is yes. They are 18,000 gold ahead, 30 minutes into the game. Slam into the wall. Closer just dies. Abbedagga goes with them, and all of the Thieves will fall. He's the last. A double kill over to Impact, and Evil Geniuses are gonna take us to match point.
Oh, it's JoJo with the alley-oop to Inspired here. What a play, and it is going to be Evil Geniuses on that Nexus, pushing it to game point.
The absolute dominance, 16-1, over a 20,000 gold difference to slam 100 Thieves as they head towards a series victory.
And I've got to give so much credit in this one to JoJo Pyun and Inspired. It felt like they were involved in basically everything all game long. 13 KP there for Jojo Pyun, leading the way on a lot of these plays with the stolen ultimates, finding the engages, him and Inspired combining early to get that kill onto Abadaga, and it felt like just locked him out of the game completely.
Again, there were so many problems for 100 Thieves this game. Impact was a problem. Jojo was a problem. Calorie was a problem. Vulcan was a problem. Inspired was a problem. Got them all.
It was all problems. It was a fistful of problems for 100 Thieves. And that fist just went bam, 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 bam. There was no way out. Bottom lane, the pressure. Top lane, the pressure. And I got to applaud the draft. They got the Silas. They picked the gangplank knowing that their opponents want to tank and he's going to get the free lane. Everybody was set up for success.
Absolutely. And when Inspired has this much control over a game, it's so hard to beat EG, right? They had 3 pushing lanes. Closer was really limited in his options because they had the vision. They had the early push. Inspired could kind of pick and choose where he wants to go. And it really allowed them to control the objectives.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves got to go with, even them taking the Lucian Nami, something to get some early lane prio and change this up.
The pressure is on for 100 Thieves with EG bringing us to match point. And now we're going to head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. Move out of EG's way. They are racing back towards the grand finals and an opportunity to defend their title. Series score now 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so we talked about draft, and what I want to talk about here, looking at it, is the Lucian Nami, right? Because at the very beginning of the day, to reprise what we were going to talk about Kaori brings to this team, it is the ability to slot in pushing bot lanes. This is something that they had prepped in scrims going into this. And that was the big thing to me from EG, along with the Silas pick.
And I mean, listen, we've had a ton of conversations, and I've seen a ton of comments throughout the split of Lucian Nami just being overrated in NA. Right? And we can see the way this game played out and say, why did 100 Thieves pick 3 lanes that aren't winning? They're not going to be able to do anything. But I'd also point to years and years of finals where teams get on stage and are unable to push their early game lead.
Right.
So I don't necessarily think this was a bad 100 Thieves draft. It was just an exceptional play from EG, which means next game they can't do it again because EG has proven they can beat the clock and smash you early game. But I'm very impressed with the way they destroyed these power picks.
Yeah, Raz, by all accounts, these are compositions that make kind of perfect sense for the way that teams like to play.
Especially 100 Thieves that throughout the split have favored late game scaling compositions.
Azir, Yuumi, Zeri. How do you get all 3 of those, you say?
Yes. And then it really was defined by the early game fights that really made it really difficult. If you fall that far behind, kind of like what the casters said and what we said, if you don't have early prio and you're that far behind, you lose everything to Evil Geniuses.
And that's why I really want to talk about Inspired and his early map movements, right? Because he had the 3-minute gank onto Poppy that got Abba's flash, and that's what allowed this to happen, right? Because he's immediately there. Jojo steals the Azir ult, and this is just such a fantastic play. They obviously coordinated this ahead of time. And then now we're going to see this bot lane play where, they end up coming out of this ahead, even with Kozer coming in, because here we go, Inspired's coming in.
That's
He's gonna get there.
Big
GP ult as well, yeah. But then this is just so well coordinated from the team, right? And I just liked how when we were talking about Inspired and what he has, I think, accomplished this year, what made him an MVP jungler is the fact that he opened up his game to stuff like this, right? Where he has the pushing lanes and he's not just sitting back and farming, he's making plays.
And I thought that Kaori and Vulcan in the bot side of the map in that specific play gets a lot of credit because it was Closer who was kind of going back and forth as the whether to go for that gank. And when he sees Kaori and Vulcan chunking Zeri to about 10% HP, he thinks they're going to press their advantage. They actually play back and go back to a neutral state of the lane, and it really tricks Closer into thinking that it's going to go further. They're right next to a turret, and the big turn of that fight.
I know Impact doesn't get that kill, chat, but that for me was Impact saying, I can do it to you too, from game number 2, like...
Absolutely, and I had called for EG to pick Ornn 1, 2, 3. It's much better to just pick Gangplank whenever, apparently. Because somebody's just going to play Ornn into it because he needed to fit the team comp, and he's going to completely smash them. And once EG had the gold lead, they just absolutely had one of the best games of the year. We heard the FTX gold advantage was over 20,000. That's the largest gold advantage anyone has had all summer.
The whole year, actually. It got updated.
There we go.
Originally, they told us all summer. The entire year of the LCS, this is the biggest FTX gold advantage we've seen in any game.
And that's where I'm going to revisit Jojo Pyun, right? Because obviously we talked about how he was going to be one of these people who was stepping up, has stepped up in their previous playoff performances. Oh, here comes the backpack meme.
Get in the backpack.
Climb Everest. Let's go.
As soon as he got that advantage with that coordinated play, inspired revisiting a flashless Abadaga, he just took over this game along with Kaori. We also have to give Kaori credit here too.
Raz, those game 2 stats look like a win. That looks like a win column.
Yes, and that was the loss where he was trying to get his team in the backpack. So
he needs to refold everyone.
He does.
Yes. It didn't fit the first time around.
Exactly. I like the rolling technique if you're traveling.
22,000 damage there.
And it's insane. God. I mean, Jojo has been having an outstanding series. There is a reason why players call him just the best mid laner in the league. They give him a ton of respect, especially in his laning phase. And he has been going over, like giving the Azir consistently because he is so confident into it in the Sylas and Akali game.
All right, a couple things I want to talk about. First and foremost, let's talk about pick ban because we heard Azael say it in the cast. He does not believe Lucian should be handed over to Kaori yet again. And I just kind of want to remind everybody, this guy was playing in Academy just a week ago. He gets called up to the LCS stage, and it's not just a regular season game. It's a best-of-5 in the semifinal, the losers bracket final, to go defend your title as LCS champions. And he's living up to it and then some, I'd say.
It's actually extremely hard because there's that first barrier of, well, I've been playing against Academy competition, so the change of environment to the top 3 in the LCS is a big one. And then with the limited time that you have, where it's like, how much practice did you even get with the team when there are only 3 teams left?
I will say, I don't think there's many Academy players that don't think they deserve LCS.
There it is.
I hope
when
that's
you're
the case.
at that level, so close to being the very best, you just think you can do it.
Right.
And so far, he's just able to step in and prove it. I think partially because he is very good.
Right.
When you look at the top Academy prospects, he was on everybody's list. It's not like they're just picking a random Academy player. They're picking like one of the top players from Academy. And it's also the team that was the very best at enabling their AD carry all year. So it is a very good situation Kaori is stepping into.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk to experts of that scene, they would go to Yon of TULA, and then they would go to Kaori as the best 2 AD carries in the Academy. And if you heard Busio earlier today, one of the things he would say is like, watch out for Kaori being maybe over-aggressive in lanes. That didn't happen. In fact, him playing cautiously at that crucial time when Xin Zhao was going bot lane gave them 3 kills based off the response. So I think 100 Thieves might be lost simply because of how well Evil Geniuses are playing, sure, but they made an attempt bot lane and it failed.
Yeah, alternatively, they need to pick the Lucian Nami for themselves. But I think that's where I also give credit to the rest of EG, right? Like this lane with Vulcan, very experienced support. Vulcan's had a really, really strong series thus far. And then EG have done such a good job to set themselves up on the rest of the map. And they're focusing on giving Kaori something he's really comfortable on, right? And that's not a bad thing. Like, I'm not saying that Kaori's being carried by the rest of the team. He's playing phenomenally himself.
Absolutely.
But they're setting him up for success as well. And it's something you absolutely want to see, especially in an emergency substitute situation. So all the credit to EG and their prep.
He's absolutely filling the role he needs to fill for the team and then some. And I love the point about the rest of the players because we heard Mark bring it up in the pre-show, right? That for him, what was demonstrated throughout the playoffs, while for some people was degrading their faith and trust in EG, for him it was building that because he was seeing these 4 players able to work around an obstacle and come out that much better forward in the end, Jad.
Yeah, I completely agree. But what I do want to track here is how clutch can 100 Thieves be? Because they lost game 1 and 3. Game 2, they're down 3,500 gold.
They found it.
They found it. This is the time where you pull on the clutch factor, right? Like they've won series where they haven't necessarily played like the best team because they've been able to perform in the moment. So that's the energy they have to be able to channel here to have a chance.
All right, Jat says clutch. Who's it got to be, Emily, on the 100 Thieves squad?
Ooh. I'm actually really curious to see if they go for a pushing bot lane themselves.
Okay.
First pick Lucian, maybe.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think someday.
Thoughts?
I think someday.
Someday.
They ban for him so they don't have a really rough matchup like that, and they play through someday.
I think it's a near impossible question to answer. It's up to the teams to decide. With EG bringing us to series point, it's clear that the pressure hasn't gotten to them. And as we go to break, we're getting a word from Inspired on how our reigning champs have kept their cool.
Yeah, I mean, for sure the pre-split we were the underdogs, but I still feel very confident that we're gonna win. And this split, I think I can see from my teammates that they feel a bit more pressured now because they already see that it was possible to win, and now people expect us to win, so they don't want to disappoint, I guess. But I think it just there is no one to disappoint because it's in the end of the day it's competition. So if someone will play better than us, then they just deserve it. And I think that honestly the pressure will not come to us as hard as to other teams in the clutch moments.
What you playing?
A very serious game, but these in-game purchases are adding up.
Oh, State Farm has rates to fit your budget? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Chicago and the semifinals of the 2022 LCS Summer Playoffs. Evil Geniuses just had the most dominating game of the series. Over a 20,000 gold lead by the end, really sending a message to 100 Thieves.
Absolutely, in both their wins, they absolutely crushed 100 Thieves, so it is gonna have to be a big pivot. I don't think we're gonna see Lucian let through anymore, unless 100 Thieves wanna take it away, because that feels like the core component to both these big stomps.
You said it, Flowers. They sent a message to 100 Thieves, and that message was, you're not going to get revenge. It's going to be another Evil Geniuses victory. Yes, like the Lucian ban, the bottom lane, is something that they have been able to control earlier in the series to get their one win, and yet you look across the map, and there are so many other giant issues for them. The blind picked Gangplank from Impact. You cannot do that again.
No.
Giving him full reign like that. He got so fed, blasting away 90% of their HP by the end. JoJo completely styling on them with the Silas as well. Which fire do you put out first?
I mean, it's so difficult. I think you have to try to attack what worked last time, right? I think you have to attack the bot lane because JoJo has so many different picks. Impact, I think, is very comfortable on a variety of picks as well. We don't know if Kaori is going to be as comfortable, if he's going to feel LCS ready on as many different champions.
Right.
The Zeri game, he did get gifted a couple early kills, which was good, but he looked, I think, less comfortable in teamfights on the Zeri than he has on the Lucian.
Right, Lucian and Nami working together, especially with Vulcan being able to land those bubbles, being able to come in clutch on the Nami as well. We know that just like some AD carries are better at scaling versus aggro picks, some supports are better on enchanters versus engage. Vulcan, often known for his engaged champions, his flanks, his playmaking, but he's shown that he can do it on the Nami too, and this combo is frightening.
He's a damn good fisherman, that is for sure. We've got some audio issues. As
Let's
you can see
go,
here.
look at this.
That'll solve all your audio issues right there. Bucket on head.
The bucket is out of the LCS studio and it's into Chicago now, man. I gotta say, the dance camp was kind of lit. They got some people with some moves in the crowd. They were going off.
We got some great dancers here. Have they tried putting buckets on the heads of the players? Maybe that will help the audio issues there as well.
If everybody has buckets. I also think we were using so for those of you at home, I don't know if you guys have seen it or not in any of the camera shots, we have a working Jinx rocket launcher, a Fishbones, that fires t-shirts out at people. And I was told the t-shirt launcher, you actually have to roll the t-shirts up really tight to fire the projectiles. So we're launching like nuclear t-shirts out to people who were winning the dance contest. It was badass. I really want to shoot the Jinx gun.
Yeah, I do too now, actually.
Yeah, production people afterwards, I'm just saying, pass me the Jinx gun with lots of t-shirts. It'll be fun. We'll shoot them to the winning team too. Everybody gets t-shirts.
I'm down for it. You can shoot them some like championship winning tees. You know?
Yeah.
Why stop at shirts? I'm gonna deliver everything via Fishbone.
LCS trophy. Catch.
Launch it over there.
Bucket launcher.
Do not try this at home.
Don't do anything we're actually talking about. I don't want to get us in trouble for giving people bad ideas. But yeah, we got a bit of a delay. Hopefully the audio issues are going to be solved here in a moment. Of course, the crowd is still as hype as ever. And honestly, it's been absolutely awesome here in the United Center today. Like, everybody has been coming alive.
Oh, there it is.
Massive
Speak of the
amounts
devil.
of EG
Let's see it, Daniel.
Daniel, fire that sucker. Let's see it.
Oh, he wants cheers. He wants to draw.
Oh, yeah. They got to earn it.
Write your suggestions for 100 Thieves draft and then fire it up there. Help them out. How do they get out of this one?
Whoever's got the best draft suggestions. Okay, there we go. All right, Guy Blaze has it now. Let's see it. Oh, come on. I hope they get to shoot it.
Is there one in there? I don't see one in there.
I'm not sure if it's loaded up or not.
Yeah.
I hope so.
We're just modeling it.
Yeah, we're just showing it off.
It does look
for
very
everybody.
cool.
I actually don't even know how you build one that detailed. Like, that's pretty impressive.
I don't know. He's right there. I see him. I see you.
All right. Well, I've just been notified they're running to grab a T-shirt. It is not currently
T-shirt
loaded.
is on the way. We've got a T-shirt on the way.
This is Whiskey Scorpion to Jinx at center. Do you copy?
Powder, over.
Jinx from Arcane?
Please avoid triple kills. Over.
Honestly, that's kind of the magic that 100 Thieves need to channel, though. It's something akin to that Danny, Powder, triple kill, Danny, pentakill, Steel Baron. Those types of things are what they have to pull out now. A closer Lee Sin, something like that. Something with real magic that is going to change the way this game is going, because last game was just a landslide.
Absolutely, and when you're going into an elimination game like this, which we are now having underway here, you have got to have supreme confidence in whatever you are picking. Give the players what they feel they can dominate on. Kaori not going to be given that Lucian as expected. The Sylas taken away also.
Yup, we've got the Sylas denied, we've got the Lucian denied. Sejuani, Callista, and Seraphine remaining perma-banned throughout the series, and Wukong again, taken out first.
We've come full circle, and this series has validated that 100 Thieves coming into this series wanted to ban the Lucian and the Sylas and put them right back where they belong here. Gonna go with the first pick, Poppy, for that jungle, the playmaking. You know, maybe you can win this around objective fights. You punt out the enemy jungler, try and win that way.
Absolutely. Would be interesting to see, you know, you're expecting Trundle as the answer. That is kind of the standard answer. Will it be the Yuumi Zeri here? In game 2, they did actually forgo taking that Yuumi, and they instead went for the Lulu. They were punished in that. So if you go Yuumi as Zeri, actually really like this, as long as you're fine playing both Sivir or the Zeri, right, your scaling already secured for both bot and mid.
Exactly, and that trade has been basically across all leagues. So they're happy to take either end of it and deny Abbedagga that Azir.
One thing I will ask you though, Kobe, is if you go AD on 3, which we're expecting from EG, that does mean you're not going to get the Trundle. So what do you think Inspire will be looking towards?
Yeah, I'm actually not too worried about Inspire's champion pool. This man has a very deep champion pool, so even if you ban out the Trundle, even if you layer on multiple bans here, there's actually a decent amount that is not at the super highly contested level that perform just fine in the current meta.
Well, I love the fact that they're locking in this Taliyah here. This is a champion we've seen commonly banned in the second half of the drafts throughout the day, and now it's going to be piloted by Abbedagga here, along with that Poppy, along with that Zeri, and there's the Sivir locked in. So the AD carry trade that we predicted, but again, mismatched role bans. So support versus jungle is the difference in what's hard to pick.
I am pretty excited by these changes from 100 Thieves. I like the indexing here into a roaming playmaking mid laner for Abbedagga. This is going to be the necessary difference maker in this series. If 100 Thieves want back in this one, just make full use of this Taliyah, get out to those side lanes, make some picks, make some plays earlier on before Evil Geniuses scale, because now they're the ones with massive, fearsome scaling.
Absolutely, and Abbedagga 3-0 on the Taliyah, 12.3 KDA, has been very strong on it. It does mean that they lose some of these big support pairings. I'll be interested to see who he's going to go towards an enchanter like Renata. That has been kind of highly prized. We saw Sven going towards that a lot when some of the enchanters were getting banned out. We've also seen Janna mixed in, so it will be interesting.
Right, we've got the Inspired Trundle ban that we were planning. Ornn also banned away from Impact. Double support bans from EG in Lulu and Alistar. They know what the enemy AD carry is, but not the support. Let's see what they want to lock in. I would expect it to be a jungler, and Inspired will pilot the Jarvan here.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about absorbing some more jungle bans there. He could have gone like the Lee Sin angle as well, but really feeling like with this Jarvan Yuumi combination, that brings a lot of structure to the team fight. He's going to be that front line, set up these scaling Azir and Sivir's carries.
Gonna be so interested. If the Renekton gets locked in, I feel like, okay, so it's gonna be a Mumu support. I am kind of just expecting Aatrox as the answer. It's a pretty skill-based matchup that a lot of top laners do seem to opt into. In fact, could also go towards something like the Gnar, which he's very comfortable on. Yeah. If they think that they're gonna focus more towards bot and mid, and he's gonna be more on his lonesome, I think Gnar could make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, the Aatrox is a little bit dangerous early on for getting bullied, and I don't think they want to give up too much pressure there, but if you just go with a giant meatball with 2 lives on the top side of the map.
Yeah, this is something that Renekton will never have that one-shot potential against. He's gonna need a gank to be able to kill this guy. And we've talked so many times before in the past as well, Sion's ulti being a pseudo-teleport, allowing him to constantly handle that threat and absorb that pressure.
Plus, the plays that you're looking for when you have a Taliyah-Renekton combination is, you know, Taliyah roaming up to the Renekton, you W stun into W seismic shove them back, full combo. Yep. When you do that against the Sion, you can get the kill, but you'll just end up with a zombie body in front of you, and it's not as high value as trying to deny and CS2 and get kills on a carry top laner. So I really do like that pick, knowing that they already have the Taliyah mid. He's like, you know what, top side, I'm just going to play a big tank. I'm going to soak up the pressure.
Absolutely. And Taliyah plus Poppy, also really nice combo, because if you're moving up towards topside for those dives, you can set up the wall for the guaranteed Poppy stun there too, but they can attack both sides of the map. It's going to be a really interesting early few minutes.
It's so important for 100 Thieves to have everybody on the same page here in this game. They've got the Renekton for the early plays. They've got Talia for roaming around, but everyone's got to be able to execute together. They got ran over in game 3, and now they got another chance here in game 4. All right, let's do it. This is the last game of the day if Evil Geniuses get their way, but 100 Thieves still have a chance to take us to Silver Scrapes and get that revenge from Spring. Abbedagga on the Talia for the first time, and some days on the Lizard.
And 100 Thieves have made a lot of these adjustments that people are looking for. More aggressive lane matchups across the board. So much playmaking ability this game for 100 Thieves, completely different from what we've seen so far.
And I'm expecting Inspired here, you know, with the phase rush, a little bit atypical for the Jarvan, that he is just going to be going full-on tank. He's playing it for the utility, being able to get in and out of some of these more slippy situations.
And the mind games continuing to be played by these players in the all chat, opening it up. Jojo wasted no time getting in there, trying to 5-head mind game him. He said, no cheese bottom, level 1, level 2 here from the Poppy. Care for the cheese ganks, trying to assuage him of these doubts.
I mean, JoJo's definitely a talker. And just like before the game in the pregame lobby, he's trying to get in the heads of their opponents for sure.
And it seems like it's part of EG's game plan. JoJo's talking trash. Inspired's always spamming emotes and dancing on top of people whenever he's winning. These guys really play the mental game against their opponents.
Well, there's going to be no level 2 cheese ganks towards the bottom lane, that's for sure. Both junglers starting towards the top side of the map.
Okay, 100 Thieves really looking to start things off here nice and violent at level 1 in the 2v2, but FBI's got to try to get away now. A lot of damage coming out, 100 HP remaining.
And he only has one potion. This is a call start here, so really gets punished on the retreat. That's what you have to be careful about against these enchanters when you're playing engaged. The open of the fight looks so good, but what is the back end of it going to look like?
Exactly, and when you're playing against Simmer, who gets the extra move speed on attacking, really perfect champion for chasing you down for the better trades. Inspired, level 2, has come all the way down, seen on a ward though.
Well, they managed to get FBI away to safety, but that means Huhi is all alone underneath the turret, but it is an Amumu. He does have CC. The dive would almost shortly be a 1-for-1.
And since you're doing a regular clear here from Closer, even though he will show on that ward, he is going to be an extra camp ahead of Inspired, just very efficiently full clearing, and it's going to be even 2 camps by the time Inspired gets back to his Grom.
This is a little bit scary though. In mid lane here, Abbedagga already used all his Corruption Potion charges and is getting shoved in very heavily here by JoJo, who's up ATS, and normally you say, well, he's gonna be able to collect all that, but when you're this low, I don't know how easy it's gonna be for him to pick up all the farm.
Right, he's having a tough time early on. JoJo's Azir owning this mid lane matchup 3 minutes in, about to crash this wave into the turret, and you can see Abbedagga staying back, 100 HP left. It is so dangerous to stick around here.
This is a reoccurring part of Evil Genius's strategy. They know, because they've got JoJo, who plays so aggressively in all these matchups, they want to get early wards for him around that mid lane to make sure on this level 3 he can push in as hard as he wants, because that ward by Raptors, they see the Poppy, they know where Closer is, he just wants to bully these matchups to the fullest.
And he's doing a really great job of that throughout the series. I think he has been getting the better of Abbedagga in these 1v1s, has been working really well with Inspired also here. And it's going to have a great early base, has TP available. They're looking for the dive, though, on top side.
Impact going to be shoved backwards. They're trying to get the combo damage, but it ain't enough. Sion is too tanky. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Inspired will once again be looking at the bottom lane of 100 Thieves.
And look at the minimap. Because they had Talia half roam, it's an instant recall channel there from Impact. They had no vision of the Talia either. It could have been a 3-person dive. So Impact, he plays it safe. He fully channels the recall. He's out of there. He'll teleport right back. It is both summoners blown from that Sion, but he's not going to take any chances giving over the early first blood.
Exactly. I think it's really, really smart. Just absorb that pressure. Yes, he spends those summoners, but he's back to full health, and he should be able to stay around in lane long enough to get 6. Then you kind of get that pseudo return to lane with the ulti. So Impact doing his job up on that top side, and it's going to be up to Inspired to try to make something of that on the bottom side. But thus far, 100 Thieves bot lane have played with respect to where Inspired could be and have not fallen prey to any of these early Jarvan looks.
And they found out where he was as well. Closer showed up as Inspired was finishing off the Krugs. They chased him out of the jungle, so they know he had to retreat, which gives the bottom lane the chance to do this. Now they can play aggro, now they can push up, but the problem is those trades are a little tough when the Boomerang Blade hits both.
Yeah, absolutely. It does cost the heal, but notice how Vulcan detaches to actually block the Amumu Q there, allowing Kaori to just go aggressive.
And then meanwhile, as you can see on the mini-map, the ramifications of that top lane difference, we had a very deep invade from Someday plus Closer with the Renekton Poppy using that top lane push up there to get some super deep wards. And actually forced Inspired all the way back out of his own jungle, only to go back and get his Krugs as his Raptors were stolen.
Bottom lane gonna be shoved up here as Kaori's just trying to keep control of this, get this wave to crash into the turret.
And it's tough because FBI, again, out of sustain here. He's just on the call. When he went back to base early, he didn't have enough for anything except that refillable. It is the D-Blade plus the call on the other side, and the sustain of this Yuumi really shining through. So gonna be able to get the push here. They're close to taking down the first turret plate of the game.
Exactly. It feels so good to be able to push in and get turret plate money for the Sivir side of this matchup. When you're playing into the Amumu and you're constantly chucking them down, if you get an early lead in this matchup with the Yuumi Sivir scaling, it is massive for Evil Geniuses.
Absolutely is, and FBI can't really base because the cannon wave has already passed. If you base on this wave, you lose the full wave. So his tempo is going to be really, really messed up. EG likely to actually go for a play here, try to take that down themselves, but it's going to be tough now for FBI because the backs could be desynced with Amumu, who's moving out towards mid.
Yeah, the only next window for 100 Thieves that they could try and turn that matchup around would be on the level 6 for the Amumu and see if they can get that all in. But with Kaori having both summoner spells and spell shield to deal with it, it seems like a very difficult task to pull off unless they're able to get a roam from the Taliyah. That mid lane pick that we're talking about invested so much in there, 400 Thieves.
All right, the minion wave crashes, doing a little bit more damage to that turret. First plate pretty much gone, and Inspired still not finding anything just yet. Closer either. 7 minutes in and no first blood is a bit of a slow early game for this series.
Yeah, it has been. Closer doing a lot of maneuvering in the jungle, though, to steal away camps from Inspired, make him pay for the time that he spent going bottom, leaving behind wards in his jungle, which he just finds now, and alerts him to his position once again. So the lead for 100 Thieves is in Closer, the level 6 Poppy here, but it's really dangerous if they're not able to transfer it into a lane.
And Closer has gone for that Ionian Lucidity boot rush that Isaac was talking about, is normally the play on tank junglers. Has the Bomby Cinder for the extra clearing power as well. As Abadaga sets up the seismic shove in mid lane, but they do not have what they need to finish him off. Jojo will dash away to safety.
Yeah, not enough damage in the tank to actually knock him down, but at the very least, the roam from Huhi allows Abadaga to collect most of that farm. But that being said, it's still 8 CS in mid lane. It's a good 8 CS in bot lane. Top lane is dead even. So yeah, J4 is down a bit on gold to Closer, but you gotta be really happy, I think, with these early couple of minutes here from the EG side once more.
Yeah, I love this Scion build. Rushing the Warden's Mail, it reduces so much damage here from the Renekton, reduces that threat of the one-shot, of these combos. Impact is doing so incredibly well here in the tank matchup on top side. Hasn't given any extra advantage over to 100 Thieves, and the time for his flash has elapsed. He's come all the way back up.
If you're playing a hyper-scaling, infinity health extra tank versus Renekton, and you're down 1 farm at 8.5 minutes, early game's going phenomenal.
Absolutely, and it's just been a problem because Jojo winning the 1v1 means Abadaga can't get out on the map and actually affect these plays, right? Normally you'd say, okay, well, Warden's Veil has no health, he has no MR built up, so Abadaga can be the damage that he actually needs to burst down this Scion. But because Jojo has been relentlessly pushing and trading with Abadaga, he's been locked in mid lane and hasn't been able to affect the map.
Uh-oh, bottom side, Kaori's gonna get jumped on. Has to try to get away here. The Yuumi ulti used for the disengage, as well as the heal, as well as the cleanse. EG's gonna keep their AD carry alive.
Yeah, 100 Thieves don't get the successful kill onto EG, but they do get the Rift Herald So Poppy gonna get out with the Rift Herald and make a top play while Inspired dives bottom.
Inspired's looking to pick something up, and who he ain't getting out. First blood over to JoJo.
And in the pockets of the Azir, that is going to mean so much here for EG. The Herald gets drop top, so they got to get a lot.
Exactly, the Herald there from Closer, used on top lane, takes the whole tower for the Renekton for Someday to really accelerate this champ.
Huge extra burst of gold for 100 Thieves, now up about 1,000. They're gonna get the second charge for some permanent damage onto that tier 2, setting them up to maybe revisit this later. But now everybody's coming back towards the mid lane. JoJo grabbing that first kill, like we mentioned, feels really good for him. And with that gold being spent in the top lane, knocking that turret down, that just puts more pressure on Someday's Renekton to find flanks, find angles, and find fights nice and early.
Absolutely, because with that Herald dropped up, or with the pressure up there, he's now up in farm, and he's up to 800 gold. Has the early Blade of the Rune King already completed here. That is going to be a massive spike. Closer is the rest of their gold lead, collecting those plates there as well. So that top side has to continue pushing the game forward here. Renekton is not going to match up with the Azir and the Sivir and these champions in the later stages, so he needs to be getting work done now.
And if they want to try to make a play on the other side of the map, Sivir doesn't have cleanse for now. They don't have the heal on the Yuumi for now. There is more potential down there. We've seen 100 Thieves be able to find that. With these down, that's the time they need to go.
It's also worth noting, JoJo going into Crown of the Shattered Queen, so he thinks that 100 Thieves style is all about the upfront burst. It's about hitting the immune wall, hitting the seismic shift, everything instantly, trying to burst you down. And the Crown is going to really stop that. He just has to be sure that it's not getting poked off.
Yeah, and him getting a really, really early completion on it because he's been winning this lane, pushing so hard from mid as well, is a big power spike to try and look towards Dragon next.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. This is a nice, close early game. Remember, the previous game was about a 3,500 gold difference for Evil Geniuses in game number 3. So 100 Thieves much happier about the way this one is going, but not as happy to see EG starting up the Drake. They've got a 4-man squad there, and they're teleporting in the 5th. But 100 Thieves are looking to stop him. Who he's going in? 3-man ulti. Calorie flashes over the wall as Inspired holds him at bay. Ooh. But FBI's got the kill. Can they fight anymore? Yes! Inspired is down. It's 2 for 1. 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves pull the trigger before the teleport from Impact even gets there. Immediately, no hesitation from 100 Thieves in game number 4. Must-win scenario. Huhi goes in. They get the ulti, they get the kills, and they get the dragon.
But they aren't done. JoJo tries to fight, but JoJo just gets slammed. Vulcan takes some extra loot. 100 Thieves. 2 for nothing on the back end.
100 Thieves just got paid there. 2.5K ahead now. Someday farming plates even in mid lane. They get it all.
100 Thieves want that game 5 with every fiber of their being. They want that revenge. Let's take a look at this. And the key is not waiting the critical seconds for the Scion to arrive. Huhi says, I'll just go first. They get there even before the carries have arrived. An immediate collapse onto Cowrie. FBI over the wall. Adds the extra damage to finish him off.
No spell shield on that initial bandit toss. Probably wanted to save it for the ulti, but wasn't expecting Closer to instant flash in and hit the wall stun that just layers everything perfectly together. Cowrie's just knocked out of the fight immediately.
Beautiful team fighting, beautiful target selection, and then you can see JoJo just hanging around. He thought maybe with Impact there, maybe with them trying to find something, but no, it was 100 Thieves winning the back end of the fight as well. 3,000 gold ahead. They got the Drake. That's going to be a lot of item completions coming in once they shop too. Huge for 100 Thieves.
It's such a big momentum breaker. From the last game, Evil Geniuses had just stomped them so hard, rolling over them so hard. But 100 Thieves will get so much out of this play, both in-game and mentally here. Huge, huge boon. Now they're thinking, how do we push this ahead? We have to control the map, push out on side lane first. We've got the Talia ultimate coming up pretty soon. So until that happens, we'll shadow him as he pushes out while this top tower is down. This is the longest area of the map we can make a play.
And there's no neutral objectives currently on the map. There's nothing to force a fight over. So any plays that happen are going to have to be made over somebody overextending, somebody being caught. Closer on the Poppy, 2-0-2, 100% kill participation. The only one other than FBI to have that. This guy is in a perfect spot to enable the game. We always talk about how much of a clutch player Closer is, how he can show up so big in these big moments. And here in game number 4 at Do or Die, I got my eyes on that Poppy.
Absolutely. I mean, he's been looking really, really good. Inspired tried to look for some early moves down towards bot side, but it was always worded out, and it allowed Closer the extra time to farm those additional camps to get ahead in gold and XP, and then really pay it forward with that early Herald towards topside. Someday gets paid, and all of a sudden, everything is really rolling for 100 Thieves.
And it's rolling right on down mid lane. They'll shove that wave up, try to get some control. Jojo dashing out of the way of the seismic shove, making sure he doesn't get picked. But this 100 Thieves 4-man squad is roaming around, and they're looking for trouble.
Exactly. They're trying to control this area between mid and bottom, allowing this Renekton, pushing it on the Scion, trying to get some more pressure on these towers, slowly chipping away at them. They're going to teleport Abbedagge to push out on the top wave first, where that extra tower is already down. And again, get them the first move. You teleport up there, now you've got 30 seconds of that minion wave moving forward to transition down to Rift Herald number 2 and keep your advantage rolling.
Absolutely, and that lead has really afforded them some of this vision that is pushing forward into the enemy jungle here, trying to keep eyes on where Inspired could be approaching from. They see Cowrie in mid lane looking for the push in there to try to move potentially into the river, but there's not going to be any sort of a chance to really contest it.
And you always look for the next step for 100 Thieves. Okay, teleport top, push it out so we get Rift Herald. Then rotate the Rift Herald, kill mid tower, then you can set up for Dragon, only a minute and 15 seconds away. The timing for 100 Thieves here is working out like clockwork. Pop this one, continue those advantages rolling, shove Evil Geniuses out so that you can try and force that game 5.
And I love to see this level of mental coordination. I love to see this level of calm, cool collectedness, especially after a game like game number 3. They aren't shaken, they aren't messed up, they're ready to go and they got a plan.
Yeah, and it looks like Closer is electing to just hold on to it until Dragon spawn. Wants to use it to try to secure potentially that Dragon. Drop the Herald, raise it spawning, use that for mid-prio, get the crash, and force AG to respond to it, while you're actually taking away that bigger objective of the Dragon.
Exactly. It's a very effective distraction in those situations, and there's only 30 seconds until that Drake spawns.
Yeah, they've rotated Abbedagge up to the top side of the map, and currently he's sitting on Ghost Flash, so they actually are going to be very delayed on that Dragon, bringing over their mid laner. That champion can cover a lot of territory, but has to start heading rank back down now. So he leaves that extra minion wave, and here we go. This is the combo play.
And it will get this first turret automatically as well. The turret is too low health to survive a charge from the Herald. That'll run in. Headbutt immediately secures it. EG does not want to allow this to get a second charge if they can stop it.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to stop it or not, but they just have no vision. You actually look towards the bot side jungle. It's only 100 Thieves wards down there. No way for them to safely approach the Dragon.
And you saw who he throw out the bandage toss. If that hit, they were ready to go for the dive because they had man advantage. They were ready to pull the trigger, but they don't get the chance. Now they'll rotate down back into the river and look for the Drake.
Exactly. You keep extra objectives here for 100 Thieves. 2 towers out of the Rift Herald towards mid. Still get the Dragon, and the only payment that you give is 1 tower to Evil Geniuses for the split pushing Azir. And even then, he's having trouble getting that thing down in time.
And there's not even an objective bounty on it yet.
Yep.
It's not like you're getting any bonus money for taking out that tier 1, so this trade feels incredible for 100 Thieves.
Absolutely, they're looking really, really good. Both towers in mid lane, they're going to get a bot tier 1 for that top tier 2. They get the Dragon. They really are taking over in this game. It feels like the shoe is on the other foot, and we're just kind of in these inverse situations that we were in last game. So we have to see, can EG handle themselves from behind better than their opponents did? They're looking for Someday.
They're after the Croc, but they can't get him. The Yuumi ulti's not going to land. Someday now gets slowed up, trying to escape the Scion Q. They can't charge it long enough for the stun, and Someday completes his great escape.
Yeah, Impact not able to find the angle on the flash to continue the connection of that Yuumi ult.
And that actually has a pretty big cost. That was a lot of cooldowns used for EG to go for that play. Without Scion ultimate, Yuumi ultimate, Sivir ultimate, now they don't want a team fight in the aftermath. And Someday, really nice escape there on the Crocodile because of the Blast Cone. Able to get away from so much of the Evil Geniuses threat. Now EG have to wait on their cooldowns, and during that time, 100 Thieves just take control, stealing away more from the jungle.
Every single thing they can get their hands on, they want to do so. 100 Thieves keeping that gas pedal pressed down. Someday working towards that completed Sunfire Cape too to get himself into the middle of the fight and really wreak some havoc.
This is what you want to see at the top of the league. Both teams have been able to effectively snowball their early leads. 100 Thieves this time around pushing out once again. And we shall see with all these towers down, it gets a lot more dangerous to defend as the team when you're behind. Evil Geniuses have to constantly worry about this Talia wall coming from across the map. Plus, Zeri's so good at joining long range from these team fights, and 100 Thieves have all of the tools to force them.
Absolutely. One thing, though, working for EG is they do have incredible wave clear. They do have incredible scaling, right? J4 more of an early game champ, but everything else is all about the late game here. And with Sivir Azir, if you can just continue to keep them away from getting a game-ending buff like the Soul, you have a lot of time here.
So one thing that I do want to comment on here, Jojo Pyun's build, because on top of the Crown of the Shattered Queen, which is a very defensive item, he's also gone with Nashor's Tooth, which is great for DPS, but doesn't have the level of burst as some of the items that we've seen, like a Ludens or a Shadow Flame. So he's not going to be able to insta-give anybody if they get a pick.
And I think it's because you're playing against Talia. It's very difficult to actually slide in against the Talia rocks. You'll just get stunned up almost always. So he knows he's going to be hitting mostly melee champs. It's going to be about the Mumu, the Poppy, the Renekton, and that's just about maximizing DPS, less about the burst.
Well, Evil Geniuses are now continuing to suffer under the pressure. The top lane tier 2 is being threatened. You can see they knocked Jojo away with that one just to grab a little bit of extra damage. 100 Thieves continue controlling the map, but what is the best play to really push this forward as efficiently as possible?
Well, they have only 2 minutes left on the next dragon, so as long as EG just keeps some vision over the Baron, you're not too worried of the Baron actually getting snuck away from you and want to concentrate on how you can actually either deal with that dragon fight or wait until the actual Soul Dragon fight, delay, and just get something else back on the other side of the map. And since you were talking about the scaling that Evil Geniuses have, they very well may make the choice, hey, we don't want the confrontation now, it's too dangerous, we need to hit our power spikes. We have such good scaling here with the Sivir, Azir, Yuumi, plus even Sion to have an amazing team fight way later into the game. And you just avoid that confrontation, try and trade objectives on the other half of the map.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the only thing they're going to be really willing to contest is the Baron. I don't think they're going to fight for third dragon. Baron is, enough of a threat of game-ending power that they will have to be pushed out. And that's where on the 100 Thieves side, you start to look for the turn, right? And the setup around this is really, really nice when you're playing with the Talia, because you can have Talia, in an area like this where if we see EG move forward into the pit from this area, you have Talia over to the side. Talia shoots out a wall like that. You block them off. You look for the engage. And I think that's what we're going to see from 100 Thieves. And we'll have to find out how EG can really handle it.
I think the first step, of course, is going picking up the dragon before you want to make the more dangerous play. Right. Objective bounties are on the map, so if something goes crazy, that slingshot potential is there.
And I like the fact that you talk about game-ending power, Isaac, because that's what happens to the next Drake if they secure this one.
Yeah.
Then it becomes a ticking time bomb. Baron, Dragon, whatever the objective is, it could end everything. As Jojo slammed to the wall by Closer, who's just watching and waiting, and they force the flash out of the EG mid.
Really nicely done. Jojo is one of those few threats on the other side you have to be really, really concerned about. It's pretty much all about him and Cowrie at this point, so getting the flash off him does make it very difficult for EG to do any sort of an aggressive move here.
And 100 Thieves, they're just going to walk it on down to the Drake. Should be a free objective for them. Yeah, these things are tankier than they used to be, but uncontested, it doesn't matter too much.
And then you can see Evil Geniuses. What can we try and get out of it? At least some vision control around Baron, clear out some of the wards. You have to take that time to get whatever you can in payment for the dragon.
EG just trying to get anything, man. It's such an opposite version of Game 3. They are choked so badly out of so many playmaking opportunities. Closer just running up the dead man's plate. I love this on Poppy for the extra playmaking.
Absolutely, all about the move speed here with the builds. Chemtech plus the dead man's for all of that additional move speed. And EG also paying respect to the fact that Abbedagga would be coming up from that bottom side river. You can't overplay your hand, because if that Weaver's Wall comes in behind you, you're going to get slammed into it by Closer and by all these members of 100 Thieves that are going to be charging forward. So now that the dragon is secured, it's about the setup here for 100 Thieves. They know that EG got in, cleared out some vision, probably laid some of their own. So they need to clear all that out and start looking for the threat of the Baron take to draw EG in and then go for the turn.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have so many ways to play out a Baron bait because they have Poppy, just knock out enemy jungler. So many ways you can try and force it. Just securing the red buff here, smites it away for Closer. They've been successfully able to put in their own vision and take away Evil Geniuses.
All right, Inspired has to retreat. As soon as he drops the flag, he knows he no longer has a safe escape from these guys without using his flash. This turret was damaged earlier, and now 100 Thieves are looking to force it down. There comes Weaver's wall. They're gonna separate them. Can they get it done? Turret's already gone. Damage piles through. EG tries to run, but JoJo's already dead. Inspired and Cowrie head back into the base, and Impact has to hobble away too.
Again, no hesitation from the Thieves, and they will take what is theirs. Push them in, take the kills, get the tower, and now head towards Baron.
And that is a wallet diff. You can see the health bars are damaged from 100 Thieves, but those plays are what you earn yourself the right to make when you've built a lead like this.
And you can tell each time, this is before EG want the plays, because Impact is not there for either of them. Someday trying to play defense here. He's got Abbedagga behind him, so they deny Inspired an easy way towards Baron.
Abbedagga barely missed out on a seismic shove on Inspired there. Baron's down to 2,500. They eject Impact. They're very slowly DPSing. They take the Baron. They take Inspired. JoJo's coming in trying to clean up somebody. Closer's looking for the slam. He won't be able to save Huhi. Someday's ready to turn it around. He won't find him yet. EG's fighting back. Impact holds the line, but JoJo dies to FBI. Impact trying to keep doing it. Cowrie wants to free fire, but Cowrie is cut down. EG are cut down, and 100 Thieves run them over.
100 Thieves looking to push us to game number 5 here. They get the Baron, they get the turn for all the kills, and have amassed a 10,000 gold lead, only 25 minutes in.
This is what you get when you get a semifinals of previous LCS champions going head to head. The two most recent winners, they want that spot in the finals. They can see it, and they can almost touch it. Here's another look. Again, the timing on these plays, now you see late arrivals of both of the EG solo laners. By the time they arrive, 100 Thieves have already gotten their first kills.
Absolutely, they burst them down. Impact sliding in there, but it's too little too late. Then in the 3v5, they know the Baron could be the end of the game, so EG's trying to force their way in. Really impressive team fighting, honestly, with just these 3 members, trying to create space for Inspired to get in there. Cowrie needs to push these members back to buy that time, but Huhi snipes him out as they secure the Baron. But as JoJo respawns, he TPs in, and you start to think, maybe EG can make the magic happen.
But then these stopwatches from 100 Thieves, they buy so much time. JoJo and Someday pop theirs at the same time. He goes down. Cowrie on the Sivir on the outside, trying to find that kill onto FBI, but Someday stops him in his track.
Exactly. He forced out the cleanse earlier, he forced out the flash earlier, still had his, so he comes out the stopwatch, waits till he has the stun, flashing in on that Sivir, stunning him up, guaranteeing the team fight win.
Chugga, 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 chugga. You hear that? That's 100 Thieves train, and it ain't got no brakes. Now they got minion waves. Now they got Baron. Now they're looking at the enemy base. But what's that? A 45-second timer on a Drake Soul. Everything favors the Thieves.
That train sounds an awful lot like Silver Scrapes flowers.
It sounds an awful lot like a Talia wall, Kobe, as they're looking to go even further, but they won't find any picks off of it. It does buy enough time for Someday to get another wave up in mid, but they still have the cannon minion slowly chipping away at the health of the turret bottom.
It's going to be so hard, though. The map is dark and full of terrors for EG here. They got to get out of the map right now. They know that 100 Thieves can rush down this Drake, take Soul, and effectively end any chance of a comeback here. So will they even try to get out on the map and contest it, or are they just going to turtle up and hope they can make something happen later?
The great thing for 100 Thieves, their Baron buff overlaps the Dragon, so they can keep the lanes pushed, keep Evil Geniuses trapped inside their base, and they don't even get to go take a chance at running at this Dragon. So Dragon Soul secured for the 100 Thieves.
And it makes it so much harder for EG to do anything because you almost have to insta-kill somebody to stand a chance against a 5-digit gold lead. And insta-killing somebody through Mountain Soul, forget about it. Nicely, nicely done from 100 Thieves here in game number 4. They never gave up a single Drake to EG.
Absolutely, it's been dominance in this one for sure. And now it's about how cleanly can 100 Thieves close this one out. Can EG hang on by some miracle with their wave clear to try to find a way in? Now, the opportunities are going to be very slim, if any at all, show themselves.
And if you're talking about wave clear, you can only talk about it for a little bit over 2 more minutes, because that's when the next Baron comes up. That's when 100 Thieves can just force that. EG, if you're in their shoes, you know you can't give away the Baron, so they'll be beckoned to come and fight, and that fight will favor the Thieves.
Exactly. So guess what is #1 objective for EG right now? Get some vision to a pathway towards Baron. Get some way so that you don't have to give up 90% of your health bar to get in place to contest that Baron.
And I like the luxury items here being picked up on the 100 Thieves side. GA in bot lane, GA in top lane, stopwatch in the mid lane, shutting down any sort of an opportunity that even one pick will afford.
Because you're at this point of the game where one more fight automatically wins you the game, picking these one fight items is such a good choice to guarantee the extra value, guarantee you send us to game 5, and guarantee that we get silver scrapes in the United Center.
They're just watching the clock count down towards the spawn of Baron. EG have no other recourse. They will be trapped with pushing lanes in their face the entire time until Baron spawns. And just the patrolling done by 100 Thieves and FBI through this jungle, keeping their vision up, not letting EG do any sort of early work there.
5 items, Zeri. Very, very scary stuff. Even if she doesn't have an enchanter right next to her, the DPS potential is through the roof.
Absolutely. FBI has been playing such a good game. And I mean, this playoffs has been so incredibly competitive. Just barely spot on that war was the Poppy. This would be the 8th series that has gone all 5 games if it is closed out here by 100 Thieves.
And I'm really glad to see 100 Thieves were able to make those adjustments. They've been so much more proactive and quick with their plays this time around. Yep. No hesitation so far this game. Let's see if they can keep it up to push it to the final one.
20 seconds remaining until the Baron spawns. You know 100 Thieves is going to be there. They're going to be ready to go. Someday has his Unleashed teleport ready, so he can take up position in other places on the other side of the map. Impact trying to steal away that Scuttle Crab, but he won't get it. Not that important anyway, because it's not near the objective that EG may want to fight over. But here it is. Baron spawns, and 100 Thieves is right on it, and they're melting through the health. Keep your eyes on Inspired. He's the only one who could possibly do anything about it, but Abadaga says no. Throws out the wall that keeps him away. Back to Baron for 100 Thieves.
Really clean take there from 100 Thieves. Inspired, seeing if there's any sort of an opportunity, but knows with the Weaver's Wall down, he'd have to use a Flag Drag to even get over it. Wouldn't really be able to get into the pit without just blind flashing, so it's not even worth the attempt. Now it's just about turtling up for them, seeing if they can hold on to maybe be ready for something like an Elder fight. But 100 Thieves are looking to close out here right now. They want to push up all these lanes with the Baron buff and look to deal lethal damage.
And EG trying to focus on these minion waves. Every minion wave you attack can buy you 30 more seconds of life, and that's just what they want. They're living in these 30-second time frames because 100 Thieves are coming knocking at the door.
Once this fight starts, 100 Thieves wants to end it in less than one of those time frames. Evil Geniuses full on defense. It's survival mode now for Evil Geniuses. 100 Thieves applying pressure in mid, in top. 3-man squad top side. Closer bouncing back and forth between top and mid. Some days on the split. Closer goes in. He finds the slam into the wall, into the jungle, into the kill. JoJo is down. They kill Inspired. 100 Thieves, 2 for 1 at the start.
Who else but Closer finding the engage there, taking down JoJo, and 100 Thieves now on the march here, looking to press their advantage as much as they can.
Evil Geniuses trying to rotate Cowrie over to mid, make sure they can't get both inhibs, but 100 Thieves, they're just looking at the Nexus. A TP to bring one more back into the fray. Abadaga rejoined, and the first Nexus turret is down. They're gonna grab a kill. Say goodnight to Impact. Say goodnight to the rest of Evil Geniuses, and say hello to game number 5. 100 Thieves are put to the test, and they pass with flying colors.
So much credit to the 100 Thieves front line. Again, this whole game, it was critical that they're engaged, not hesitate. And every single time they see an EG carry out, boom, instantly engaged. Bandage toss or flash charge from Closer. Every single time, and they effectively snowball that lead. They had to avoid that scaling from EG, and they did. They took it right to them. They showed that they can play early.
Huhi and Closer were so on point in that game, always instantly following up on the other's moves when they look for these aggressive plays. And it's so interesting in a playoffs that I think has been largely dominated by scaling, that this series, our semifinals, is being dominated by more early game plays, right? It has been Lucian Nami, both the wins for EG, and here it is 100 Thieves going towards Renekton and going towards Talia, forgoing some of the scaling to really look for aggressive moves, to be the ones that actually can dictate the pace of the game.
And that more risky, aggressive, early game style being rewarded here is exciting, because that is inherently more risky style of play to pull off, and they've executed on it every time.
This is going to be the first time we get silver scrapes in a live arena in years. Remember that Houston was back-to-back 3-0s. This one's about to go the distance. But for now, we're heading back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Flowers. And Jet, we should have known better.
Dude,
it's 2022 Summer Split. We should have known better. Yeah. We're going to 5.
What am I doing predictions for you? I'm so dumb sometimes. Like every single loser's bracket game this playoffs, all 6 series have gone to 5 games. It's the absolute maximum number of lower bracket games. That record will never be beaten. It can only be equaled.
Not until we expand to 20 teams. But yes, absolutely.
God.
It's incredible every single time.
Emily, we asked 100 Thieves to find a response, and I'd say they did so emphatically there.
Yeah, so this is really interesting. Obviously, the OP pick here is Poppy. Like, this is the name of the game in the series. Other cool things I like outside of that is I really like the Talia for Abadaga. Obviously, we've talked about how good his Azir is and how they've been prioritizing that for him in previous drafts. Another interesting thing to come out is the Huhi Amumu.
Yeah.
I actually was a little bit shaky on this when I was watching this draft. I was like, I could have gone for another enchanter, like maybe the Soraka, which we've seen over in LEC as an enchanter trade. However, I was wrong, obviously, because Huhi has a very good initiation sense, right? So this ties into what we said with how strong 100 Thieves team fighting is.
Yeah, and even though some of the early skirmishes bot lane were bad, like
it was a little rough early.
Yeah, the later fights were just great because they wanted to have more engage options. I was interested in either maybe going the Nautilus, but the Amumu is something that Huhi actually did so well on during this playoff run. And so we just rolled the clip. This is where we talk about it being quite poor early. And, you know, they had a bad early trade that put them in a position like this, and it's just great to be able to see, as a small point, Kaori and Vulcan just perform well in lane throughout.
Right
but this is where the game broke open.
Yeah.
You can say Kaori should have spell shielded. He'd still get hit by the Sivir ultimate and the wall slam from Poppy. So I do think that with the go button, 100 Thieves was able to win the pivotal fights.
Yeah, and I mean, that's where when we started at top of day, right, we were like, what are 100 Thieves' strengths? Like, Raz, you talked about EG picking these early skirmishes and then being able to snowball their lead from there, which tied well into what Kaori was able to do with pushing bot lanes. Jat, you then talked about how strong 100 Thieves, like, mid to late game team fighting is. And this is exactly where we're seeing it. And again, I have to re-hit on that Huhi Amumu pick because he is someone with such a strong initiation sense. And the rest of this team seems so comfortable when it comes to these 5v5 fights.
But also, as we had talked about, EG, they're going to look for those early fights. And they like to press forward and put the pressure on. That dragon fight, that might eat at them a little bit. I don't feel like compositionally they needed to go for that or put themselves in that position.
Exactly. Remember, it was pre-14 minutes, so that was actually a Sion TP on the turret. He actually had quite a long road to join his team, whereas the Renekton was just there. So it was going to be tough. They probably thought that they could play it back and play it slow. That wasn't the case. And also, Closer coming out of vision with a flash E into the wall made it so we got to this point of the game where it felt really unwinnable for Evil Geniuses. Just take a look at this.
Woo! I mean, again, so to follow that Game 3 loss with a victory like that is why I say it's an emphatic statement, you know, and honestly, it makes me really wonder how you can pick a favorite going into Game 5.
Well, and it's really interesting because I think we saw the massive snowball from EG, right, setting a record for gold difference. And then in this, they have a strong team fighting composition here, right? Like, we did the Sivir Zeri trade, we have the Yuumi, we have the Azir, we have some initiation from J4, and the Sion for like a meat shield and more initiation, and they just don't nearly look as comfortable, especially when going up against how coordinated 100 Thieves can be in these fights.
Yeah. Cowrie only winning his games on Lucian means I believe that's going to remain a 100 Thieves ban, especially for Game 5. But what I find so interesting in terms of comfort and the team's willingness to opt into aggression, I feel like in so many playoff series of the past, when the pressure goes high, the scaling gets better. And the people that are picking Azir, Orange, Sivir are the ones that are winning. That's the opposite of what's happened in these last two games. Azir, Sivir, Yuumi just got slammed. The game before that, largest gold lead we've had all year because EG picked early game and Reaper and 100 Thieves decided to draft scaling in Game 3. We could possibly have the most aggressive Game 5 ever because scaling just doesn't work right now.
All right, well, this is what I was waiting for when it comes to this conversation about what the teams want to bring out in their 5th and final game. Do or die for both sides. Evil Geniuses with side select. They're going to hop to blue side, Raz.
Yeah, and if there's one person or at least one lane that's going to be ultra confident going into the game 5, it should be Cowrie and Vulcan. Even in their losses, they were performing quite well in lane. They might go back, and I know a point that you'd mentioned is that the Kalista ban is going to remain solid. The Lucian ban's probably going to be the same. So it's going to be interesting to see what pick Cowrie then goes to, because it's not just stops at those two. If he's willing to give the Zeri and Sivir along to the opposite side, he has a Draven that oftentimes isn't looked at. It was played a little bit in Academy, but that team wasn't the strongest. And so it just means that for 100 Thieves, they have to be a little bit more aware of that going into this one. If two teams want to clash heads early, then that means maybe bailing out bot lane, either in the draft, but certainly if you're in a bad matchup in the game.
Yeah, the most curious thing to me is obviously we've seen Kalista remain a red side ban, right?
Yeah.
But one thing that 100 Thieves has refused to give up is the Sejuani. So then if they decide to continue to just ban the Lucian because they don't want EG to first pick it on blue side, then I'm really curious if they go for, you know, Azir first pick. Like, it opens up the draft a little bit more, and that is the other thing. I'm really glad you brought up the Draven, because I think Cowrie might be comfortable in that as well.
And I think it's important to look at the Game 3 draft, the last time that EG was on blue side, now that they've lost on red and they can go back. And what are the pivots that are going to be made from here? Because I want Lucian to be banned, but that means Renekton, Kalista, or Sejuani drop. If I'm going to drop a ban, it's likely going to be the Sejuani ban, and you're going to swap that out for a Lucian ban, and then we'll see how the series progresses from there. Weirdly enough, Azir and Yuumi have kind of be traps. I think because it can provide so much early pressure, first Dragon, first Rift Herald, I think it's probably something that could be worth a ban.
And both teams have been really hungry going for this, and this just has to be, like, taking a step back, my favorite playoffs. Just in memory, I don't remember a better one just because of how competitive teams are. You know, I counted out TSM in that series, and that one went the distance. The same could be said about CLG. I counted out Golden Guardians, and even though they lost, they went to 5 games. So, like, you're right about how the bottom bracket has gone. This one is just so important, at least for the players involved, because for Evil Geniuses, winning a championship and then falling flat here, it's going to smear. It's going to suck, especially for players like Jojo Pyun that is playing wild in the bottom bracket.
Yeah, and to re-hit upon it, like, this is our finals rematch, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, whoever goes to face C9 basically has a chance. Like, 100 Thieves have a chance to win their second title. EG would have a chance to win their second title. So that's another, like, kind of pressure point that is building and building, as C9 are just kind of waiting to find out who their opponent is.
That's always the final piece of the puzzle, right, Jet? Like, we talk about how, there's plenty of veteran experience on these stages. Sure, they've been in tough situations before, but you cannot prepare for Game 5 in an arena with tens of thousands of people. It's just that you don't get to practice that.
You can't do that.
I can't wait to see how Cowrie performs in particular.
Yeah.
And also, with the backs against the wall, where the veteran performances come out. Like, for instance, when I look at Jojo, he plays exactly the same no matter what the stakes are. Like, everyone else is playing in Game 5, Jojo is just playing on Tuesday. Like, it just feels very much like a standard game for them. But having a new player could change that dynamic. And then 100 Thieves, like, the closer, is the clutch Game 5 player. So I don't see any of these teams getting worse under the pressure, which just makes me really excited for this match.
And that's why I know that you talk about the bot lane. Obviously going to be relevant in Game 5, Raz, but I kind of go back to impact in the top lane. Like, I get it, compositionally, you wanted the Scion to slot in. This is not the champ you should be putting him on when you're trying to get over the finish line in a best of 5. This is the one guy who always delivers in the postseason. I want to see them invest into him. Let's get that Gangplank back out, if possible, or something of the likes.
Or he picks the Renekton or something involved. He always has a pocket pick that he's willing to go to. And just being involved in the early fights is important.
Mordekaiser.
Not happening. I'm just
I'm always waiting for it.
Are you two staying with 100 Thieves?
I'm staying at 100.
I'm going to stay with EG.
Okay.
Emily?
I'll stay. I mean, like I said,
Sticking with your guns.
I never flip-flop. I will take the L. If I'm wrong,
Okay.
so be it.
I flip-flop all the time. I flip-flop.
Just not now.
Whichever direction the wind blows. No, I'm sticking with 100 Thieves here. I believed in them from the beginning. I'll stick around with them through the end. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. Back in an arena, packed house. Silver Scrapes on the playlist. Let's make some noise. Let's get hype for game number 5, United Center, Chicago. Let's go!
Welcome back, Chicago! It's game 5!
As it should be this year, LCS playoffs, game 5 after game 5, and semifinals, no exception. Both of these teams fighting so hard to get that final spot, to get another chance.
It has just been so crazy. I gotta say, this is the most competitive playoffs LCS has ever had. 8 out of 11 series go all 5 games. 0 3-0s in all of playoffs. Everyone really came to play, and it's so exciting to see EG and 100 Thieves delivering another Game 5.
Especially the way this one's evolved. The first one was a game heavily in favor of EG, then heavily for 100 Thieves. Then they both get another win, even more convincing than their first ones. And now we're brought to this. This is the summit. This is the apex. This is the end. Whoever wins here, you get a shot tomorrow. Whoever don't, start getting ready for play-ins.
And EG get blue side here selection. I want to see what they're going to do with it. What is the #1 prio here? Does Lucian make it through on red side 400 Thieves? Are they going to ban it away?
Azir, Silas, Lucian, Trundle, Poppy, everything is available here. They opt to continue to ban out the Lucian as the prio. Too many options for JoJo to whittle down on mid lane.
100 Thieves fans have got to be happy about that. There's been a big difference between Cowrie on Lucian and Cowrie on these more scaling picks. You love to see him take it away, and first pick of the final draft of the series is Poppy for Inspire.
And that's why I'm so interested. Does EG have another look here? Will they just go back to the Sivir Zeri trade, or are they willing to do something a little bit more surprising, go a bit more aggressive? We know that he can play a lot of these early game picks. There's other in the pool. You know, Kalissa's banned out, Lucian's banned out, but there's still things like Draven potentially.
Still in the pool. 100 Thieves, though, no surprise, because jumping on the Zeri, this is the more highly prized of the Zeri Sivir trade with these two AD carries. And then you don't have to pick up the Yuumi quite yet. Trundle, before it gets banned out this time, for closer, so you can match up with the Poppy.
Alrighty, what does EG want to pick to go along with that Poppy? They can steal the Yuumi away from the Zeri if they want. Sivir, Zeri, the trade of AD carries, it's been done so often throughout playoffs, so often throughout the world, no surprises there. Do they want JoJo back on this Azir?
I think since they banned out the Talia, they should. And say, fine, Abbedagge, you have to play the Silas. You have to show me that you can actually outperform us as a team with this champion.
Or perhaps not. The Lulu locked in instead, showing that Evil Geniuses is prioritizing that Lulu over the Yuumi.
Yeah, they absolutely. In game 2, they did the exact same thing. They actually forgo the Yuumi. They take the Lulu instead. This time around, will it be an Azir early pick here, or are they going to go towards that Yuumi? So they are going towards the Azir again, having that higher on the priority list. Silas going to be banned out, pretty much guaranteed. Then, do they ban out the Akali as well, is my big question.
And with this, they're also saying, yeah, it's fine. Huhi can just play engage supports. We don't need one of these enchanters. We don't have to buffer up. Fine with just getting more engaged. And Huhi and Closer were the big ones. This time around, it's not going to come from the Trundle here. So let's see. Silas gone already. Have to ban out and protect this Azir.
This is interesting. So they ban out the Amumu, but Alistar's also a great engage answer into Sivir. So you're going to ban that out and actually double ban support while leaving Yuumi open? It feels a little bit hard.
If they double ban the engage, supports, then the Yuumi, they'll be happy to go with the Yuumi anyways and just pick that one up for Huhi as well. So I have to think that this will also be the Yuumi ban to follow up the Amumu.
That's my assumption, but Alistar then feels like an easy pick for Huhi. It fits his playstyle. And you also look towards mid lane. Both those counters that we have seen into the Azir already banned out. So what else does JoJo have in his bag of tricks?
I really like that they banned out both the Silas and the Akali. We saw how many problems both of these picks caused. Even though the Akali game was still a win for 100 Thieves, they got to get rid of it. Yuumi's banned out. Alistar is up. It's 100 Thieves pick.
So I do think there is the possibility of looking towards the Yone. You know, we have seen it once from JoJo this year, so that is an option. Alistar feels like the obvious pick, but it's Soraka. We saw this in the LEC Finals earlier today. I do think Soraka is really underrated here. The ultimate so powerful for answering, and especially if you want to play towards top lane counterpick and actually play towards the side lane, that can make the difference in all these 1v1s.
All right, Evil Geniuses, what is it going to be? Got a blind pick for Impact here. They already hovered over the Gangplank. Lots of success last time around with that one. The Ahri still such a very viable counter into the Azir. One of the actually overlooked ones now that so much focus has been put on those melee champions. JoJo will go right back to it.
I'm so interested to now see, is it going to be a blind GP, right? Are we going to return to that type of a pick? because I don't think Huhi will just walk a tank into it again. I think Huhi is going to take a more aggressive pick, especially when you have Soraka. I do think aggressive melee matchups into GP can be very effective.
But 100 Thieves have to get engaged on their team. They have no hard engage, so they still have to go into that same matchup here, get some sort of engage, some sort of CC on their team. And there's a reason EG were hovering that Gangplank. They're like, great, we will farm this one straight to the bank for impact.
The Gwen for the first time this series. Somedays ready for a carry battle.
This does mean you have no guaranteed force for your team fight. It is so much just slows and soft CC for 100 Thieves.
But it's as I expected, it's about the side lane. Soraka with a melee carry in the top lane is such a strong pairing. It allows you to go much more aggressive than normal. You can take dives through GP Ultimate. You can look for plays that would otherwise be too risky because of that post-level 6 Soraka ulti.
I really don't like it though, because this is so much magic damage for 100 Thieves. This whole team, even Zeri, is a lot of magic damage. So you are really indexing into super heavy magic damage. Means it's very easy build paths for Evil Geniuses. Lots of MR gonna get stacked up this game.
And that'll be interesting to see. Is Impact gonna move towards something like an early Hex Drinker to try to actually answer this, to try to stay safe in that 1v1? Because he does not need to dominate in the 1v1. He just needs to kind of hang on. And I do think EG have a more well-rounded composition, even though they themselves do not really have hard engage either. They just kind of have pick.
And that's the thing I'm looking at across both comps. Limited engage options means priority and control. Small leads can mean even more than before. And this is it. Game 5. Let's get into it.
Really interesting here already. Abbedagga, going very heavily for the laning rune setup. He is going to be playing both Aerie and Scorch, so really trying to kind of maximize early game power here against JoJo, who is much more utility-based in his rune page, going Spellbook, going Resolve secondary.
And we're seeing how important this bottom lane is with the early indexing into level 1s. EG push through bottom lane. They don't catch the sweeper on their push, and so 100 Thieves, after EG have vacated the area, they drop the extra ward in the side brush and the control ward here to watch for these ganks. This is something they've done over and over again. Invest this money, this extra control ward down here.
And I'm curious if we're going to get any crazy, wild surprise type of plays here in the Game 5 to just try to catch each other off guard, or if it'll be that slow and steady type of approach. You know that this is the most pressure either one of these teams have been under for the whole split.
It's going to be a really exciting one, and these early moments can mean a lot in this kind of fight. You've got to be really careful about these Soraka Qs. You win out in the trade so heavily because it's not just the damage that Soraka's putting out, it's the healing that she actually gains every time she lands a Q. Winning lane against Soraka requires you to dodge those constantly.
And that's why I like the movement from Vulcan and Kaori here, Kaori, as they move together to bait out the Soraka Q, trying to get a juicy 2 hit on that one, and they don't get either of them.
All right, everybody just trading back and forth a little bit here. Let's look at where junglers are starting. Bottom side for both. So we're going to see them pathing up towards that top half of the map. I expect some attention towards this top lane when it's carry versus carry.
And I think that's really going to call a lot of attention up there, especially post-Spix when Gwen has that potential to look for those all-ins. This is going to get really, really scary. For Impact, he's going Grasp as expected. You kind of need that early game power. Can't go first strike. It's too greedy in this type of matchup.
Meanwhile, we are going to have Closer pathing up towards the top side of the map. Poppy finishing up on red buff first, and someday we'll be able to have that protection here. So everybody playing accordingly, cautiously, tracking those jungle as they go through their full clears.
Meanwhile, JoJo on the back foot here in mid lane early on. Abbedagga controlling that lane, controlling that 1v1. Closer will walk over just the very last couple of seconds of that ward.
But Impact has done such a good job with his wave. He's trimmed it just enough so it's not actually crashing. You know how the wave is actually building outside his tower there? You basically are ungankable from this position, so it's a really, really good spot for him to be in. Inspired, though, moving up here, and I think 100 Thieves should have a good idea that he's in the area, given that they saw those camps are still alive.
It's really smart stuff from Closer, trying to play off your pushing lane here. Trundle wins the 1v1 versus Poppy early on. That is why it's such a prolific pick into this matchup here. With the press the attack, your dueling power is incredible, and so he just bullies in off his pushing lane. He even calls Someday down to go invade that blue buff. They secure the top Scuttle Crab for that counter pick top lane, the extra safety, the vision, and get the counter jungle off.
This bot lane is becoming a problem, though. Look at Kauri. He's down so low in the bottom left of your screen. Already down over a full wave here. They're getting relentlessly pushed in. Who he has been on point, landing a lot of these Qs, and that is just giving them such a massive health advantage.
Yeah, and when we're talking about health, it's one of the differences when you're comparing Soraka to other enchanters. She's all about healing. She's just this battery of health compared to shields, which are a much more temporary function, right? Lulu can protect you, but it's got to be timed right. Soraka, heal, 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 keep you topped off, keeping everything feeling good as long as you're landing those stars like you were talking about.
And it's also really interesting to notice that he is actually going very heavily for the laning setup. 2 points Q, 1 point E. Sometimes Sorakas will actually not even put a point in W until level 7. I don't expect that for pro play, but you can very heavily go in towards your laning.
This is critical timing here for the jungle slip in from Trundle. Closer has gotten into this side brush, looking for the lane gank as the wave is pushing away from Impact. We'll see if they're able to bait him in.
Well, Impact is going to get caught by the pillar, but he keeps on walking it off. They shouldn't be able to threaten the summoner spell here. No, Impact barely taking any damage from that one.
But it's very awkward. The wave is pushing away from him, and he knows his jungler, was just on the bottom side of the map. So he's got to play this out very, very slowly. Play respectful to the fact that Closer could still be hanging around here. Was calm, patient play, though, from Impact to not blow his flash. And as a result, he should be able to kind of slowly walk this in, but will be giving up a lot of farm, and you're going to see that building up here as somebody collects this wave.
I like the confidence from him, from Impact here. He's like, you're not going to waste that much time up here with me. He gets right back to pushing here and is able to get it in. Crashes the wave. Closer had to go for that reset back down to the other side of the map. And they snuck a control ward in on Dragon after revealing jungle topside.
Exactly. So Impact gets that shoved up. He's back in base. He gets to go back with his purchase, get that sheen. That's what Gangplank loves to see on first buy. And now he'll use his TP to get back into the top side. Yes, he's down a bit of farm, but he's got a lot of lane power now.
I'm also interested to see how early Kauri actually picks up an Executioner's Calling, assuming he's going to be doing that, because you have Trundle, you have Hui on the Soraka, you're going to have a Shield Bow first item from FBI, you have a lot of sustain as well from Someday, who already has a Leeching Leer. He's going to be going towards Riftmaker. Anti-heal is paramount in this matchup.
And Sivir is so good at applying it. With physical damage bouncing around in AoE so effectively, it's actually a very cheap pickup. Whereas if you went with the support item, the Putrefier, it would actually take a very long time to get it.
Okay, we have a potential roam coming out from EG. Jojo's going to walk his way up towards top side. Inspired also looking for a lane gank angle, but he was right on top of a ward. 100 Thieves knows where he's at.
And you're getting payment for that vision. Investing in vision gets you awards on the bottom side of the map. Dragon started up. That one will be taken easily by Closer. Trundle, one of the best champions at just soloing these. Even get some support from Hui walking up.
It looked like the idea there is, have Impact shove it up. Someday might hit 6, go for the ghost all in play, counter him with Inspired, but 100 Thieves just, no, they're ready to play it cool, go for the objective. Nice early Drake, 7 minutes in, no contest.
It's critical to get the Dragon off the map. During this time period, Gangplank just hit level 6. So they're looking for that cross-map play again with Impact.
And it's so important as well that 100 Thieves have a lane to actually play around, because we've seen in the games that go bad for them, they are losing all of these lanes very heavily. But the bot lane here, FBI and Hui, have been very, very strong in the 2v2 thus far. That gives you the pressure, that gives Closer the easy in to take that first Dragon.
Alrighty, boys. Alrighty. Still no kills on the map. Again, a little bit slower pace than some of the other games we've seen with some very early action. But this time around, again, for Game 5, everybody wants to play it a little closer to the vest.
Absolutely, and we've seen all these games get out of control so fast off of early advantages. All 4 games, once a team gets ahead, they start to run away with it. No one wants to be the one to make that mistake, to make that bad call here in game number 5.
Plus, as we pointed out in Champion Select, there's so much less playmaking ability on both squads here as far as coming up with those hard CCs to pick people off. It has to come. Maybe you're looking at JoJo with this Ahri, post level 6, has the flash, has the dash ability, looking to try and pick off something like a Soraka moving around.
It feels to me like it's probably going to create a situation where every fight almost has to be around objectives. It has to favor one team for setting up early, and 100 Thieves are setting up for the Herald.
And it means, exactly, whoever gets there first is going to have such a massive advantage in the vision checking through.
But I like 100 Thieves. They went through mid. They got closer level 6 with the minion XP. And now they're rushing it down.
They're going for it, but it's stolen away. Inspired. He gets the smite, but can he pick up the eye? Sumday's ready to fight back against Impact as JoJo tries to get out, but now they found Sumday instead. He's going to try to walk away. Impact's at 200 HP. Sumday 100. He will not die. No one will die, but the Herald goes to EG.
JoJo gets greedy. He tries to get both the kills instead of taking the guaranteed charm onto Sumday, but then they can't finish him off through the Soraka healing.
Exactly. The ambulance is there. Who he comes. He heals up Sumday. They escape with their lives. Still, though, the flash smite steal from Inspired just as it gets to 900. Look at this HP. 920, 856. Boom. He's in there. Smite, flash, steal.
And then it's about this fight on the top side. They collapse over onto Sumday as they actually get the rejection out. JoJo, though, he says, we can get both. They think that Sumday's dead, so he leads the charm onto Azir to try to set up the second kill, but then all of a sudden, flashed in there from Huhi, drops the summoner heal, drops the W heal as well, and keeps his top laner alive.
Yep, they get Sumday out alive, and of course, no eyeball was picked up on that Rift Herald.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Oh, he went back afterwards.
Cowrie got it.
He circled back in and picked it up before it expired. Evil Genius is pulling off the heist of their own.
But look at the farm disadvantage in bot lane. Cowrie moved away from what was a pushing lane, I believe, on bot side. They were already down. Now he's down a massive amount here. 65 farm only at 10 minutes is really, really low for pro play.
Both junglers up in the top side again, just shadowing, seeing if anything's going to happen. They're making sure they crash that wave for 100 Thieves. But the Rift Herald being on the AD carry does make a situation where it's much more easy to predict when that is going to be used.
Absolutely. And it will, hopefully for the EG side, really kind of close that gap between these two marksmen, because that could be solo plate gold if they can get the push. The problem is, how do they get the push? Because they've been losing this 2v2 constantly all game long.
Right.
Inspired here on the Poppy. Could be that difference maker coming down, trying to open up some space for them to actually use that Rift Herald. Again, they can clear out these minion waves, no problem, but looking at either the Poppy or the Ahri here for EG to open up that space. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves actually feeling quite good about their position.
And one thing I want to mention about 100 Thieves, about this build, particularly for closer, Bombi Cinder on the Trundle, a lot of times we are seeing these Divine Sunderer then into tank Trundles. This is a full tank approach from closer. He recognizes everybody else's damage, they need a meatball.
And you can shore up some of the lack of engage with a chem tank. If you get that extra move speed, charge in with the Trundle Pillar, create some openings for your team.
Absolutely.
Oh, Frostfire slow.
Yeah, going in for the Frostfire. It'll be interesting to see when he starts actually going for Pillar Max, if that's going to be an important part of it. Also has really nice synergy with this area because you can get the Empowered W in to really kind of poke away and harass at your opponents. But it feels like Impact is in his comfort zone up here on that top side, working towards Triforce's first item. And up in farm in this matchup, going to be feeling really good about his position. Also note the Swifty Boots on both the Poppy and the Gangplank, because slows are really all 100 Thieves have to lock you down.
Right.
Gwen ulti, slow. The Trundle Pillar is a slow. The Soraka, Q is also a slow. It's all these abilities. So Swifty Boots are going to be so good this game.
I love the adaptations. I love building around what the game asks for. But right now, we got to look at the bottom left part of the screen because it's 100 Thieves who got that first Drake no contest. Now they're going to get the second one the same. But Cowrie is topside with the Rift Herald for EG to strike back.
Exactly. EG know this. They're the ones who made the early move. They're willingly sacrificing this dragon to further feed the Sivir. Their Sivir is their win condition. Funnel as much money as you possibly can onto this champion. And you see everyone from EG a move away from the tower. Vulcan still sharing in the turret plates though.
And on the bot side, Impact actually ulted the bot wave. So FBI can't actually trade back that much on the tower. He's got to wait for the next wave there. They're going to get the charge on the second tower and an interrupt on the TP.
Beautifully done there from JoJo to give EG the tempo they need for a second turret in top lane.
Exactly. Every second counts here, and they're going to be able to get 2 towers before the Zeri even finishes up on bottom.
won't even be able to finish it. They're going to need at least another wave. That GP ulti was just really game-changing there, clearing out that bot side.
You never want to race the Rift Herald. It's so good at winning these things, at demolishing these turrets, especially when plates are still in the equation.
I will say, though, 100 Thieves feel pretty good about getting 2 dragons stacking here. Again, with the way these two teams are set up, whoever's at the objective first and can force the other team to walk towards them gets a pretty big advantage. So 100 Thieves already having that threat of the dragon stacking.
And we're kind of set up in this situation where EG's top jungle are really, really rich. That's their gold advantage. But on the other side, FBI is monster farmed. He got solo gold on those plates. You know, he's up in farm. So he is really going to be the big threat for 100 Thieves. It's kind of all eggs in the FBI basket here, and we'll see how well he's going to be able to perform in these team fights, as Cowrie should be able to grab a plate off this before that goes down, but feeling a little bit scared.
And one thing I also want to look at here, it's another Crown of the Shattered Queen, this time for Abbedagga on the Azir, recognizing I got to survive the burst. I got to make sure I don't just get exploded instantly in these fights.
And it is worth noting that it's Lulu who's actually picking up the heal cut. It is Chemtech Putrefier. I do think it's effective, but I still really do favor heal cut on the Sivir because of the easy application through that ricochet.
As far as itemization too, still haven't seen a lot of indexing into the magic resistance, which will be very, very efficient for Evil Geniuses. You know, the 100 Thieves AP carries already have to start thinking about what is going to be built by their opponents.
Absolutely, but I am expecting that more as a second item thing. You know, I do think GP could go in for a Hexdrinker second. I think you can see even Banshee second on JoJo if they want to try to answer that. You know, and it is going to be very, very efficient.
Plus, you see a Ruby Crystal uninspired. I expect that to be Force of Nature or something similar, like some big MR item to make sure you can survive on that front line. Bottom lane tier 1 turret, finally going to go down. They can't save it any longer. Money going over to FBI on that one as EG goes for the second Herald.
Yeah, more Rift Heralds for EG means more pushing power, open up this match, try and snowball the gold lead here before 100 Thieves get that extra pressure on Dragons.
And it's really interesting, you know, you can see Closer purchasing the stopwatch here. He didn't have it from Runes. I think he knows EG are going to challenge at that third dragon. If 100 Thieves get the third dragon, if they win that fight, the game is very heavily in their control, because that would be a march towards an early Ocean Soul with Soraka on your team, which is going to be really, really difficult to deal with. So these teams are going to try to get as powerful as they possibly can for this next big fight.
Yeah, and the key there is to replace all this vision around Dragon before it expires. You keep up this very deep ward line, because that makes it way safer for you to move in, again, 1 minute before the Dragon, replace those, and set up properly.
Alrighty, my friends, 2 minutes until that third Drake spawns. Abbedagga versus JoJo here in the bottom lane. Impact versus Someday up in the top side. Trinity Force versus Riftmaker. Again, Gwen normally likes to hit 2 items before she really feels confident in that side lane and trying to take over things.
And I think we're going to see EG, you know, back a little bit early here and try to reestablish jungle vision control, because they have very little in this whole area. It's all enemy wards down on that bottom side. Vulcan now moving in here with the Ahri down in that bot lane around him, but they've got to sweep out these wards. They've got to push out mid lane. They've got to get ready for this next dragon. They have a minute to do it, so they've got the time, but it's got to start now.
And you can see the inventories filling up with control wards on the 100 Thieves side. Also worth pointing out the stopwatches for the 2 frontliners on this team. They know this next Drake is going to be a fight. They know that these one-use items could swing the entire game and the entire series in their favor. I expect similar purchases if the gold is available for EG.
Gold star here to Inspired. Gets the Negatron cloak built up before this fight. So critical for the front line. More magic resistance goes such a long way here. He's really looking forward to this one. Closer should have his eyes on that Poppy as far as the Trundle ultimate. Quickly sap it away so that your carries can actually work through the front line.
20 seconds to go on the Drake. 100 Thieves with control over the pit, over the river, but EG marching forward. Vulcan with the sweeper, just making sure there's no more vision lingering here in this jungle.
And Cowrie has first push on mid, and a big chunk on FBI does mean a lot. There is Honey Fruit there, though. They're going to drop Herald mid, try to draw a response from 100 Thieves here, and then use that to bully their way into the river.
Meanwhile, you keep your split push going there. Someday on the Gwen, trying to work up to the tower.
All right, the tower being dealt with by the Herald. EG moving down into the Drake pit. It's Abbedagga's job to deal with the Herald, get that out of the way. EG, they have forced 100 Thieves back for now.
And 100 Thieves, they're trying to buy time for the split push. Someday up there, the Gwen. Chop, chop, chop. Tower getting worked down.
Now it's important to remember there is that control ward from 100 Thieves in the back part of the pit. Turret is gone now. EG are starting up the Drake. They've got the aggro. Charm lands on Abadaga, and now they're ready to try to go. Impact eats a little bit of damage. Auto attacks flying out from FBI. The Drake is half HP. 100 Thieves have control over the pit, and someday could teleport into the fight. There's the TP onto the control ward. Gangplank ulti lands. Jojo misses Charm. Drake's at 2,000. Jojo goes in. Jojo looks for Huhi, but he won't be able to find him. 100 Thieves, they try to fight back, but Someday is ejected. Abadaga with a massive swoop. It's 2 for 1, 3 for 1, 4 for 1. 100 Thieves destroy Evil Geniuses.
That's gonna be a full ace for 100 Thieves, and the Dragon Soul Point coming up.
100 Thieves bought so much time for Someday there. He pushes it out, he kills the tower, gets to go back to base and buy before even having to TP in, and he pays them off big time there with the triple kill.
An Emperor leads from the front, and Abadaga found the angle.
My goodness, with game 5, all the pressure on, coming down to this dragon fight. And look at the stages here. First, the Charm onto Azir here, prompts a flash forward from Lulu, EG. They then get out the Zeri ultimate, and they try and kite backwards, wait for it to expire.
But the biggest thing there was Vulcan flashed in, the silencing field from Huhi denied the polymorph to come through. So he flashed in, he silenced up, and they can't CCJ and Abadaga. That changed the whole game.
Look at this health on the jungles as they then battle over the dragon. Huhi flashes away from Jojo. The Ahri has to escape, and the Poppy ultimate only ejects the Gwen. Closer then, low health on Trundle, kites back in, smites up the dragon. Abadaga with the giant Azir sweep gets them all.
And then look at Someday coming back in on the wraparound here, jumped over the pit. They wipe them off the map, but man, that silence from Huhi absolutely changed the game. You talk about that Azir sweep. If he gets polymorphed up and bursts down there, that never happens. Maybe this is an EG teamfight win. Those little differences there change everything, and Huhi came up huge.
It is the smallest differences that can mean the biggest wins in League of Legends. Both AD carries doing so much damage, both top laners right behind them, and 100 Thieves are keeping the aggro on.
The Soraka pick doing so much. The silence as well, though, kiting back, heal flashing, so the Ahri, Jojo, full commits into the team, can't get anything, and that gave the Azir the opening there too. Keeps everyone alive, huge, huge stuff.
And at the start of this game, I said, I wonder if they're gonna go for any surprise plays, catch them off guard. Soraka itself catches them off guard. If you're not used to playing against this incredible amount of healing, if you're not used to playing against a rare mechanic like silence, it can totally trip you up.
Absolutely, and when you talk about the burst healing, when you're below 40%, you get the amp on the ulti, you drop the ulti, you drop the summoner heal, you drop the W all at once. You can do about 1,000 healing out of nowhere, and you really have to keep that calculated in when you're looking for these kills. When you think you see an angle, you got to take this rocket into account.
And it's two teams that don't have a lot of hard CC to lock it down. So they were scrambling there to try and get that pick, and as the Ahri goes all the way in, they can't finish it. So much wrapped up in that last team fight. This series all coming to this big boiling point, and now 100 Thieves standing tall.
Huge swing for 100 Thieves to put themselves in control in game number 5. It is now sub 2 minutes until we get to that soul itself.
Absolutely, and something we haven't talked about is the fallout for the side lane, because it's going to become much harder now for Impact in that side lane here against Someday, who got this massive injection of gold. Impact was doing well in the 1v1, but you give 3 kills over to that Gwen, who is playing Ghost, who's going to succeed in these long extended lanes, and Impact has to be careful.
And I like the fact that Someday went for the Zhonya's. This is more of a team fighting item. They recognize the fights are going to be around these objectives. If you want to win the 1v1, you can go for a Nashor's, go for a Cosmic Drive, but Someday's ready for those big plays.
100 Thieves are very happy, and now they just want to be able to use this lead at the next dragon. So they're thinking, great, 5v5s, we want this game calm until this next dragon. EG, they're the ones looking for, how do we open up a pick? How can we sneak this Ahri into some fog of war? How can we upset 100 Thieves before the advent of this next dragon? It's only a minute away. They're creeping around in the jungle, trying to find an opening.
And it's going to be tough to find those openings because they're so far down in gold that item completions are really showing through. There's no way that Cowrie's going to get towards an IE before that. JoJo's still working on a second item here. You can see Impact is kind of their big hope, who has a huge injection of gold in him, and he's going to have to come up big time in this fight for them to be able to win.
35 seconds until the Drake spawns. Ocean Soul, if 100 Thieves get it, EG positioning around the bottom side river. Abbedagga currently recalling, does have the empowered teleport to be able to join the fight however, whenever, wherever.
You can tell how important this early positioning is for EG. They call Impact over, he drops a whole wave.
All right, we're ready to go. JoJo's getting jumped on. Rest 100 Thieves filing in, but they gotta be careful. Closer's gonna lose a lot of HP. Gangplank ulti's cutting him down. He's got 200. 100 Thieves fall back. EG, huge win there.
I said Impact had to come up huge, and he did. That massive barrel into ulti sends Huhi packing. He's got to go back to base. That wins them the Dragon by itself.
He drops that top wave to get here in time. Timing so critical, and he pays off for it. It was so worth it. They get the Dragon. They stop 100 Thieves for now.
100 Thieves still trying to find. FBI gets stopped. He gets away. Okay, nice attempt there, but not quite able to secure the kill onto the 100 Thieves 80 carry, and now 100 Thieves are marching to Baron.
Those are two critical summoner spells down for FBI, down for 100 Thieves. They scryers.
Okay.
They teleport, they're coming.
Alrighty, it's 100 Thieves on the Baron. Baron at half HP. Huhi has no ultimate on the Soraka. He's gonna be ejected. Baron's at 2K. Inspired to the pit. It's secured by 100 Thieves. Inspired is down. Falcon's on the run. 100 Thieves are on the hunt. And Impact is all alone. He goes after Soraka, but again, he is silent. And again, the Thieves win the fight.
Impact is silenced, and the EG fans are silenced as well as 100 Thieves take the Baron, take a 4,000 gold lead here, and look to push forward to secure this game.
Closer looking for a pillar here. JoJo slowed down, still has the ulti. Shouldn't be in any mortal danger. Cowrie forced back. 100 Thieves, they don't have the mana to continue this for now. They're gonna have to recall, regroup, reset, and get ready for a big push.
Oh, the faces of the coaching staff for the 100 Thieves there said it all. The timing window jumped on by 100 Thieves. The in-game shot calling, moving right over to that Baron, not allowing the full reset for EG.
Absolutely, just pressuring them so heavily, and EG is so ultimate reliant. They're missing all these ultis, but even that being said, Inspired gets into the pit. How nervous are you here as Closer? The tackle over the wall there gets into the pit, can't actually finish it off. It's secured by the Zeri.
The Zeri ulti timed together with the smites, and then it's all cleanup duty from there.
My goodness, Impact is gonna be able to get one back. At least we killed the Soraka, boom! Last shot, but that's gonna be all that you get. 100 Thieves with the Baron are so happy with this.
And just look at the reactions there from Huhi and FBI. They know how much that fight meant for their championship hopes.
All right, so let's assess the situation here on the Rift. 4,500 gold lead for the Thieves. Baron for another 70 seconds. It will not last until the Drake spawns, so they won't be able to fully secure control over the pit for the Soul, but they should be able to knock down some of these remaining turrets and build the lead.
Absolutely, and Inspired's trying to threaten a flank here. They're trying to threaten the push, the wraparound here, but it's being marked on both sides, and EG have no deep vision.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, this 4-1 split push. Oldest play in the book. Keep that pressure with the Baron empowered minions, and slowly but surely, you get those towers.
Closer going in for a chomp onto JoJo, takes about half his HP.
And they're trying to force JoJo to use his ulti there. He's very patient, he holds on to it, does back it up, but he's low on health. It's up to Cowrie now, who's getting chunked down to try to clear this up.
And this is one of the problems with Sivir into Azir. He can stab you with those soldiers when you have to step up. Sivir's got low range for a marksman, and 100 Thieves continue applying the pressure. Baron only available for 15 more seconds. This is the last wave they're gonna get.
Yep, they keep the siege up here, 400 Thieves, but don't want to take any risks before the Dragon Soul fight again.
Right.
No big cooldowns blown, nobody overextend.
2 seconds left on the Baron buff. 100 Thieves backing away. Now continuing to apply pressure. Mid lane wave colliding as bot lane wave dies. 100 Thieves Baron push is done.
EG do hold the base, but now the greater challenge becomes the soul. And you look at this bottom jungle, you look at the vision, there's nothing there. There's one load ward right there is all they have out on the map on this side of the map. They're gonna have to be able to push out through mid and somehow, some way, find their way in through the Azir, through the Trundle Pillars, through the Silencing Fields without any eyes on Someday to get to the Dragon.
It's moments like these where you have to rise up above all the pressure. Every single odd is against you right now. Can they make the big play? Impact pushing out on top side. Does not have teleport. So again, it's gonna have to walk early if he wants to get there. Someday does have teleport.
It's time for Impact to take that long walk down there. Looks like he's not gonna have time for a recall, just starting to walk instead. Closer goes in for the pillar. Jojo almost would have to own, you would think. Abadaga with the stasis, staying alive for now. Gets himself away with a flash. Impact ulti doing some damage, but Inspired soaking a lot. TP's about to show up. Someday ain't here yet. 100 Thieves severely damaged on jungle and support.
But it's 100 Thieves with a Soraka, and he can get the Honey Fruit and continue healing them back up. So they're gonna go right back to full on all their carries, and EG is low and without ultis.
Yeah, and Inspired does not have flash. That Poppy's gonna have to walk all the way around.
Inspired with half HP. He was the most injured player on EG. There's the charm. There's the potential kill to Abadaga, but he gets himself away. They're still trying to take the fight, but Impact is about to die. FBI gets him. They lose Jojo. Evil geniuses are collapsing, and Inspired will not steal the objective. Cowrie tries to run, but he's running away alone.
100 Thieves will get it all! The Dragon Soul is theirs, and they can push straight for the Evil Geniuses base.
They're marching down mid lane. They can smell the wind. They're getting so close here after that massive fight.
No thief was left behind, and they've got 5 strong on the map looking to come finish it.
They're going for it. The TP is here. 100 Thieves. They got 10 seconds until EG is back alive. 2v5. The geniuses are falling, and 100 Thieves are the ones to fell them. They try to defend. Jojo's running away. It's only 2 left again. They try to deny a little bit longer, but they will not get it! They're stuck back in the fountain! Vengeance is mine, saith the Thieves! And they're going to the finals!
In a back-and-forth series, when it mattered most, it's 100 Thieves coming out on top. The surprise Soraka pick here in game number 5, making such a massive difference in these incredibly close back-and-forth fights.
Going the full distance. Look at the celebration there. The Thieves, they said, after that spring finals, they couldn't wait to get revenge. And they get it here in Chicago.
And they're gonna have their opportunity in front of a packed house tomorrow to try to claim the LCS championship, to do what they were denied 1 year ago.
What an incredible battle between these two teams. The rematch of the spring finals. It goes the distance with incredibly convincing victories on both sides throughout the series. But it's 100 Thieves who outfight them, who outplay them, and who take the win here today.
And they will take their spot in their 3rd final in a row. What a streak they have built with this squad.
It's been incredible. And I've got to give a lot of credit to Someday as well. Both his carry games, the Fiora as well as the Gwen, were massive for this team, fighting so many angles. Even in this final fight around the Dragon, he's fighting off 3 members by himself, pushing EG out, so there's not enough damage to come through and follow up when they land that CC on Abadaga. And the team just working so well as a cohesive unit.
So much massive, massive stuff here from Ahuhi in this series. The Amumu pick with the Enchanter's Band against him. The Soraka pick in game number 5. The 100 Thieves pulled out everything here to take down Evil Geniuses. And a well-deserved victory.
What a showing from 100 Thieves, earning their spot tomorrow, showing everybody what they're made of here in Chicago, here in the huge arena, here on the big stage.
But their job is not done. Revenge against EG secured. Revenge against Cloud9, that is step number 2. Cloud9 knocked them to the lower bracket. It was not a 5-game series. It was one of the few 3-1s. Cloud9 looking dominant in that one. And now 100 Thieves will have to build towards that matchup tomorrow to try to take down Cloud9, who has looked unstoppable in the last couple weeks.
It's going to be a fast turnaround to get ready for that matchup tomorrow, but they showed tenacity here today. They showed the ability to bounce back even after rough losses, and they showed us that they are a serious threat in a best of 5.
And I want to take a moment for Evil Geniuses as well. Really big performances from JoJo and Cowrie, stepping up when the team needed him, unforeseen circumstances, comes onto the big stage, has some massive performances for them.
Absolutely. I mean, to be able to have that sub come in last moment here and push 100 Thieves to that 5th game, I do think really speaks a lot to the tenacity and the skill of EG. And I'm going to be proud to watch them represent our region at Worlds.
And they're going to be representing us in the play-ins. Getting 3rd place means you got to battle through that extra layer. And for a young squad like EG, I'm kind of excited for that. I think that they'll do better getting some reps in earlier on. I think they're going to need to get a few more of them battles in them to really be ready to go. And I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the table once we get there. But for now, we're joining the Tigers and 100 Thieves mid and jungle duo, Abbedagga and Closer, for the Verizon post-game interview.
Good shit, guys.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. After 100 Thieves victory here in this best of 5, I have Closer, I have Abbedagga. First, generally speaking, I want to hear from both of you, but starting off with you, what is it like being back in arena, getting the crowd here behind you, going through all 5 games?
It's... Thank you guys. It's so nice seeing all the fans and everyone supporting us. I love you guys.
What about
It was amazing. Like we were just enjoying when we were walking out every time. Doesn't matter win or lose. Especially game 5, coming out and seeing all these lights. It was amazing. Thank you guys.
Another long series here in playoffs in the LCS. Before we get a bit more into the series itself, you know, there were adjustments on EG's side, a fellow Turkish player coming in the bot lane for them. How were you all preparing for that change?
I think we didn't really focus on the change. I feel like Danny was bringing like strengths for their team, like Seraphine, Zeri. We didn't have to like focus on them anymore. It was good for us, but I mean, ever since we lost to them in the last finals, we were waiting for these moments. And we got them back, you know, like they were typing in the lobby before the game, trying to get into our minds. I mean, at least this time they were trash talking before the game, so I respect that. But I don't want to talk shit. Only thing I'm going to say, enjoy your 3rd seed LCS MVP.
The positive words of encouragement here from Closer. Abbedagga, what about you? Game 4 feels like we're 100 Thieves were able to take off the lead from the beginning. Lucian, Band, and beyond, yes. But what was it that allowed you all to pop off in such a way? 10K gold lead fairly early on.
I mean, I feel like game 4 we found ourselves. We are like, okay, we control the game now. We know every move that they're gonna do, and like, I mean, they just gave us our champions, and like, sure, we'll take it. Freed up.
Speaking of champions, and the feeling that you described in game 5, coming out to this crowd, but we saw adjustments. Soraka coming through, some massive healing. What was game 5 like, generally speaking?
I mean, when we were 2-1 down, we were just like talking to each other and saying like, we didn't like prepare this hard, work this hard just to lose again in the semifinals. Like, I was very comfortable, and game 5, Huhi pulled out his Soraka. I'm really happy that he pulled it off.
We were like, he was like, should I pull out the Soraka? And we were like, we trust you, bro. Yeah. We locked it in, and then like, from minute 1, he started, every time they poked enemy bot lane and they were like winning trades, he was like, fucking them up. And like, it gave everyone confidence. And from there, like, we outplayed them at the Dragon fights. I feel like we played the fights really well that game. And yeah, happy to play tomorrow.
Good fighting, good trust in Huhi bringing out that pick. We just heard Closer speaking a bit about what it means to take down EG. What about you, Abadaga, just the personal feelings in eliminating them here after what happened in spring?
I think after last spring finals, they kind of became like a rival or like someone that we want to beat. And I think they played really good today. I feel like we didn't expect as much from them, but they really stepped it up. So I feel like we really had to play well to beat them today and prove ourselves.
Now, I hear a lot of different phrases coming from the audience here. A lot of confidence in 100 Thieves, that's for sure. It's not the end of the journey, though. We had the opportunity to speak a bit after the last time you faced off against Cloud9. You seemed pretty mellow, though, coming into the weekend, believing you would make it in the finals. So starting with Abadaga and then Closer, thoughts going into that matchup, the rematch once again in the grand finals of it all in the LCS?
I think last time was C9, we definitely had a really, really bad day. It's like we came back and we reviewed the games and we're like, hey guys, we can play so much better. Like, let's step it up this week. Let's be disciplined and focused in scrims. And I think that's what we brought to the stage today.
Brought that to the stage today, looking to do it again tomorrow, facing off against Blabber once more and the rest of the squad. Closer, your closing thoughts.
I'm very confident, and we're gonna take them very seriously this time. I think they are strong opponents, but last time we played, we literally didn't show up. So it's gonna be a totally different series this time.
Feeling the energy of today's match and bringing it into tomorrow. Congrats again on the victory. Thank you for joining me for the interview.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
More for us to talk about when it comes to this matchup. So let's head on over to the Bud Light Breakdown.
Thank you so much, the Tigers, and welcome to the Bud Light Breakdown. 100 Thieves. Revenge is sweet. Revenge is sweet. It took 5 full games, but they were able to push it over the line. Big deserved congratulations to those two guys up there, as well as the entire squad. But EG didn't make it easy on them either. They had to work for it today.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they said really early on that they didn't care about beating them in the regular season. They were focusing on this moment. And it was tough, even with the circumstances coming into today. Cowrie performed incredibly well, and Evil Geniuses were ready. But 100 Thieves were just the better team today.
And it's really cool to see because if you remember, when they won their title, they didn't have a crowd, right? And one of the things they've wanted is to win in front of the crowd. They were 0-3'd in Houston.
Yeah.
So as they were doing the interview and they seemed like really into it and really emotional, I was like, oh yeah, this is the first time they've actually been able to win in front of a crowd. So congrats to them. And
United Center's a little bigger than the LCS studio.
A little bit.
A teeny weeny bit. Yeah, you know.
And I love their focus on the ultimate goal, too. There was obvious elation that they were still alive and that they were able to get revenge on EG, but they clearly want more.
Yeah.
Like, Closer just going in one more time. You can even see Reaper at the very end kind of holding up one more finger like, we did it, but remember, we're not done yet. So they're going to have some heat coming into the
I mean, that's a champion's mindset right there. You win a best of 5, and the first thought that comes to your head is, one more. We're back again tomorrow. Like, you know their sights are set on the top prize of lifting that LCS trophy. We are attempting to get, or rather we are getting an interview set up with Inspired on the side of EG, so we'll toss you over there as soon as possible. Again, a very hard-fought series. Also very interesting, as they mentioned, the Soraka coming out. I know that's something that you brought up, Emily. When we were talking about, it's always about what's in the tank there for game number 5, and the Soraka of all things. And the way that they also talked about the way that Huhi himself was just communicating around the pick. I love that, man. If you have somebody who can break up the tension of a game 5 and instill that confidence in the rest of the team, that's huge.
Yeah, and I mean, I wasn't on the top of show when we had the, top 10 LCS players. But actually, Huhi made mine at 10. Because it's hard to put him on the support list and it's hard to put him on the mid list. But this is someone who can play a variety of different champions and a variety of different play styles. And I think we saw it with the Amumu pick, where I was like, Soraka maybe would have been good here. And then he pulls it out in the next game for game 5. So I think that's really good. His teammates have always lauded him for floor, his ability to play multiple things, and additionally his map awareness and sense of the game. So he definitely showed up today.
Amumu's like as opposite as you can get from Soraka. I'm looking for like maybe like Rengar support next. We'll see. I'm just gonna cut in real quick because I'm told that the interview is prepared with Inspired. We'll come back. We'll talk plenty about how the series broke down. So one more time, back out to the stage for a word with Inspired.
Thank you, Dash. What a journey it has been for Evil Geniuses throughout the year. Thank you, Inspired, for joining me after this 5-game series. I mean, I'm sure that was a lot. Just general thoughts right off the bat.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired after the games. I think all of the games were back and forth, so it was pretty fun to play. I felt like in some games, it's like small details just made a difference, and after that, like our team and their team is pretty good, so both of them just snowballed well. I think like the early fights was always very close, so yeah, I think it was a close series, even though some games looked a bit stumpy.
It does feel like you're a player that really likes to dig into those details immediately after the series. Do you feel that helps you kind of have this objective view, considering that your competition is not over for the year?
Yeah, I think so. We also showed that we can play a lot of different styles. Like today, that Jojo is good on scaling mages, and he is good at playmaking champions. He was like playing Azir, winning his lane well. He was also playing Akali and Sylas and making a lot of creative plays. And I think that's a good thing to have going into Worlds, because then we'll be able to play a lot of different styles. And I think now we will get a bit of practice with our new AD carry, because we played basically like 2 days of scrims only with him, so I think he was not really used to playing with us yet, because he didn't know how our atmosphere is during the game, especially now in the official game, because official game is always different than the practice. So yeah, I'm overall pretty happy that we are gonna go in play-ins and start from there.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure just on all of the players involved, right, when you have to make changes like that. You're mentioning being happy about going into play-ins and what that can do for the team. Can you dive into that a bit more and why EG specifically you feel benefits from that?
I mean, I've been at Worlds twice, and I started in group stage twice, and I felt like the first games against like the best teams, you don't really like know what to expect, and it's like a bit scary, like the first and the second game. So I think going through play-ins will just give us like we'll get used to playing on stage. We'll play a bit more games together there, and I think that will just give you like the better results during the group stage. Because even like last year, I think Cloud9 like finished third, and they made it out of groups. I feel like the fact that they started in play-ins helped them a lot. So.
Do you feel that getting to play MSI earlier on is something that factors in as well in terms of being prepared for Worlds?
Yeah, definitely. I think playing every international tournament helps you to improve a lot, and for MSI only one team gets to go, so I'm pretty happy that we were able to get there, and I think it showed us like how like the teams from other regions play, so we are like we know what to expect going into Worlds.
I like what I'm hearing from you. It sounds like you have a very collected approach moving on forward. There were a lot of fans in the audience cheering for EG, cheering at home, as this is the last moment on the LCS stage, though, for the year. Final words for all of those fans and believers along the way.
I'm very happy that everyone came here and cheered for us. Like after every game, I was taking my headset off. It was like so loud. It was very fun to play. Thank you, guys.
A sound that will be in your ears forever, I'm sure. Alongside all the MVP chants of today, Inspired, thank you so much for joining me and playing your heart out today.
Thank you.
More for us to talk about once again. Heading back on over to the Bud Light Breakdown.
Thank you so much, the Tigers. Thank you, Inspired, and welcome back to the Bud Light Breakdown. Again, he said it, and something we were talking about before. As much as maybe a few of those games with a little stompy, we talked about the gold leads. The ability of each team to strike back throughout really did make it feel like it was a back-and-forth series, as Inspire mentioned, and it makes it feel like 100 Thieves was truly tested and forced to earn their spot for tomorrow.
100%. 100 Thieves had to be a little bit more creative. You talked about the Soraka within the draft, and the fact that he was like just brought it up, say, hey guys, what do you think about Soraka? And the team was confident in him. So kudos to Evil Geniuses to push 100 Thieves, which under really like extraneous circumstances. And it's nice to see them. I'm going to be interested in see how they do in Mexico.
And it's also important to have the long-term focus that he obviously has looking for play. And he almost made the clutch play, stealing this Rift Herald, kind of keeping them in the game. They narrowly escaped this fight. They get a little bit of gold back on a Cowrie when they drop the Herald, but they just couldn't deal with the Soraka in team fights. Every time it felt like they had a kill, they would just heal for even more, and they wouldn't be able to finish it off.
Yeah, the power of Soraka. My favorite, I hope that's in the reel, is when they have that fight mid and they're like low, Huhi's about to die. He heals up off of the honey fruit with every honey fruit.
So
He's just
blessed by
cutting his
Ocean
own health,
Rift.
healing his teammates. There's no better support you can ask for.
It's crazy, right? Like, there have been multiple fights. There was one fight immediately after this, later on in the game, where Evil Genius has got a good charm off. They've had a great start to the fight, but then Soraka heal came in clutch. This is another team fight.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
this
so
was
close.
almost a flip.
So close.
Yeah. You saw Reaper in like the pip cam there. It's like that's a nervous coach, but we came out on top. Also, we should point out again the Soraka being key to even being able to start that Baron off the back end of a team fight. EG is forced to recall a few members. 100 Thieves says, yeah, we'll rotate over, use the healing to make sure that we can start at the Baron and force you into a bad spot.
And that's why creativity is really important in a long 5-game series. You need to have something in the back pocket that each player is kind of confident in being helpful in the series. Huhi is just that kind of guy. I remember him coming to the office one day and he was like, hey, Soraka Rumble looking kind of good bot lane from Korea. He just gets inspired off of something that you see in solo queue and he's like, let's try it.
Stay tuned for tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. I wonder what else he does.
Thankfully. This is years ago. We're not seeing
Bring
that
it
anymore.
back.
He used to be a mid laner, so he can play a lot of different things.
Where's the Aurelion Soul?
Another pick I want to highlight here is the Gwen, right? Because we also talked about them relying, EG that is, relying on the GP for impact. And we were like, okay, is he just going to go Ornn again? That didn't look so great earlier. Brings out the Gwen, was a major part of their victory here as well. So I wanted to point out that pick is a really smart response.
Someday picks up player of the series. It was definitely a contentious vote, and I think deservedly so. As we mentioned, different players across both teams had their moments to shine. I'm thinking about that Fiora game, though.
Exactly.
Right, that's one big one. And then obviously here, being able to pull out the Gwen as that last option.
And that's the thing. Someday just had an incredible series. A lot of the focus was on the major team fights in the bot side of the map, and when Someday was able to participate, the Renekton game was one fantastic one. The Gwen team fights were damn good. And then the Fiora, when he was able to participate, the triple kill that he had in the river fight was insane. And so being able to have him in your back pocket has really helped them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch him play tomorrow because he had so much success with counter picks today, which is something he didn't necessarily have ready to go in his toolkit when they played C9 the first time and Fudge destroyed them with counter picks. So they definitely took that on the chin and came back stronger for it.
I mean, even if he is willing tomorrow, you just now have to take into account that Fudge is also, right?
Yeah,
whereas Impact still seems to want to stay in that kind of more of a role play, element.
Yeah, and Fudge publicly was very critical of top laners in the league not being as creative as he thinks they should. He was the type of person that brought out Fiora first, brought out the Tryndamere in ideal matchups. So if he sees an Ornn early pick or an Aatrox, which I feel like has been a struggle to answer throughout the series, he is going to punish it. So giving him counter pick in tomorrow's series is going to be extremely important. And just the level of play that Someday we saw today, we need to carry that into tomorrow.
Let's pull up the bracket as we continue this conversation about the matchup that 100 Thieves is now staring down tomorrow. Again, another rematch, right? So, and we heard the players themselves, Emily, talking on stage about maybe they didn't give them as much credit in their first meeting. And they do believe, Closer said, it will be a different series this time around.
Yeah, and I'm super interested to see how this goes, especially with what happened bot lane today, right? We did see FBI and Huhi kind of struggling into the Kaori, Vulcan, Lucian, Nami. They played that lane really, really well. Once they got outside of it, we saw the Huhi and Mumu. We saw the Soraka come out.
Yeah.
And C9 have so many creative looks from their bot lane as well. I absolutely loved the Nyla comp they had with Fudge in the top lane on the Camille's, like dual initiators. That comp was really cool. They brought it out against 100 Thieves, and it was the game, like the series clinching victory for them.
Just look at that bracket. 11 series, 8 of them have gone 5 games. 52 of 55 possible games, 30 of 30 possible games in the losers bracket.
You ready for 5 more?
So,
but
here's the thing. Actually, I love that you say that, Raz, because that's what I was going to ask. Notice that Cloud9 was a part of 2 of our 3-1 series, right? And taking down EG and 100 Thieves in that fashion. Do we feel like they're going to get challenged a little bit more tomorrow?
I think so. And I would even
going full
go
5?
as far as to say that 3-1 was still a challenging 3-1.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
That first game was a little...
It was wild. And it's funny because even I remember a final series in the LPL in which it was a 3-0 final. So on paper, you're like, oh, that looked like a breeze.
Total stomp.
But then it was like a challenging one in every game. And so that's a good call out. I think prep matters a lot here because you're going into tomorrow. You've seen some of the creative responses that Berserker is willing to play bot lane. Some of the creative dive comps that they've had, you've already mentioned the Neela, is something that I feel like they'll go back to if they see a Zeri pick. So 100 Thieves have a long night tonight to figure out what they want to go into, and C9 has to respect them.
Speaking of the night that we have ahead of us, it's important for us all to get some rest before a banging 5-game series tomorrow. Let's get that schedule up on the screen, as it's not just the finals best of 5 that takes place tomorrow, especially for those of you who are here on site. Action kicks off at 10 a.m. with the Fan Fest. Whole bunch of stuff. Obviously, you can ignore Saturday. That already happened. So sorry if you missed out on This or That Live or Hotline League Live. Better show up next time.
Wow.
That's what I mean, what did you want me to say?
I was in makeup. I wanted to go. Okay.
As far as I know, that Summoner's Rift Tournament Draft show match has a lot of famous players in it. So
yeah, that's going to be really fun.
Yeah, that'll be sweet.
I'm fairly certain it's going to be Talon and Doublelift. Don't quote me. Just putting that out there. You might not want to miss it. But
well, you did put it out there, and now I'm gonna take that as fact.
Oh,
just putting it out there. I think we have Barack Obama.
Yeah, exactly.
versus the Rock.
Don't quote me on it.
Yeah. Don't quote me on it.
Same misinformation.
Okay.
All right. We've got one.
Done.
We've got one last Bud Light League Lounge happening right after this with guests Wild Turtle and Dyrus. You can check that out at twitch.tv/BudLight, or you can stay right here and catch the raid after the end of the show. But for now, that's going to do it from us here. On behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the LCS Championship. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chicago! Oh, it feels so good. These are the moments I live for, to be with a live audience full of people who share our passion for League of Legends. It takes a while to take down Ornn, but they get it in here. Oh my goodness! They had to give it away to Closer, and now the punish comes in.
They're knowing us. Nice. Just kill them all. They all flash. Nice. Good job, Kerry, bro. You're smurfing.
Inspired, hunting Abadaga as Cowrie jumps right back away from Someday, and Huhi will finally die now. Someday goes next, and that's it. The clean ace to win the game.
EG have done it. They go off in game number 1. Cowrie's Lucian 9-2-7. How's that for your LCS debut?
Let me kill this. He's out in the back. Oh, nice. Whoa! Jojo, Dion. Where is he?
Someday still looking to grab some damage, and now Closer wants to get away. The soldiers go in. The shuffle comes out. They don't hit the skill shot, but they still get the damage. Someday's in hot pursuit. The heals are coming out.
Nice. Let's go, guys. Let's finish.
Alrighty, everybody, let's rock and roll. Tied up at 1-1 with Evil Geniuses playing from blue side for the first time this series. FBI with a flash out, but Inspired is coming in, and FBI is in trouble. Closer is in trouble, and Huhi, dare I need to even say it, he's in trouble. Jojo wants to get somebody, and he finds Closer, delivers him straight into Cowrie's waiting arm. They'll find another on the FBI almost, and there's the secure, there's the double kill, there's the substitute AD carry stepping up.
Don't flash at the okay?
Yep.
Look at it, down that's nice. Pop ultras. Guys, that's it.
Impact holds the line, but Jojo dies to FBI. Impact trying to keep doing it. Cowrie wants to free fire, but Cowrie is cut down. EG are cut down, and 100 Thieves run them over. Welcome back, Chicago! It's game 5. Gangplank ulti lands. Jojo misses charm. Strikes in 2000. Jojo goes in. Jojo looks for Huhi, but he won't be able to find him. 100 Thieves. They try to fight back, but Someday is ejected. Abadaga with a massive swoop. It's 2 for 1, 3 for 1, 4 for 1. 100 Thieves destroy Evil Geniuses.
We got us.
Nice. Kick front. Don't flash Poppy. I'm coming. Now you. Go left side.
Alright, go mid.
What's here? No flash. Coming. No flash. Oh, make it none of them, baby. No flash. It's okay.
It's only 2 left again. They try to deny a little bit longer, but they will not get it. They're stuck back in the fountain. Vengeance is mine, say it the Thieves, and they're going to the finals.